Apocalypse, I built the infinite train. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 201 Carjacking. Silence. After Luo Rui's call, the platform remained silent, as if the train was empty. Seeing no response, Luo Rui lost his patience. He wouldn't wait for the enemy's main force to return before taking action. Decisive, he waved to his teammates. Brothers, prepare to surround the train. At Luo Rui's command, a large man immediately took up his position on the machine gun turret, cocked a bolt, aimed directly at the train, and pulled the trigger. Boom, 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 boom. The heavy machine gun roared deafeningly, and a torrent of bullets rained down on the Infinity train's side armor, sending sparks flying. The women in the living car, terrified, quickly dropped to the ground. After a burst of gunfire, the roar of engines echoed, and several cars rushed out from both sides of the platform. Some, hidden in the shadows, hurled smoke and incendiary bombs directly at the train. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, smoke obscured vision, and the incendiary bombs exploded on the tracks and the sides of the cars, slowly burning. Meanwhile, inside the train, Sasha, in car 2, watched the enemy finally attack. She gritted her teeth and picked up the communicator. Sister Shukin, we're ready to attack. Focus on outflanking them and don't let them escape back to the city. Okay, Shukin's voice echoed through the communicator. Sasha rubbed her hands together, snorted, and pressed a button. Da-da-da. Smoke billowed from the platform as a barrage of gunfire began to surround the train. Some, hiding behind trains, inside buildings, or in the woods, fired at the train in unison. Their goal wasn't to break the steel plates, but to provide cover for their teammates as they approached. The fat man, along with several other men, carried glass jars filled with disgusting white parasites. They moved through the smoke, moving closer to the train. Brothers, suppress the fire. Let Fatty and the others take over, Luo Rui shouted into the intercom. Just then, a message arrived from his spy in the city. Brother Rui, it seems those guys in the city are preparing to withdraw. Good job, you back. I'll capture them all. I'll do what Ding Qing wouldn't dare. Just 2 psychics, as long as they're not invulnerable. My 12.7mm vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun will teach them a lesson. Brother Rui, there's movement on the train. Just as Luo Rui's inner fury was rising, a nearby comrade suddenly called out. He looked up and saw the sound of hydraulic machinery as the roof of a car at the rear of the train suddenly opened. Then, in full view of everyone, a massive weapon slowly rose. Da-da-da-da. In an instant, the covering fire paused, and many people stared at the rising object, their expressions frozen. Some were puzzled, some were bewildered, some frowned, and some squinted their eyes as they scrutinized it, muttering, "What the hell is that?" Luo Rui's heart suddenly skipped a beat as he stared at it. His blood boiling with excitement, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had instantly doused him. "Daliu," he said, pulling over a bespectacled man next to him, pointing at the object rising from the train, his eyes wide. "Why isn't this in the intelligence? We don't know. Is this a cannon?" Suddenly, everyone, having fallen silent, heard the whirring of the massive close-in weapon system's motor. The electro-optical side and phased array radar overhead rapidly scanned, and the fire control radar activated. Luo Rui, stunned, opened his mouth. "I'll kill you." The next moment, he picked up the intercom and said, "Run, beep." The 1130 close-in weapon system instantly activated, its 1130mm barrel spinning rapidly, spewing devastating force. Its high-speed radar system tracked the positions of all units, sweeping across the area. In a matter of seconds, the first enemies who had rushed in, using cars for cover, were pierced through the rear of the vehicles, reduced to a bloody haze. The vehicles crumbled like toys. Even before Luo Rui gave the order to retreat, many were already frantically running, their legs weakening. But it was too late. The close-in weapon system's target acquisition speed measured in milliseconds, leaving those hiding in the platform buildings with nowhere to escape. Even the supporting walls were shattered. Simultaneously, the automatic doors of Carriage 5 opened. Lu Dai stood at the entrance, carrying a Gatling gun. The motor in his hand revved, aiming at the fleeing enemies, and a stream of metal erupted. The cockpit door also opened, revealing Lu Xian, clutching the Thunderstorm A1 grenade launcher. With a bang, she unleashed 3 bursts of howitzer fire. Boom, boom, boom. Shells exploded, and instantly, screams and cries filled the air as walls and vehicles shattered and flew everywhere. Trees fell in a flurry. Luo Rui and his companions, hidden deep in the woods, scrambled aboard their vehicles. In one vehicle, a man nervously raised a rocket launcher, unhooked the safety, and tremblingly aimed it at the incoming close-in weapon system from the train. Bang! But the next moment, the crack of a heavy sniper rifle blasted the man in his vehicle apart, scattering flesh all over Luo Rui's windshield. Terrified, he didn't even have time to turn on his wipers, frantically stomping on the accelerator, ready to flee. He finally understood why the train hadn't fled immediately, why so many people hadn't left. It turned out this train was a fortress of heavy firepower. With a bang, the SUV reversed and collided with a car behind it. Luo Rui immediately yelled, "Get out of my way!" Chen Sixuan, perched on the rooftop in the distance, quickly adjusted her aim, aiming at Luo Rui's cockpit. She held her breath. The destructive force of the anti-material sniper rifle gave her a strange sense of security and satisfaction. Watching the annihilation of the enemy corpses, her emotions faded, her gaze growing calmer and more composed. Immediately, she pulled the trigger. Bang! A premeditated hunt, after mere seconds, suddenly turned into a one-sided massacre. Brother Rui, Guo Sheng, who was in charge of bombing the tracks, led a team, his face pale with fear as he saw the afterimage of the platform in the distance. He picked up the intercom and called frantically, but neither Luo Rui, Fatty, Team 1, nor Team 2 responded. Let's go! Let's go! Guo Sheng, sensing something was wrong, immediately led his closest team on bicycles, heading down a small road towards the town. Even with Luo Rui gone, their core strength still lay with Ding Qing. 5 or 6 motorcycles sped along a secluded path toward the chemical plant, but before they had gone far, everyone braked in unison. At that moment, an armored vehicle was parked in the middle of the road. Atop its roof, a handsome young man stood with his back to the enemy, his bangs ruffling in the breeze. Who's that? Guo Sheng cried out in fear, hastily pulling out his gun. But the next moment, a black Remington M96 appeared behind him. Bang! Da-da-da! Shu Qin and a group of men suddenly charged out, dispatching the fleeing group in a matter of seconds. Lu Xingqian quickly turned and glanced at him. Hey, Shu Qin, I haven't said anything yet. At least let them identify themselves. Shu Qin sheathed her gun, gave him a speechless look, and said with a headache, Stop it. Let's go to the chemical plant to support Team Lin. Guys, double monthly votes have begun. Kel begs for your votes. Starting today, I'll be posting 5 chapters a day until January 1st, until all my manuscripts are gone. These are the last few days of the new book season. Thank you all. Chapter 202 People. Husband. Outside the chemical plant, the pale orange information toxin dissipated, and everyone gradually recovered from their paralysis. Ding Qing was pierced through the chest by the electric knife thrown by Lu Chang. Duanmin screamed, scrambling to catch the fallen Ding Qing. Lin Xian threw away his black spear and decisively stepped forward, ready to finish off the couple. No, Duanmin, upon seeing this, immediately threw herself before Ding Qing, begging fearfully, Please, spare us. All our convoy's supplies and weapons will be given to you. Isn't it too late to say that now, Captain Lin? Miao Lu stepped forward and reported, the convoy that attacked our train has been completely wiped out. A rough estimate is over 40 people. The remaining escapees have been eliminated by Sister Shu Qin and her team. Hearing this, Ding Qing's face dropped, and he looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. Impossible, Duanmin, beside him, exclaimed, We didn't. Before she could finish her words, she too froze, then looked at Ding Qing. Luo Rui. Both of them reacted. Knowing that the infinity was stable, Lin Xian felt relieved. He loaded his gun and pointed it at Ding Qing's eyebrows, saying in a cold voice, The good news is that once we kill the beast inside, you two won't have to be skinned and turned into fake people. Wait, Duanmin explained in panic, we didn't arrange anyone to attack your train. In fact, Duanmin, Ding Qing interrupted her with blood flowing from her mouth. Seeing Duanmin's puzzled look, he said, No need to explain. We were the ones who took the first step. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. There is no need for negotiation. He looked listless and his life was slipping away rapidly. At this time, he looked at Lin Xian and whispered, I just want to know, do you really want to kill the thing with these few people? Lin Xian's eyes moved slightly. Since you mentioned the curse of the night, you naturally know that we have no choice. Ding Qing frowned and said excitedly, this is completely taking the lives of our own people to die. Why can't we accept this kind of safe haven and seek counterattack when we are sure? Lin Xian looked at Ding Qing. You mean you're feeding people every day? Ding Qing was silent for a moment, then sighed and chuckled self-deprecatingly. A look of relief washed over him as he faced Lin Xian's gun. Shoot, you haven't told me where your shelter is yet. Ding Qing opened his eyes and snorted disdainfully. Why, do you want to slaughter them all? The executioners were all from my team, and they've all died at your hands. Those who remain are innocent. Why did you kill them so recklessly? Lin Xian said in a deep voice, can someone who eats human still be considered human? Ding Qing remained silent. He closed his eyes and hugged the sobbing Duanmin tightly, his face stern as he waited for Lin Xian to shoot. Woo! At that moment, the sound of a drone flying overhead was heard, and a PX-05 engineering robot flew over the men and landed behind Lin Xian. Ding Qing opened his eyes and saw this scene. His face changed drastically. What did you do? Kiki stepped forward and clapped his hands and said, what, installing a bomb? Don't you know that this chemical plant is a large ammunition depot? Lin Xian said, it doesn't matter if you don't say it. If we blow up this chemical plant and that monster, when it gets dark, the people in this town who have no shelter will taste the consequences of their own actions. As soon as these words came out, Ding Qing's pupils suddenly shrank, and he began to cough up blood violently. He looked at Lin Xian emotionally. No, you can't do this, you will kill everyone. At this time, Ding Qing finally completely collapsed when he heard that Lin Xian was going to blow up the chemical plant. He looked at Lin Xian eagerly, pointing to the power armor on his body and said nervously, little brother, I know you want this power armor on me. This power armor has voice print recognition. No one can activate it except me. I can unlock it and let you take it away. I only ask one thing of you, Kiki said with disdain. Huh? What recognition? Unexpectedly, Lin Xian reached out to stop her, then said to Ding Qing, speak now, you can take everything from my fleet. I only ask you to leave a few vehicles for them to leave. They're just ordinary people. Let them live. Let them live. Ding Qing's mouth splattered with blood, and he screamed the last words with all his strength. Husband, Duanmin cried, tears streaming down her face. She hugged Ding Qing to her chest, looked at Lin Xian, and pleaded, we did all this evil. There are still 191 people in the cinema's underground parking lot, including many women and children. Please, let them go. Lin Xian raised his gun, his eyes cold. You're right about one thing. Duanmin looked up. Bang! Gunshots rang out from the chemical plant. Lu Chang, Miaolu, and Kiki's expressions changed slightly. Lin Xian sheathed his gun and said slowly, I really want to kill that monster. Buzz! Outside the chemical plant, two motorcycles sped out. Lin Xian was carrying Kiki, followed by Lu Chang and Miaolu, heading towards the town. Elsewhere, after Shukin and Lu Xingchen cleaned up the battlefield, they drove to the town and reunited with Lin Xian. Captain Lin, we've checked. The main force of the King Kong team is likely gone. There might be some left hiding, but we haven't found their exact location yet, Shukin said as she stepped out of the car. Lin Xian stopped his motorcycle and looked back at the chemical plant in the distance. Everyone, get ready. The explosion is going to be quite powerful. The town will definitely be affected, and it might even bring out those pseudo-human monsters. That's perfect. We can burn them all together, saving me the trouble of searching for them myself. Lu Xingchen hadn't had any opportunities to take action today, and his hands were itching to get started. Lin Xian, what if it doesn't explode to death? Kiki asked. That thing definitely isn't a C-rank anomalous entity. It must have incredible vitality. If it can't be killed, let's just fight it out, Lin Xian said. We'll see what happens later. If it's really as incapable of mobility as Director Ding said, we'll spend some time fighting it out. If not, we can just run. It's daytime now, so we shouldn't be as embarrassed as we were last night. Shukin and the others nodded in agreement. Taking the initiative to attack a large anomalous entity was something they had never dared to think about before. At this moment, everyone present, except perhaps the outlier Lu Xingchen, was nervous. Lin Xian took the power armor from the motorcycle and activated the mechanical scan. Scan completed. TRP 4th Generation Special Industrial Active Exoskeleton Power Armor, Blueprint, obtained. Power armor system completeness. 100%. He removed his separate set of mechanical prosthetic limbs and stowed them in his backpack, then donned the power armor. This exoskeleton wasn't a full bodysuit, lacking robust defense capabilities, flight, or weapon modules. Its primary function was mobility, providing the user with exceptional shoulder-bearing torque for jumping, running, and squatting. Aside from the hands and back, where the main rigid structure was constructed of high-hardness tungsten titanium alloy type I, most other parts were constructed of lightweight forged inner armor steel and carbon fiber, focusing on flexibility. Lin Xian's physical attributes were already far superior to those of an average person, and with his power armor, his mobility was significantly enhanced. Crucially, he could utilize the power armor's framework to add weapon and defense modules, and even upgrade them through blueprints from the R&D Center. Program launch. After donning the suit, Lin Xian launched the power armor program. New user identified successfully. Please enter your user information. Lin Xian. Hello, Lin Xian. Please confirm whether to retain the personal information of user. Ding Qing. Delete. Lin Xian was about to delete when he stumbled upon something, his expression changing slightly. Wow, that's so cool. Lin Xian, make me one too. Kiki came over with a look of delight on her face. I want black, but I like red too. Okay, Lin Xian nodded, his eyes a little distracted. What's wrong with you? Oh, and what are you going to do with those people downstairs at the cinema? Lin Xian took a deep breath and turned to Shuqin. Shuqin, there are over 100 people in the parking lot below the town cinema. Huh? So they're hiding there? Lu Xingchen perked up. Brother Lin, let me handle this. Kiki looked at Lin Xian with a slightly unnatural expression. Lin Xian, do you really want to? I'm saying, Lin Xian said to Shuqin and Lu Xingchen. Leave the King Kong team's cars to them and let them leave before the explosion. They're just ordinary survivors. Everyone was slightly startled by Lin Xian's words. Shuqin nodded quickly. Okay, I'll take people there right away. Kiki breathed a sigh of relief at this and looked at Lin Xian with a gloomy look. Have you changed your mind? I just want to save some bullets, Lin Xian said, and walked straight towards the motorcycle. Ding Qing's logs flashed by on the screen. 21st, Xia Ojia doesn't want to celebrate her 8th birthday underground. Everyone suggested bringing her out to see the sun for an hour during the day. We need to arrange for someone to check the external environment in advance. 23rd, lacking anti-inflammatory medication, Chen Sixuan who leads a search team into the city. One person is missing. 24th, Duanmin is 2 months pregnant. She told me she wants to leave, and I agreed. 25th, the beasts at the chemical plant are getting restless again. Luo Rui told me that Grandma Zhang's health is getting worse. I understood what he meant. Something's not right with the team lately. 27th, someone is deliberately spreading rumors about the blood food. This has sparked an argument among the group. It seems some people, like Duanmin, want to leave. 28th, all usable vehicles in the city have been gathered, 18 in total. Most need repairs. We don't have enough fuel to get so many people to Hangshan Pass. 29th, a train arrived at the platform. Luo Rui tricked it here. The psychics on it were very powerful. I only attacked them, but they ran away. Fortunately, I hope they don't come back. Delete the log information of user. Ding Qing, deletion completed. Brothers, double monthly tickets have begun. Kel begs for your monthly tickets. Starting today, 5 chapters will be updated every day until January 1st, until all the manuscripts are released. These are the last few days of the new book period. Thank you all. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, Expulsion. Raintown was once again greeted by a heavy downpour that afternoon. The sky grew dark and gloomy, and a depressing atmosphere hung heavy in the air. Outside the movie theater on the central street, a number of vehicles were parked. Some were from the King Kong team, still stained with fresh blood, while others were repaired vehicles collected by Ding Qing from around town. These vehicles had no defenses and barely enough gas to travel 100 or 200 kilometers. In the underground parking lot, over 100 people, held at gunpoint, emerged trembling with their luggage. An air of unease and confusion permeated the crowd, punctuated by the cries of children and the sobbing of women. Upon learning of the town's impending destruction, everyone's initial reaction was one of confusion and fear, unsure of what lay ahead. In the rain, families began loading their belongings into cars, while several organized a distribution of vehicles among the survivors. Everyone moved silently. On the street, Infinity's teammates watched the scene unfold, their weapons in hand. Countless eyes flicked toward Lin Xian. Some began to realize that this man was the one who would face off against the monster at the chemical plant, the one who would force them to leave this safe yet twisted sanctuary. The glances directed at Lin Xian were filled with complex meaning. He remained silent, watching the men frantically loading the trucks, each one departing. He knew that most of those inside might not survive until tomorrow, but if the mark was confirmed and Lin Xian and his team successfully defeated the monster, they might be able to live a few more days. Once everyone had departed, Lin Xian wasted no time and had the team members board the train. He and Kiki remained in town to detonate the explosion. Considering the various issues surrounding the mark, Lin Xian had Lu Chang bring the hell black chrysanthemum from the large box. He wanted to see if defeating the monster would allow the hell black chrysanthemum to absorb the black smoke. On the Infinity, everyone except Lin Xian and Kiki had returned to the train. Because the battle was so brutal, Shukin assigned only those with stronger mental endurance to clean up, while the others worked with Chen Sixuan to organize the records in the storage boxes. The entire Yuzhen platform was filled with a chilling atmosphere of death. Because of the rain, the flowing water was almost entirely red. 12 first-level blood essences, 3 second-level blood essences, 4 rocket launchers, and 2 12.7mm vehicle-mounted cannons. This King Kong team is truly formidable. Inside the train, Shukin surveyed the confiscated records with a shudder. If it weren't for our heavy weaponry, they wouldn't have been destroyed so quickly, Chen Sixuan remarked. It's useless. Lu Xingchen's face was sullen. These people have lost their courage. They're nothing more than dogs that have lost their homes. Turned into the devil's lackeys, how dare they fight? They're just doing petty thefts. Chen Sixuan fell silent after hearing this. Seeking profit and avoiding harm is human nature. The people aboard the Infinity, including herself, had been forced out of despair. After countless nights of escaping, encountering a place that offered shelter from the darkness would inevitably cause a change in their mentality. Alright, Chen Sixuan looked out the window and warned, everyone, get ready. We need to meet Lin Xian and the others. Then, she turned to the building. Building, take a few more people and urgently repair the track ahead. I've seen that the damage isn't serious. We don't need to wait for Lin Xian to return. We may need to evacuate at any time. Okay, sister, the building accepted the order solemnly. Car 11 was equipped with track steel and various lifting and welding tools that Lin Xian had always prepared. As long as there wasn't major damage to the terrain, the others could handle the emergency even if Lin Xian and Kiki were not around. Chen Sixuan was meticulous and thoughtful. In Lin Xian's absence, and after joining the battle, her gentle and reserved demeanor gradually gave way to a calm and cool aura, earning her a greater respect from everyone. Under Chen Sixuan's command, the crews of the Infinity train began methodically preparing for retreat. Rain Town, Bell Tower. Lin Xian, holding a remote control fashioned from a simple communicator, surveyed the silent town streets. Eerie figures could be vaguely seen through the shattered windows. Those hidden within the buildings, seemingly sensing an invisible threat, silently gazed in Lin Xian's direction. Kiki floated behind him with her arms folded. I was wondering why you ran in just now. It turns out you were attracted by that mechanical cantilever. Do you want to install it on the train? Not necessarily, Lin Xian said. There's still a lot of room for my mechanical abilities to be developed. Like you said, if this succeeds, maybe we will really go to Star City and meet the federal government. Kiki raised an eyebrow. According to the radio, the old federal government has renamed Star City to Dawn City, and integrated the original garrison and the armed forces of some security groups into a federal army. The strength should not be underestimated. We have to sneak in quietly. The Infinite Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive will be discovered as soon as it goes in. If nothing unexpected happens, their strength and reputation will continue to increase, Lin Xian said. Are you saying that many survivors will join? Lin Xian nodded, took a deep breath and said, if the theory of dark mark is true, more people will definitely go to Dawn City. At that time, the question of whether to escape or to hold on may trigger a new round of debate among the survivors. Such a situation is extremely unfavorable to the Phoenix Society. Kiki frowned when he heard this, and suddenly fell silent. He said a little uneasily, "Yes, if they are afraid of being marked in the dark, then the reputation of Dawn City's underground city project will be reversed, and it will definitely cause instability within the Phoenix Society, which has been moving around the world, yes, but not so fast. After all, humans do not have the ability to survive stably in the polar night. Just like the mystery of the unknown creature in Underground Number 9 has not been solved, whether to run or to defend, everyone has their own opinions. Most people will still tend to escape from the night, but they have to work hard to solve the dark mark. Then do we still need to synchronize the issue of this dark mark to the Phoenix Society?" Kiki had some worry in her eyes. "Yes," Lin Xian looked determined and said without hesitation, "the factional disputes among humans are our own business, but when it comes to the dark invasion, our enemies are the same. If we can use the Hell Black Chrysanthemum to confirm this theory today, maybe we can save many fleeing survivors and change everyone's escape mode. Compared with the life and death of millions of people, factional disputes are not worth mentioning." Kiki nodded with appreciation when he heard this. "Not bad, very broad-minded, but those Adventists may not think so. They regard monsters as gods." "Really?" Lin Xian looked at the chemical plant. "Then let's bleed the gods in the hearts of these Adventists today." Click. Lin Xian, "The Infinity has been deployed and can retreat at any time. Be careful." Chen Sixuan's voice came from the communicator. Lin Xian looked at the time. It was 14:40 in the afternoon. "Everyone prepare for impact, detonate immediately. Brothers, double monthly tickets have begun. Coke is begging for your monthly tickets. Starting today, 5 chapters will be updated every day until January 1st, until all the manuscripts in stock are released. These are the last few days of the new book period. Thank you all." Chapter 204 Detonation. Inside the chemical plant's initiator workshop, eerie lantern flowers emanated a faint orange glow, blood-red patterns flickering across them. Below, a deep pool of black chemicals lay silent, countless human bones hidden beneath the surface. The workshop was utterly silent. A large metal cauldron hung high in the air, a silver, custom-made bomb flickering faintly with a green light, suspended by a mechanical cantilever. Below, in the underground storage area, more than a dozen large silver tanks were stored. A pungent odor of chemicals and the stench of decay permeated the workshop. The puppets in the town seemed to sense the presence of danger, as did the presence beneath the lantern flowers, their orange glow growing brighter and flickering. The entire chemical plant was enveloped in a torrential downpour, the sky as gloomy as night. In the open space at the chemical plant gate, blood flowed from Ding Qing's chest, spilling onto the ground. Duan Min cradled his fading body, a look of solitude on her face. "Look, honey. They're all gone. Xiao Jia and the others are all alive too." Ding Qing strained to open his eyes. The long-gone convoy of survivors had vanished from the Rain World's sight. Duan Min turned back toward the chemical plant, whispered softly into Ding Qing's ear, and hugged him tightly, smiling, "Don't be afraid. We won't have to run anymore." Crack, crack, crack. On the top of the bell tower, Lin Xian created a thick, shockwave-proof door to block the way. Behind him, Kiki's eyes flashed, creating an invisible telekinetic shield that enveloped them both. Seeing the moment had arrived, Lin Xian pulled out the detonator and took a deep breath. Beep. Immediately, he pressed the remote control. Bang! Inside the chemical plant, the signal light on the boom crane suddenly rang violently, followed by an explosion. The component connecting the boom crane to the metal mixing kettle instantly broke, and the kettle, filled with alkali solution, plummeted down in front of Lantern Flower, crashing directly into the tanks filled with hazardous chemicals below. Boom! The tank exploded, and instantly, a blinding white light erupted. Boom! With a deafening roar, the chemical plant was instantly engulfed in flames. The massive fireball destroyed the initiator workshop and the condensation tower. A raging fire soared into the sky, reaching tens of meters high. It seemed as if even the heavy rain had been shaken away, creating a vacuum. Thick smoke billowed like a savage black dragon, rapidly filling the air, obscuring the sky and the sun. The smoke enveloped a vast area, as if a heavy veil had been drawn across the heavens and earth. The shockwave from the explosion spread out with overwhelming force, shaking the ground wherever it passed, as if struck by a powerful earthquake. Rooftops and windows shattered across Rain Town, and smoke and dust billowed into the streets. "Look out!" Lin Xian saw the shockwave approaching, striking the blast wall. The invisible wave ripped through the entire bell tower, instantly blowing away the plaster on the walls and pillars. Kiki's telekinetic shield blocked the flying debris, leaving a faint white sphere in the dust. The massive shockwave sent shockwaves through the people aboard the Infinity train at the distant Yuzhen station, and they cried out in surprise. Seconds later, the ringing in their ears, the dust, and the plume gradually subsided under the heavy rain. Atop the bell tower, Lin Xian immediately pushed down the blast door and, with Kiki, gazed toward the chemical plant in the distance. The entire plant was now engulfed in flames and black smoke. The massive explosion had obliterated the outlines of the buildings, and the towering condensation tower had been shattered. "Is he dead?" Kiki cried out. "Ah!" A deafening roar echoed through the town. Suddenly, frantic noises echoed from every building, followed by crackling and clattering. Countless pseudo-humans burst from dark corners onto the streets, some leaping from windows, their skin thighs shattered and broken. These parasitic monsters scurried frantically toward the chemical plant, making subtle, sharp noises. Gradually, more and more pseudo-humans appeared, emerging from underground, from residential buildings, from under bridges. Some resembled humans, others with shed skin and decaying flesh. They converged on the streets, running densely. "So many," Lin Xian observed, startled. It seemed the massive parasite had already devoured quite a few people. "Lin Xian, look!" Kiki exclaimed, pointing in the direction of the chemical plant. Within the plant, shrouded in a veil of dark clouds and lightning, a massive black shadow appeared and disappeared with the streaks of lightning. Several gigantic tentacles spun wildly. Endless flames blazed from the monster, seemingly struggling and roaring in anger. The air was filled with a scent of burning and destruction. Lin Xian and Kiki finally seemed to see the true form of the two tentacles beneath the deep chemical pool. Atop the monster's head-like structure, the lantern flower had already shattered and burned in flames. Several gigantic tentacles struggled in the intense flames. A sudden bang. The next moment, the parasite in the smoke and dust seemed to sense Lin Xian's location and burst forth from the flames, scrambling towards the town. "Retreat!" Lin Xian's face fell at the sight, and he immediately leaped from the bell tower. Bang! With the aid of his power armor, the 10-meter-high height and his upgraded physique made it no problem. He mounted his motorcycle and raced out of the city. Flying high in the sky, Kiki watched the monster, engulfed in flames, madly charging towards the town. She shouted, "Didn't Director Ling say it's incapable of maneuvering? Even a cornered rabbit bites, and those tentacles aren't useless." The parasite stumbled, indeed lacking mobility, but its tentacles, vast and long, swirled swiftly into the town, demolishing scores of buildings. The pseudo-humans that rushed forward were instantly engulfed by the parasite's raging fire, bursting into flames. The pseudo-humans behind it didn't stop, continuing to charge forward. The enormous, strange creature seemed completely enraged. Reckless, its massive tentacles swept through, demolishing a building, and it chased Lin Xian, blazing with flames. On the Infinity, everyone gathered around the windows, watching the terrifying parasitic monster set the town ablaze. Rain Town was soon engulfed in smoke and flames, with the cinema and shopping mall crumbling. Even the torrential rain could not stop it. Chen Sixuan watched the scene unfold and immediately made arrangements via the communicator. "Protect the building. Lu Xingchen will support Lin Xian and Kiki. Shukin and the others will provide fire support from the vehicles. Shasha, activate the close-in weapon system's fire control radar." Woo! Woo! Instantly, the automatic blast doors of cars 11 and 5 swung open. Lu Xingchen and Shukin emerged one after another, climbing onto the rooftop firing bays. The Growler K-23 electric rotary machine guns were loaded, and the 1130 close-in weapon system in Car 12 slowly raised its hull. "Here they come, buzz!" On the way out of the city, Lin Xian sped on his motorcycle, while Kiki soared through the air. As the burning parasite burst out of town and approached the platform in the valley, entering range, the 1130 system swung its base and roared furiously. Beep! A storm of metal instantly slammed into the massive body, sending up a visible shower of blood and shattered fragments. A large number of dummy creatures also rushed onto the platform, some still covered in flames. Shukin and the others in the Infinity immediately began firing back, and Sasha's howitzers began to explode among the dummy creatures. In the firing bay of Car 2, Chen Sixuan wielded her A-33K anti-material sniper rifle, aimed at a massive dummy charging towards her from behind Lin Xian's motorcycle, and fired directly and coldly. Bang! The dummy, even its worms, was blasted to pieces, its lower body still trembling wildly from the parasites. Bang! Bang! With each shot, she grew calmer, each one deadly, targeting those monsters that quietly approached her teammates. In Car 1, Ding Junai stood by the window, hands in her pockets, watching the dummy creatures approach like a tide and the massive monster outside the platform. Her chest was heaving, her heartbeat intensifying. At this moment, she seemed to have no desire to flee. The entire infinity was unleashing its firepower, harvesting dark life. Chapter 205 Annihilation. Monsters like you, watch me, the god of fire, incinerate the world. Lin Xian leaped into the air, his hands blazing with fire. He controlled his flight, leaping high into the air and directly onto the platform. He spread his hands wide, a surge of fire energy vibrating the air around him. The raindrops falling around him suddenly vaporized, and a searing power rose. Divine sky-burning finger, Lin Xian swung his sword finger, and flames behind him instantly erupted into spirals of fire from his fingertips. The immense blaze illuminated the monster's several curling black tentacles, striking directly at its face with explosive force. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Kiki, after sprinting into the covering fire of their infinity teammates, launched a counterattack. Kiki soared into the air, her hair trembling. She raised her hand and channeled her telekinesis, enveloping Lin Xian's blazing fire, as well as the parasite's own, layer upon layer. Then, with a single twist, she twisted her hand. Wow! Instantly, the streams of fire began to swirl and heat up like a storm, swirling around the giant parasite. The next moment, Kiki gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Boom! The swirling hurricane of flames suddenly converged, detonating on the monster's body. This blast scorched and shattered much of its torso, leaving its interior glowing faintly red like charcoal fire, and flaming debris cascading down with a crackling sound. Lin Xian, clad in power armor, advanced swiftly, dispatching several pseudo-humans that had rushed through the platform gate with a few blasts of his air blast. Then, standing at the doorway, he waved his hands, and a steel machine gun bunker emerged. The PX-05 factory robot, armed with a Gatling gun he had built in the chemical plant, set up its position and, with a whoosh, began a frenzied fire. Half the parasite's torso was now scorched, and the 1130-degree metal storm instantly severed the base of a tentacle near the scorched area. Ank! It howled horribly, and a massive, tooth-filled mouth slowly emerged from its central body, aimed at the infinity. Its torso twitched continuously, and a large number of tiny bone worms began to slip out of its mouth, seemingly preparing to launch a parasite spray. Lin Xian, while preparing bullets for the robots to refuel, saw this and immediately pulled out his magnetically controlled black gun from his back, controlling his power armor to deliver the force. Woo! Swish! He unleashed the black gun with all his might, its magnetically controlled engine accelerating with a piercing sound. In an instant, like skewers, it pierced through the heads of the rows of dummy figures. Then, its magnetically controlled flight engine accelerated again, and it soared into the air. Just as the monster was about to unleash the parasites, Lin Xian's black gun, with its immense impact energy, pierced through its mouth, blasting out a large amount of flesh and blood, temporarily blocking its attack. Kiki, brother Ho, seal its mouth. Stop it from spitting out worms, Lin Xian shouted into the communicator. Lin Xian had seen those worms before. At this moment, the infinity was in a melee. If a large number of parasites were to splash onto the car and cause a personnel invasion, it would be bad. In this situation, who could tell whether their teammates were teammates or not? On the other side, Kiki and Lin Xian heard what Lin Xian said and realized what the monster was going to do. Kiki was about to fly over and use her telekinesis to block the monster's mouth, but at this moment, a huge tentacle swept across the sky. Under the threat, she immediately used her supernatural power to rise high into the air to avoid it. The tentacle swept directly over the roof of the building on the platform and lifted the roof of the warehouse. Lin Xian was too impatient to catch his breath and was swept head-on. He was engulfed in flames and flew out, landing in the woods not far away. Ank! The massive parasite roared. On the infinity, 1130 had already emptied their ammunition, and all the other members were engaged in a barrage of fire on the charging pseudo-humans. The massive monster opened its circular mouth, and puff! A cascade of tiny white parasites erupted. Kiki, helpless, was about to use a shockwave to blast it away. Suddenly, a massive fire erupted from the woods. Lin Xian, his body ablaze, his shirt incinerated. A cold expression crossed his face. Evil creature! You've already met your end. He looked up at Kiki in the air and shouted, use your telekinesis. Send me into that monster's mouth. What? Kiki was startled at the words, but seeing that Lin Xian wasn't joking, she gritted her teeth and enveloped him in her telekinesis, accelerating him through the air and sending him towards the parasite-spewing monster's mouth. At the same time, she exerted all her supernatural powers, intercepting the cascading parasites mid-air, preventing them from falling onto the platform. To everyone's eyes, a thin ray of fire seemed to enter the giant parasite's mouthparts and vanish in a blink of an eye. Lin Xian watched this scene, his brow furrowed. He raised his hand to retract the black gun in mid-air, then suddenly raised his GK-03 electric knife and, weaving through the hail of bullets, struck at one of the giant monster's black tentacles, which supported it from below. His power armor's sprint mode activated, and the motors in his feet began to accelerate synchronously. Lin Xian's speed was almost a shadow. Just as he reached the tentacle, he raised his knife and charged. With a flash of lightning, the thick black tentacle was severed by him. Swoosh! A black spear flew toward him. Lin Xian grabbed it with his backhand and thrust it directly into the tentacle through the slit. He then leaped up, stepping on the spear's shaft. He pulled 2 pre-made metal bombs from his backpack and plunged them into the tentacle's ripped flesh. Lin Xian rolled to the ground, sheathed his knife, and ran back. With a single wave of his free hand, the black spear's magnetically controlled engine roared wildly, detaching from the tentacle and returning to Lin Xian's hand. He turned and looked upward. A blazing white light suddenly ignited from the parasite-spewing monster's mouth. Even Lin Xian's hair seemed to be ablaze, yet the intense flames didn't damage his skin or fur. He clasped his hands together and slowly opened his eyes within the giant parasite's mouth. A crimson glow rose in his eyes. "Art is explosion," he whispered, then opened his hands. Boom! A crimson ball of flame exploded like a star, its streams of flames instantly engulfing the monster's mouthparts and torso. The cascading white parasites instantly transformed into flowing black ash. High above the platform, a massive flame illuminated like a miniature sun. Vaporizing the rain, its terrifying heat seemingly transmitting to the ground. Kiki, quick-witted and quick-handed, blocked the wave of heat. With a soft shout, he unleashed a powerful surge of telekinesis, attempting to push the monster over. Ank! The massive parasite toppled backward, its tentacles curling wildly in an attempt to hold itself up, but the next moment, 2 massive explosions echoed. Bang! The lowest tentacle was shattered, blood and flesh flying everywhere. The massive parasite, unable to hold itself up any longer, collapsed backwards, crashing to the ground, killing a large number of the pseudo-humans in its wake. Even so, the remaining tentacles of the giant parasite continued to stir, rumbling in the ground. Lin Xian landed on the fire, but before he could retract his grip, he spun around and unleashed a divine great fire breath. Both hands erupted in a stream of flames, grilling the monster like a barbecue, subduing it. Kiki followed suit, enveloping the raging flames with telekinesis, trying to evenly roast the giant parasite's entire body. Chapter 206, Battle Results. The platform's dummy had been cleared out by then. Chen Sixuan and her men rushed out, and the entire Infinity crew opened fire frantically at the flaming monster. Everyone gritted their teeth, venting the exhaustion of fleeing in the darkness and their fear of the creatures of the night, as if they were determined to use up every bullet. Fire and bullets bombarded for 4 or 5 minutes, until the barrels of all the machine guns were red hot. The movements of the parasite's tentacles amidst the black smoke finally became less frequent, until they gradually died down. Until the last bullet was fired, the entire hillside outside the platform finally fell silent, leaving only the crackling sound of the giant parasite engulfed in flames. Whoosh! At that moment, everyone stared intently at the charred unknown creature, their eyes wide and their breaths rapid. "Is it dead?" someone asked. "He's probably dead." A plume of black smoke rose straight up. Lin Xian watched, feeling something was amiss. But then, the smoke suddenly turned and flew toward the back of the crowd. Ding Junai stood there, the hell-black chrysanthemum she had carried placed before her. As the surging black air poured in, The crimson hue of the hell-black chrysanthemum's pistol seemed to fade completely in an instant, replaced by a white glow. It seems my theory was correct. Ding Junai raised her glasses, revealing a rare excitement. Lin Xian watched the scene, closed his eyes, and breathed a long sigh of relief, saying softly, "We succeeded." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's faces quickly lit up with ecstasy. Yet, Shasha leaped to her feet. "Great!" Shukin cheered excitedly, high-fived the building. Lu Chang, Miaolu, and the others cheered. "I can't believe we took down such a massive monster, unbelievable." Long live Captain Lin. Chen Sixuan's face paled, her breaths quickening as she stared at the blazing monster and the excited expressions of her teammates. The flames illuminated everyone's faces, and they all cheered heartily. Lin Xian panted, looking at Kiki in the air and Lu Xingchen emerging from the flames. He finally smiled. "I can't do this alone. I've got everyone involved, and Brother Ho, the godlike deity, just raise your hand, just raise your hand." Lu Xingchen emerged from the fervent cheers, his expression still impassive. He said calmly, "My clothes are a little dirty today. I need to improve." "Wow, Brother Lu was amazing today." "Amazing?" The female team members gathered around him, cheering in admiration. This guy Kiki landed next to Lin Xian from the air and glanced at Lu Xingchen speechlessly. He has been in the limelight today. I'm afraid he has lost all his composure in his heart. He still pretends to be calm. The corner of his clothes is slightly dirty. Where are his clothes? Lin Xian smiled and didn't care. "You don't say. I also think he is very popular. Look." Kiki raised her hand and a jet black bead flew out from the raging fire and fell into Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian's face changed. "Is this blood essence? This should be level 3 blood essence." Ding Junai walked over at this time. "There is a data record of this in the federal database. The value of this level 3 blood essence is very high, equivalent to the value of an entire company." "Wow, so powerful," Kiki said in surprise. Lin Xian weighed it in his hand, his eyes sparkling. "We have spent such a huge price. It is only right that we can get back this value, but how to make use of this thing depends on Director Ding." After speaking, Lin Xian handed it directly to Ding Junai. Ding Junai reached out to take it, looked at the beads in his hand and raised his glasses. The Phoenix Society and the Federation must have made some progress in the research of blood essence. My suggestion is that we can take the research data and conclusions of the Dark Mark, and exchange them with people from the Phoenix Society for the latest progress information, which can speed up the output of some results on my side. Exchange? Chen Sixuan walked over and frowned slightly. With people from the Federation, it's just an exchange of interests. It has nothing to do with any organization, Ding Junai explained. Forget about the exchange, Lin Xian flatly denied. We'll have to wait until nightfall to confirm this conclusion. If we do, we'll contact the Order of the Phoenix and sync the Dark Mark research data. They might already have some insights, but sharing this information with other survivors a day sooner might help some of them survive a few more days. Ding Junai glanced at Lin Xian, then paused for a moment before nodding. Okay, it's up to you. I'll continue studying this blood essence. If you need to trade it for items, I suggest using level 1 and level 2 blood essence first. This level 3 blood essence has very different properties and will be of great benefit to my research. That's no problem, Lin Xian nodded. He glanced at the gloomy sky. Most of Raintown was already ablaze, and the parasite had been reduced to a massive charcoal mass. The battle inside and outside the platform was raging, and the bodies of the pseudo-humans were scattered everywhere. Lin Xian walked over and asked Shukin to take a quick count. Are we injured? Shukin shook her head, looking at Lin Xian with some excitement. Yes, but not seriously. No casualties, Lin Xian nodded, relieved. Facing such a large parasite, the lack of casualties was truly beyond his expectations. He looked at Ding Junai. Director Ding, thank you. Your judgment was correct. Ding Junai nodded slightly. Thank you. Although a large amount of ammunition and supplies had been expended, the monster had been defeated without a single casualty. According to their predictions, the entire team's Dark Mark might even be cleared. Lin Xian also felt that this battle had profoundly transformed the team's mentality, boosting their confidence. It was truly a fruitful experience. Lin Xian checked the time. Darkness was still over an hour away. Out of caution, he told the team to waste no more time. Everyone, clean up the battlefield and get back to the train. We'll leave Raintown tonight, okay? Everyone responded in unison. immediately setting off interaction. Lin Xian also had the Growler K-23 electric minigun brought aboard the train to bolster its firepower. The only problem was ammunition supply. The more heavy firepower aboard, the greater the pressure on Lin Xian. At a command, everyone returned to the Infinity. Once everyone was aboard, Lin Xian activated the heterogeneous cube, beep. Using non-mechanical forces for reflex testing, test successful. No fear risk within the train. Dark side forces have been shielded. Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone had been through a fierce battle, and with a massive parasite spewing parasites. He was genuinely worried about a repeat of last night's pseudo-human invasion. Thank goodness, the heterogeneous cube, along with a hell-black chrysanthemum, has done a great job. One could shield against the contagious power of darkness and detect intrusion threats within the train. The other, while a bit more mysterious, had demonstrated the ability to sense the dark mark, which Lin Xian considered incredibly valuable. To some extent, this function of hell-black chrysanthemum is equivalent to a higher version of the soul value detector. Chapter 207 Into the Night. Under a gloomy sky, the rain poured down. Rain Town's silhouette merged with the skyline beneath a veil of burning black smoke. The atmosphere on the train was tense yet tinged with excitement. For everyone, this was the first time since Apocalypse Day that they had actively engaged in a direct fight against a strange entity. The oppression of months on the run seemed to be released at that moment, and the gloom in the train car largely vanished. However, everyone knew that now was not the time to rest. Night was approaching, and there was a possibility of another strange entity attack, similar to last night's. Shukin, with everyone else, wasted no time, preparing ammunition. The previous battle had nearly depleted 80% of the train's ammunition, and the 1,130mm close-in weapon system's ammunition supply chain had also been depleted. Fortunately, this powerful weapon had been able to stop the giant lice on the hillside outside the platform. Lin Xian was also busy at this moment. He, Lulu, and Shasha were rapidly producing ammunition in Car 5 and distributing the supplies to prepare for the next possible situation. In carriage number 2, Kiki was responsible for monitoring the situation of the entire train. At the same time, Ding Junai and Chen Sixuan were also paying attention to the information in the dark radio station. Zizzy Federal Phoenix Society Global Announcement: the dark tidal boundary of Star Abyss number 3 will converge with Star Abyss number 5 in Quanchang and Tagan Desert in 36 days. Survivors moving in the northeast direction, please flee in time. The Phoenix Society has set up special stations in Zilan and Quanchang to provide assistance services. The tidal boundary of Star Abyss number 7 will converge with Weihe River, Longjiang River, Jinhe, and Star Abyss number 5 in 29 days. Survivors moving eastward in the direction of Xingcheng, Kencheng, and Yangcheng Port, please flee in time. The Phoenix Society has set up special stations in Jinhe and Yangcheng Port to provide assistance services. Federal Radio Yangjiang Plain Area Announcement: the Nightwalker reconnaissance team recently discovered the whereabouts of an S-level strange entity deep in the heart of the Parma grassland. Zizzy Federal Phoenix Society Global Announcement: the current position of the Dawn Center is the northern foot of Yunnan Mountains, coordinates 116.39134447 degrees, 39.90539337 degrees. The Dawn Center will arrive in Xianji in 4 days. The Federation Phoenix Society is issuing a global notice. Further investigation by the Nightwalker organization has revealed that prolonged exposure to darkness may increase the probability of darkness contagion. Adult survivors are advised not to stay in darkness for more than 48 consecutive hours. The elderly, the injured, or those with long-term genetic diseases should not stay in darkness for more than 24 hours. We can't stay in darkness for long periods of time. It seems the theory of darkness invading has been basically confirmed. Lin Xian walked into carriage 2. Regarding the dark mark, if there really aren't large-scale strange entities appearing after we enter darkness, we can confirm this logic, and the next step is to find the Phoenix Society. Doesn't this mean, conversely, that the longer you can stay in darkness, the faster your abilities will evolve? Kiki suddenly had an unprecedented thought. Upon hearing this, Ding Junai said directly, "If you regard darkness invading as an inducement for evolutionary power, then that's understandable, but from a biological perspective, there must be some kind of biological limit. For example, plants need to photosynthesize carbon dioxide and water to convert them into organic matter and store energy. This doesn't mean that plants can photosynthesize non-stop 24 hours a day. In fact, plants also have a rhythmic cycle. They photosynthesize during the day to produce energy, and respire at night to consume energy and release carbon dioxide. If they were exposed to the sun 24 hours a day, their growth rhythm would be disrupted and they would die. What's more, the energy of this dark invasion is unknown, and its harm to the human body is also unknown. Only advanced sects like Divine Revelation would regard the energy of the dark invasion as a treasure for human evolution. Lin Xian couldn't help but frown when he heard this. It sounds like the strange body needs darkness, and humans need sunlight. The dark tide is intended to shroud the entire world in polar night. So if we want to be able to defeat this monster of the night, we may have to look for answers not only in the night, but also in the daytime. Lin Xian's words made Ling Junai's face change. She stared at him motionlessly for a long moment, seemingly contemplating the issue. Then she walked away and headed to carriage 3. Looks like you reminded her, Chen Sixuan said, observing Ling Junai's reaction. If only it were that simple. Lin Xian shrugged and looked at Chen Sixuan. Teacher Chen, get ready. We're leaving. With only a dozen minutes left until dark, Lin Xian didn't want to wait until dark for the strange entity to appear before slowly setting off. It would be best to speed up beforehand so that, even if something happened, he could use the train's high speed to charge out. Chen Sixuan nodded, but was a little puzzled. I thought you would test it here first. No, there are too many corpses here. If we want to make a comparison, we'd better go to an open place. You do have some experimental spirit. Kiki glanced at him and said with a smile, it seems that direct herding has had a great influence on you. It should be rigorous. Lin Xian said helplessly. This is about the lives of so many people. If this is confirmed, our future risks will be much smaller. When you say much smaller, do you mean that if you encounter a strange body and don't run away, you must stop and kill it? Kiki sat cross-legged on the chair, slowly floated up, and looked at Lin Xian with interest. Have you ever thought that even if you know about the dark mark, do other survivors have the ability to solve it? You misunderstood, Lin Xian said with a serious expression. When encountering an invincible existence, running away is definitely the first factor, but when you know the existence mark of the creatures of the night, the survivors have one more choice. If you ignore everything and flee from this mark, it will be like a chain reaction, pushing the situation to an unbearable situation. If it is just some sea-level weird bodies, more people may choose to fight back. Partial casualties or total annihilation is a choice. Of course, I don't think every survivor will encounter an S-level weird body, but like in Yubai City, all the marks are concentrated, and all kinds of monsters in the sky and on the ground are coming. This is the most desperate. So the best survival strategy is to kill the first hunter, and then re-enter the silent state, so that we may be much safer in the dark. Kiki frowned and thought about it, then nodded meaningfully. Insightful Lin Xian said no more, and directly started the infinity and started to move out, and then walked into the cockpit with Chen Sixuan. Are we running low on bullets? Just barely. We won't need them until 11:30, Lin Xian frowned, urging the train to speed up. We don't have that much time. We have to take a gamble now. Lin Xian's strength was already running low. The corpse of the large parasite was still burning on the hillside. He didn't want to linger here any longer. He had to leave Rain Town and test whether the marker had been cleared. Whoosh! The infinity began to pick up speed, emerging from the valley in the pouring rain and heading towards the main orbit around the star. Along the way, Lin Xian spotted fragments of limbs and flesh on the track, apparently left behind from last night's charge. Beep, beep. The alarm on their watches rang, and Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan's expressions changed simultaneously. The infinity's lights flickered, and they stared forward with solemn eyes, their hearts pounding. Inside the train, everyone held their breath, waiting for the arrival of the tide. Buzz! A mysterious light flickered in the sky. The sky, which had just been covered in dark clouds and a gloomy storm, was suddenly covered by a layer of black. The sky darkened instantly, and the forest beside the track suddenly became pitch black, with only the outlines of some trees visible. At this moment, Lin Xian even stopped breathing for a moment. Chapter 208 Clear Mark. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The man in car 5, Dalu, tightened his grip on his gun. Lu Xingchen folded his arms, eyes closed, the air of a master. A tea maker hummed and billowed steam out ahead. Chen Sixuan, anxious, stared ahead, fearing some terrifying monster would pounce on him in the next second. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and the train continued its silent journey. A wide track appeared ahead, and with a clanking sound of merging tracks, the Infinity returned to the main track. Lin Xian, Chen Sixuan frowned, looking at the silent Lin Xian beside him. Lin Xian, meanwhile, slowly breathed a sigh of relief, his expression changing. It seems the dark mark is real. All the survivors are prey to the mark. He clearly remembered that 2 nights before, when he was outside of Rain Town, those strange, bizarre entities had appeared almost instantly outside the Infinity. It was as if the Infinity was a dazzling beacon amidst the dark waves, attracting a multitude of monsters, waiting to pounce the moment the lights went out. And now, everything was quiet, so quiet that it felt unreal to Lin Xian. Chen Sixuan covered her mouth, staring at the darkness ahead in disbelief. How terrifying. We thought we'd escaped, but in reality, we were in their sight the entire time, Lin Xian said. There should be some safe areas, or perhaps without these markers, we're in a state of silence, which would make us relatively safer. Squeak. After driving for another 10 minutes, they had completely left the valley of Rain Town and arrived in an open forest. Lin Xian stopped the train. Can we go in? Chen Sixuan asked. No, since we've confirmed this, let's take advantage of this silence to rest and recuperate. There's no need to rush in the dark, Lin Xian said. He didn't want to clear the marker just to provoke a new one. Now that they were safe, they should stop and regroup. The right thing to do was to restock ammunition and food. Okay, we haven't finished counting the things we confiscated in U-Town yet. Chen Sixuan agreed with Lin Xian's words and breathed a sigh of relief. She said to Lin Xian, you just said there's an S-level monster in the Parma grassland. Do we need to change our subsequent route? Lin Xian nodded. Of course. We can't provoke an S-level monster now. We should avoid it if we can. If we are marked by an S-level monster again, we might face a situation like the one in Yubai City. Chen Sixuan nodded. Okay, then we can go to Hangshan Pass and decide our next route based on the news from the Phoenix Society. Lin Xian rubbed his hair, feeling refreshed. It's a rare feeling not being besieged by zombies and monsters. After saying that, he looked at Chen Sixuan. What do you think about the route? Chen Sixuan pondered for a moment. I remember what you said before we climbed the passage. We might have to avoid large cities. In that case, we might have to detour off the main Star Ring Road for some sections, such as Longjiang, Jinhei, and Xingcheng. We can't avoid them if we take the main Star Ring Road. If we don't take the Parma grassland, it depends on whether we take the north or south route after passing Hangshan Pass. The north route passes through the Zidigobi and the Tagan Desert, close to Star Abyss number 5. The south route is Qingshu, Lanchang and Yunlin, which is the direction of Star Abyss number 7. If you want to go to Star City, we have to go back to the main road before Jinhei. Lin Xian nodded. Whether we want to cross the sea or take the northern continental shelf to cross the Kyonggu Strait, we must upgrade the train's drive system and prepare supplies and ammunition before that. Star City is the best choice. Also, there is time. It will be more sufficient than before. Let's pass Hangshan Pass first, and then make a decision based on the situation on the Parma grassland. Anyway, we can change direction before leaving Hangshan Pass. According to the news from the Phoenix Society, their closest bases are Zilin and Jinhei. The coordinates of other task forces are not disclosed to the public. We have to contact the Phoenix Society quickly and hand over the research data at the Dark Mark to them. Upon hearing this, Chen Sixuan said, we found a radio station from the King Kong convoy. It should be the equipment used to lure us into Rain Town. With this, why don't we synchronize this information directly to the outside world? Maybe the people from the Phoenix Society will find out and come to us. No, Lin Xian shook his head and said in a deep voice, you think too simply. The information in the various frequency bands of the survivors is too complicated, and everyone is busy. If you just tell others not to run, and it will be safer to kill the weird bodies you encounter, will others believe you? Even the Phoenix Society has to synchronize Director Ling's detailed research data. They must do tests first, and not everyone has the Hell Black Chrysanthemum. We can't send the Hell Black Chrysanthemum out together. Only after the Phoenix Society has conducted definite experiments will it be announced to the outside world. This even involves the Phoenix Society's mode of action. Once confirmed, many survivors may feel that escaping is a dead end, causing greater panic and despair, which will add fuel to the old federal government's underground city plan. The fundamental difference between the Phoenix Order and the old federal government stems from a conflicting philosophy of survival and confrontation. Because of the polar night, the vast majority of survivors favor escaping the darkness. However, the dark mark inevitably creates a certain cumulative risk, which will inevitably influence the survival decisions of many survivors. So what should we do? Do what we should do, and let the leaders decide how the situation evolves. Lin Xian took a deep breath. All he could do was pass on the useful information he had gained, nothing else was within his control. Alright, Teacher Chen, take your men and take stock of the supplies we've harvested, then prepare dinner. We've been on the run for so long, and we've finally won a victory. It's time for a celebration, Lin Xian said, letting out a long sigh of frustration. Chen Sixuan nodded, her heart unconditionally supporting Lin Xian's decision, and her face brightened. Okay, several of the girls in the team are skilled cooks, and the dining car now has an oven, a wok, and other equipment. Let's make a feast tonight. The night fell, the forest still and silent. In a valley dozens of kilometers from Chuayu town, the nearly 400-meter-long infinity sat quietly in the deep forest. Its heavy hatches were tightly closed, and pale yellow lights shone through the windows into the darkness of the cabin, giving the passengers a sense of security. This was the first time since arriving in Jiang City that Lin Xian had dined with so many people, and it was also his first time enjoying a meal featuring stir-fried dishes. Chen Sixuan and several skilled female team members toiled for over an hour, using the oven, wok, soup pot, and grill for the first time, creating a mouth-watering feast. There was tomato beef soup, roasted dried meat, fried noodles, a sweet soup with honey and canned fruit, and the highlight, a huge pot stew of braised pork, beef, salted fish, and canned dried vegetables. Chen Sixuan even brought out the red wine to celebrate everyone's rebirth after the disaster. Wow, it's different with the dining car. We even have stir-fried noodles. Kiki and Shasha arrived at the dining car and were overwhelmed by the food on the long table. Sasha pouted, her eyes sparkling. I can't help it. My mouth is watering. Gurgle. Dalu, who had been busy all day, walked behind. Seeing the food on the table, his stomach began to growl. Brother. I heard it all. Keep it down, Sasha said with disdain. Dalu smiled innocently, a little embarrassed. I've had a lot of fights today. I'm really hungry. In the apocalypse, a hearty meal might be everyone's only hope in the dark night of despair. Not bad, Lin Xian said approvingly, walking to the center. The food cart is clean and hygienic, and the food is fragrant and tempting. I really like it. Chen Sixuan, who had been busy for hours, rolled her eyes at him. Then find a seat. I'll treat you. Hey, coming. Kiki took the lead and sat down at a nearby table. Lu Chang, who had been patrolling with a few men, walked in and excitedly exclaimed, Oh my goodness, a feast. Is today Chinese New Year? Everyone paused for a moment at his words. The word Chinese New Year seemed both familiar and unfamiliar to them. No one had expected such a holiday to be mentioned in the apocalypse. Yes, today is our infinity Chinese New Year, Lin Xian said, his expression unusually relaxed. He approached and invited everyone to sit down. Shuken, you should sit too. Seeing Shuken enter, Lin Xian remained a little reserved and said, There's a sentry system on the car, so we don't have to stand guard for now. Shuken opened her mouth, about to say something, but swallowed it back. She sighed and smiled at Lin Xian. Okay, Captain Lin, we haven't had a meal like this in ages. Ding Junai quietly entered the dining car and stood in the corner. Seeing Lin Xian's gaze, she nodded slightly. Given her personality, she wasn't very particular about food, nor was she good at socializing. However, at this moment, there was a hint of warmth in her eyes. She swept her gaze over everyone, finally landing on Lin Xian, and looked at him quietly. Do you think the meal tonight is rich and abundant? Lin Xian asked with a smile. At this time, everyone had arrived. In the number 6 dining car, the team of more than 30 people all had eager faces. In the kitchen area, Chen Sixuan, Miaolu, Hifang, Zuyunayo, and other women who were cooking also looked over. It's very rich, it's great, it smells so good, I haven't had such a sumptuous dinner in a long time. The 30 or so people chatted with each other, and the atmosphere was positive and cheerful. Lin Xian smiled, then we have to thank the beautiful ladies for their hard work in cooking. After speaking, Lin Xian stood up, restrained a smile on his face, and looked around at everyone. Everyone, After 2 nights of fierce fighting, we have become inseparable comrades and partners. From now on, this train will be our home for survival. Now we all know about Mark of the Night. In order to live such a life in the future, we may not keep running away. We will try to fight back like we did today, to fight for the hope of survival. Next, our next goal is to synchronize this news to the whole world through the Phoenix Society. You may ask why we should take the risk to deliver a message. Lin Xian raised his glass, his eyes stern. For every soldier of the 52nd Brigade of the Interstellar Army Iron Guard and the UBE Airport Guard Regiment who sacrificed for us. Chapter 209 Life on the Train. At nightfall, beneath a dark sky, all the blinds on the Infinity train were closed, a warm glow filtering through the cracks. The living car exuded a sense of security, a sense of survival. The sleeper cars had been converted into individual living quarters. While the space was small, it was a world away from the days of living on the train. Now safe, everyone began packing up and transforming their mobile doomsday safehouse, stuffing all their belongings into it. Shuken occupied a separate room. Her belongings weren't large, but the added space freed her from the confinement of the train. After dinner, she took a quick shower, washing off the bloody odor and feeling refreshed. Emerging from her room, she saw everyone in the living car busy setting up their own living quarters. Everyone's faces were brimming with enthusiasm, a slight relief for Shuken. Joining Infinity felt like finding a boat in the turbulent sea, a place where everyone could contribute everything to protect this rare safe haven. Shuken checked the time, set an alarm, and sat down on a chair in the hallway, resting while keeping watch. Carriage 5 was ahead. After a tiring day in the building and a hearty meal, he followed the instructions and went to bed early. His loaded K-23 Growler electric rotary machine gun was placed on the gun rack at the head of his steel bed, within easy reach. The great sword of steel was also placed underneath. On the other side was Lu Xingchen's personal living room, completely separated from the building's simple rest area. It was brightly lit and clean. In addition to the bed for rest and his personal cloakroom, there was a wooden tea table in the empty area in front of the window. 2 rattan cushions were found from somewhere in U-Town. The tea maker was bubbling with steam. Fragrant tea was served on the tea table. The tea leaves were a small can of black tea that Sasha had found for him. While sipping the hot tea, he took paper and pen and studied the development methods of his fire-related supernatural powers. Various flaming stick figures were drawn on the white paper, and without exception, they were in the shape of showing off in front of people. Sky flame splits the sky, use lightning in the sky to ignite flames, instantly burning the enemy. Not bad, not bad. This is the lightning, burning heaven and earth. Detonate the flame energy in the body, forming a sea of fire, burning everything. It sounds very domineering. In the center of the next car, carriage 4, was a large glass biopod, currently empty. Lin Xian planned to plant medium-sized plants and shrubs here. To the left and right were 2 rows of soilless growing racks, enclosed by latticed windows. 10 tires in total, they were fixed directly to the car's roof, allowing for the recirculation of a variety of green vegetables. The water circulation pipes were already in place, and Ding Junai had already worked with several young team members on a planting plan, though progress had been delayed due to the 2 days in Rain Town. Moving forward to carriage 3, Ding Junai put away her research materials and backed them up according to her daily work routine. She showered and drank a glass of water before returning to the lounge Lin Xian had converted from a disinfection room for her. She undressed, lay down on the clean bed, and covered herself with a blanket. She then opened her mobile device, accessed some academic materials, put on headphones, set the alarm, and listened quietly. She had neatly arranged her clothes, including her underwear, to the side, leaving the entire lounge with an air of meticulous cleanliness. In carriage 2, Sasha and Kiki, also fresh from their showers, were nestled in the Kiki special entertainment area, playing video games on the entertainment equipment Lin had brought back from Jiang City. Next to them was the girls' rest area, featuring a custom bunk bed with a semi-enclosed design and internal lighting. It felt secure and protected from rolling off the bed due to the train's turbulence. The entertainment area was carpeted with thick, plush carpet. Kiki, fresh from her shower, wore a low-slung pink camisole t-shirt and denim shorts. Her long, white legs sat cross-legged, effortlessly elegant. She and Sasha each held a lollipop in their mouths, a snack Chen Sixuan had found while sorting through the supply store. Hit. Left here, stupid, Sister Kiki, help me, open the treasure chest. There's something good in there, Hurry, hurry, it's going to mutate to its second stage. I know, it's going to die. No bullets. Give me some. Want a grenade? Give it to me, so I can blow it up. Inside carriage 1, Lin Xian's workbench sat on his TRP 4th generation special industrial active exoskeleton armor. The armor weighed nearly 30 kilograms and was equipped with a small, high-energy electric drive unit and 13 hydraulic power units. He was figuring out how to attach his industrial prosthetic limbs to it. While the 3 arms looked a bit out of place, they were useful for combat. The armor's auxiliary systems weren't very intelligent, the equivalent of a microcomputer. Lin Xian could tell that Dingqing had treated the armor with great care, meticulously maintaining it. To preserve the life of the drive unit, it was usually kept off, even the power was kept to a minimum. Forget mechas. In a post-apocalyptic world, even simple mechanical structures like firearms are extremely valuable. Without an industrial system, ammunition is dwindling, and a broken gun is difficult to repair. How could anyone easily whip out a Gatling gun and ammunition like Lin Xian? Reminder, A33K heavy anti-material sniper rifle upgrade blueprint underway. 1 day, 13 hours, 49 minutes, and 55 seconds. It'll take more than a day. Lin Xian glanced at the R&D center. He was eager to put in the power armor and see how long the upgrade would take. This item could directly improve his personal combat effectiveness. The upgrade blueprints were equivalent to upgrading him directly. In his mind, it even took priority over upgrading the 1130 and the electromagnetic cannon. Furthermore, he had examined the blueprints and found that the power armor was slightly more complex than the PX-05 engineering robot. Most importantly, it required a level 3 material like tungsten titanium alloy type I. If you were to use a manufacturing plant to convert level 1 and level 2 materials, the cost would be prohibitive. However, overall, it was still feasible. Since confirming the existence of the Dark Mark, his next plan was to strengthen the team's armaments. Each member would need at least 1 set of power armor like this. This would greatly enhance everyone's mobility and greatly improve their survivability against attacks by strange entities. Personal full-body armor and combat armor, on the other hand, were far more complex and required extraordinary materials. They were expensive war equipment for the Order of Phoenix or Aurora City, and not easily manufactured. Lin Xian also needed to quickly improve his mechanical engineering and devouring skills to plan for such high-level equipment. After servicing the power armor, Lin Xian scanned the Black Spear and discovered that it was likely a modified muscle engine from a large mecha unit, with a magnetic control system and external impact armor added, used by Dingqing as a weapon. This kind of equipment was not something an ordinary person could handle. Magnetic control engines were previously only available on the black market, and such equipment must have originated from a technologically advanced mechanical organization. Therefore, Lin Xian could only scan the blueprints of an unknown model for backup. This thing is quite easy to use. Lin Xian weighed it in his hand and felt the weight in his hand. The power of this thing is greater than that of a bullet within a certain distance. It is very effective against large-sized strange bodies. Moreover, it can be recovered remotely, which adds a new way of combat for Lin Xian. Lin Xian has been paying attention to the situation of the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube and the Sentinel system. After cleaning up, it was already early morning. No abnormalities have appeared until now, and he can finally put his mind at ease. There is no way. I am afraid of being stolen. There have been many problems along the way from Jiang City to now. My nerves have been tense and I have not had a good sleep for several nights. Now I can finally grasp some of the patterns of the night. This feeling makes Lin Xian feel more excited than harvesting a large amount of supplies. I wish you all a happy new year and all the best in 2025. I hope you will continue to support me in the new year. Please vote for me. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Check, Be Gentle. Lin Xian took a comfortable shower. The hot water flowed, and the bathroom was stocked with Chen Sixuan's collection of shower gel, shampoo, and other daily necessities. He felt his fatigue washed away instantly, leaving him feeling refreshed. Because the polar night was still some distance away, the temperature on the Yunjiang plain had only dropped slightly, and the snow hadn't arrived yet. Each accommodation car on the train was equipped with a toilet and shower, connected to the train's water circulation system. Lin Xian had modified them, but the bathroom in carriage 1 was much larger, originally built for this specialized car, and even had a large bathtub. Because of the spaciousness and the availability of daily necessities, it was convenient. Girls like Kiki and the others usually used this bathroom for bathing, but Lin Xian had a rule prohibiting bathing in the bathtub to conserve water. As Lin Xian emerged from the bathroom, he saw Chen Sixuan approach carriage 1, holding the old logbook she'd used to keep track of her supplies. This time, in addition to the 3rd-level blood essence, we also found 12 first-level blood essences, 3 second-level blood essences, 4 rocket launchers, 11 rockets, 2 12.7mm vehicle-mounted machine guns, and more than 3,000 bullets from the King Kong convoy. Other than that, there is not much food and medicine. Basically, we left some for the survivors under the cinema as you said, and also left them a radio and a small number of weapons. Lin Xian nodded. So much is already very good, but these blood essences, apart from being used to exchange things with the Phoenix Society, I don't know what other uses they have. Yeah, Chen Sixuan put away the driving book. I think it will definitely be useful. It depends on the research results of the Phoenix Society. This time we are also grateful for Director Ding's analysis. If we just flee blindly, the consequences may be disastrous. It seems that mankind's exploration of the night is only the tip of the iceberg. Simple firepower and bravery are not enough to win. The future of the survivors is still a long way to go. Okay, you've been tired all day, so take a shower and go to bed. Lin Xian looked at Chen Sixuan. A thin layer of sweat covered her forehead. She had spent half the day as a sniper on the rooftop, and in the afternoon she'd been busy fighting, preparing dinner, and taking inventory. Her delicate face was tinged with fatigue. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian's words, avoiding his gaze. In this relaxed and safe environment, Chen Sixuan knew something might finally happen between them that night. But why did she think of the word finally? Her heart was fluttering, as if gently tickled by a goose feather, giving her a slight tingle. She had been thinking about how she was going to sleep since dinner, but after dinner, she had been busy with inventory working car 6 with Mialu and the others, deliberately trying not to let herself think about it. She waited until the lights in the other cars were out and Chen Sixuan returned. Hearing Lin Xian's words, she suddenly wondered if she was being too reserved. Lin Xian looked at her, her face slightly stunned and red. Not knowing what she was thinking, he immediately asked, "Teacher Chen, what's wrong with you?" No, nothing." Chen Sixuan looked flustered, and then pointed to the driving record with a serious look. "I remembered. It seems that there is still a little bit that I haven't finished counting. You wash it first, and I'll wash it later." She regretted it as soon as she said it, because Lin Xian had clearly come out of the bathroom after washing at this time. Even a fool could see that his words made people feel that something was fishy. "It's so late, and you're still counting?" Lin Xian saw the panic on Chen Sixuan's face, snatched the driving record from her hand and threw it on the table, then pulled her directly into the bathroom and locked the door. What are you doing? Didn't you just shower?" Chen Sixuan barely finished her surprised words before a fiery heat enveloped her delicate lips. Lin Xian pulled her into a hug, his fiery masculine scent slamming against her face. She instantly felt her entire body numb and limp. She closed her eyes, whimpering in response, surrendering. Wow. Dust and blood-stained clothing fell to the floor one by one. The steaming shower turned on, and the bathroom was quickly filled with steam brimming with hormones. The hot water poured down her back, sending Chen Sixuan shuddering and clamping her legs together. A surge of virgin abandon raced down her spine. In an instant, Chen Sixuan felt herself losing control and flung herself into Lin Xian's arms. Though she looked slender, her figure was plump and soft, her skin as smooth as mutton fat jade. Lin Xian felt a wave of softness and fragrance wash over him, a wave of comfort washing over him. He pressed his lips against hers, meticulously exploring the mysteries of the human skin's pathways in the apocalypse. Chen Sixuan felt a tingling sensation in her neck. Lin Xian's breath pounded against her skin, a scent of intense heat, a scent that seeped into her pores, leaving her with an irresistible sense of shame. The hot shower continued to flow, and Chen Sixuan felt a surge of emotion welling up within her. She clenched her teeth, a suppressed sound threatening to burst forth from the depths of her throat, yet she fought to control the urge. Suddenly, she felt a hard, burning force pressing against her, and she shyly struggled left and right as her body rubbed and collided. Teacher Chen Sixuan responded, her eyes closed, her voice trembling. At this moment, Chen Sixuan could no longer suppress the urge deep in her throat. Her face flushed, her eyes blurred, and she released it. In the bathroom, the two of them entangled together, shattering the taboos between the souls of man and woman. The sound of their breaths and rhythms comforted each other's souls in this lonely apocalypse. In the dark valley, the lights in the carriages of the infinity gradually dimmed, ushering in the team's first peaceful night since crossing the Dazhu Plateau. In U-Town, at the freight terminal, a small aircraft was parked in the flattened and charred woods. 3 people in black robes stood quietly beside the charred corpse of the large, strange creature. Their masks were fully enclosed, and their faces were unclear. However, on the chest of their robes, there was a red symbol resembling a goat's head, and below the symbol was a string of numerical codes. Surveillance subject A013 has been confirmed dead. Combined explosives have been detected at the chemical plant, leading all the way to this freight terminal. The target possesses heavy weapons and a high-level psychic. One of the men in black spoke in a cold voice, holding a scanner. Excise some living tissue and bring it back, the leader of the 3 men said. Yes, the man in the black robe produced a highly advanced-looking tissue extractor and approached the corpse of the large parasite. He inserted it directly into one of the unburned black tentacle's arms and removed a piece of tissue. The machine whirred and retracted, seemingly isolating the flesh from the air. Judging from the trajectory, this is an active attack on the parasite. Only a few bodies have been found in Rain Town, and at least over 100 survivors have been relocated. This is not a passive killing of a Class A parasite. Report it to the organization immediately. Yes, and what about the relocated survivors? The leader said in a cold tone. Arrange a cleanup team to deploy marking bait as a basic observation experiment. Happy New Year to everyone, and all the best in 2025. I hope everyone will continue to support me in the new year. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 211 Energy Conversion. The night was quiet, and the lights on the Infinity train were off. For safety reasons, several people took turns keeping watch inside the train cars. In car 3, Ding Junai slept in her bed, feeling the peace and tranquility. She didn't like to sleep with clothes on, which gave her a sense of liberation. Outside the lounge, a hull black chrysanthemum quietly emitted an invisible, faint glow within its sealed incubator. After absorbing the black energy of the large parasite, the black smoke began to circulate around its pistil, transforming into an icy substance that spread throughout the train car. Like invisible smoke, some was absorbed by Ding Junai, while others spread to the cars ahead and behind. Kiki, Sasha, the building, Lu Xingjian, and even Shukin, Lu Chang, Miaolu, and the other team members in the rear car were all unwittingly enveloped by the faint glow. The aura attempted to escape from the train car, but the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube in car 1 captured it again. Ding Junai opened her eyes, feeling an inexplicable sense of comfort. She glanced around, but found nothing. She stood up, grabbed her white coat, and gently opened the lounge door, checking to make sure no one was there before exiting. She had kept the room vacuumed, not wanting to be seen, but she did notice something strange. Stepping out, she happened to catch sight of a faint glow emanating from the hull's black chrysanthemum. What's going on? This was the first time Ding Junai had noticed such a thing. She immediately lost her sleepiness, turned on the lights in carriage 3, and began to work. In carriage 1, Lin Xian had just fallen asleep when a message popped up on the screen of the mechanical heart. Non-mechanical energy converted, 1000 mechanical source points gained. Lin Xian sat up in bed. What? He thought he'd seen it wrong, but when he opened the mechanical hearts panel, he was shocked to find that the mechanical source points had indeed increased by 1000. Current mechanical heart level 3, 2720, 5000, oh my god, Lin Xian shuddered, looking around, subconsciously believing he'd dreamt of swallowing the infinity. But all around him was utter silence. The mechanical heart was functioning, the infinity was in good condition, and Teacher Chen slept peacefully nearby. Nothing had happened. He sensed something was amiss and quickly dressed. Seeing the non-mechanical energy in the light curtain, his first thought was the heterogeneous cube. Lin Xian emerged from his room, retrieved the heterogeneous cube he'd secured to carriage 1, and immediately activated the mechanical heart scan. Beep. Using non-mechanical energy for reflection detection. Detection successful. No risk of terror within the train. Dark side forces have been shielded, converting non-mechanical energy within the train. 2 mechanical source points acquired. Sure enough, what's going on? Lin Xian was a little confused. The heterogeneous Rubik's Cube was the product of his mechanical heart forcibly transforming the strange radio station, but he hadn't expected it to actually convert mechanical source points, especially since it hadn't consumed any machinery. What was this non-mechanical energy? Just as Lin Xian's mind was filled with questions, he suddenly noticed an extremely subtle light slowly flowing throughout the carriage and converging into the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube. Lin Xian's gaze immediately focused, catching the faint light, and then followed its direction towards the carriage behind. Passing carriage 2, Kiki and Shasha were still asleep. Sniff. Lin Xian opened the gate to carriage 3 and found the light still on. Director Ding was studying something with a serious expression. Lin Xian looked over, but found that the faint light was invisible under the bright lights. Director Ding? Why aren't you up so late? Ding Junai looked up at Lin Xian. I just noticed something strange about the hell's black chrysanthemum. I have to investigate. Strange? Lin Xian's mechanical heart shifted, and with a click, it turned off the lights in carriage 3. At that moment, the faint light reappeared, even brighter. Lin Xian looked and saw that it was coming from the hell's black chrysanthemum. Seeing Lin Xian turn off the lights, Ding Junai immediately said, "Did you see it too?" Lin Xian was about to speak when Ding Junai's words cut him off. He wanted to ask, "Did you see it too?" Ding Junai's reaction surprised him, indicating that this faint light was different from the light screen on his mechanical heart panel, visible to everyone. What's going on? Is this another mark? Lin Xian asked. Ding Junai raised her glasses. It's unclear at the moment. We detected a positive soul-draining energy. Normally, this phenomenon only occurs in people with superpowers. Preliminary judgment is that it's dark energy, but for some reason, it's being dissipated. Lin Xian's expression tightened upon hearing this. He had just gained 1,000 mechanical source points. Could this be the cause? But didn't his mechanical heart require the consumption of machinery to acquire it? And how could the dark energy of the hell black chrysanthemum, which must have absorbed the strange entity and the giant demon louse, be transformed into non-mechanical energy and then transformed into mechanical source points by the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube? Lin Xian's eyes flickered, his mind a bit confused. Ding Junai observed Lin Xian's expression. Did you discover anything? Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not sure. If it's not a marking, then this thing is most likely releasing dark energy into the train. I just don't know if that's good for us or bad. The faint light permeated every compartment. Lin Xian, having obtained the mechanical source, had nothing to worry about. However, he was concerned about whether this inexplicable change would affect others. After all, excessive dark energy could easily cause ordinary people to degenerate, which was a very troublesome issue. To know this, we can only observe the test subjects. Ding Junai straightened up and looked at Lin Xian. I've monitored the bodily functions of all personnel. Perhaps we'll notice any changes in a few days. How many days? Lin Xian asked. Yes, Ding Junai said. Unless a malignant degeneration occurs immediately, the effects on the body are difficult to detect in a short period of time. A few days is already a short time. Lin Xian nodded, his gaze shifting to the hell black chrysanthemum with a complicated expression. I hope it's good news. He was naturally delighted to have gained mechanical source points out of nowhere. He even initially speculated that the object had absorbed the strange entity's black energy, transforming it into material energy capable of evolution, which was then released. This was why he had gained mechanical source points for no apparent reason. It was very likely that everyone on the train would benefit from this. If this were true, then the hell black chrysanthemum was a godsend. It could serve as a warning system for the dark mark, and absorb the strange entity's black energy into mechanical source points. Would that mean he had another way to level up? 1,000 points, almost as much as he'd devoured 4 or 5 locomotives. While it wouldn't yield any proficiency or materials, it would accelerate the upgrade of his mechanical heart. After all, the skills gained from upgrading a mechanical heart are incredibly powerful, so upgrading it early was definitely a good idea. Lin Xian was thinking, looking at Ding Junai, and suddenly he was startled. Director Ding, are you wearing anything? No. Ding Junai looked down at the research data with a serious face, completely unaware of the cool feeling of being naked under her white coat. I wish you all a happy new year and all the best in 2025. I hope you will continue to support me in the new year. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 212 Grass. 3. Lin Xian was still contemplating the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube's shifting mechanical origins when his attention was suddenly drawn to Ding Junai, now in a white lab coat, performing a vacuum operation. Ding Junai, not expecting Lin Xian's arrival at this hour, explained, "Don't get me wrong, it's just my sleeping habit. I didn't have time to change after seeing the changes in the disaster plant." Lin Xian opened his mouth, wanting to say he didn't mind. After all, Ding Junai had a nice figure and he was enjoying her. But once he'd noticed, it was hard to look away. The shimmering white beneath the loose white coat, combined with the graceful curves, was so striking that after just a few seconds, Lin Xian felt his mouth dry, his body reacting involuntarily. He forced his gaze to the hull's black chrysanthemum and walked over, intent on focusing on the disaster plant and examining it more closely. Ding Junai glanced sideways, seeing Lin Xian approaching. She lowered her head and carefully glanced at the documents. Guessing his intention, she gently pushed him away, turned around, and sat on the lab table on tiptoe. She naturally spread her legs, then reached up to raise her glasses and looked at Lin Xian calmly. Lin Xian was stunned by her alluring, blood-pumping pose. "No, I'm not." Ding Junai continued to look at him, silent, as if everything was self-explanatory. Lin Xian looked at this blood-pumping scene and was about to say something, but then he came to his senses. "Not what? What do I need to explain?" It seemed unnecessary. "Damn it, just go for it. Hesitation will lead to failure." Without a word, feeling a surge of hate all over his body, Lin Xian walked over, stood in front of Ding Junai, and moved between her legs, grabbing her waist. Do whatever you want." Ding Junai hugged Lin Xian, her eyes filled with eagerness. "I can give you a break from my work." Lin Xian smiled softly. He had to admit that Ding Junai was quite a woman. Focused and serious. Although she seemed to have a low EQ and spoke coldly, like a robot, Lin Xian could sense that she was a simple-minded person. She was honest from the heart, which was very admirable. "Okay, then." Lin Xian's tone suddenly changed. Ding Junai nodded slightly, frowning. "Okay, a few more dirty words will help me get into the mood faster." "No." At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly stepped back in shock, staring at Ding Junai with wide eyes. "There's grass growing on your head, huh?" Ding Junai's face changed at the words, and her brows furrowed. She immediately got down from the table and reached out to touch the top of her head. Sure enough, right in the center of her head, she felt a soft, tender grass seedling that looked like it had just grown. "This?" Ding Junai looked at Lin Xian, somewhat bewildered. Lin Xian grabbed her and said, "Don't worry, let me take a look." He immediately pulled Ding Junai over and looked at the top of her head. He saw a small green seedling, indeed, growing from it. Most astonishingly, it was growing at a visible rate, soon reaching 3 or 4 centimeters in height, and a flower bud began to form on it. Lin Xian could clearly sense that Ding Junai's composure was becoming somewhat less calm, as the flower bud slowly opened, revealing a pink flower the size of a fingernail. At this moment, Lin Xian was stunned. Ding Junai also looked up, taking in Lin Xian's expression. "Is it a strange creature, or am I infected? Do I need to be quarantined or physically removed? It doesn't matter. You can tell me directly. If you want to kill me, let me get dressed first." Ding Junai's tone remained serious and cold, as if she were considering countless possibilities. "If something like this happens to me, it must be due to the effects of the hell black chrysanthemum. For your own safety, please evacuate everyone else on the train immediately." "Wait." Lin Xian gently pressed her shoulder, signaling her not to worry. As he watched, the small flower on Ding Junai's head had stopped growing. It sat quietly atop her head, swaying gently as she looked up and down. Lin Xian struggled to describe the sensation of grass growing overhead. He frowned and reached out to grab the tiny grass seedling, attempting to pull it out. As soon as he exerted force, Ding Junai's neck shrank, and she let out a soft hiss. "Does it hurt?" "Yeah." Ding Junai nodded, and the flower followed suit. Lin Xian felt a little dazed. Everything that had happened tonight seemed strange. He stared at the flower, his gaze fixed, and fell silent for several seconds. "Since you can feel pain, you should be able to sense the presence of this flower, right?" Lin Xian's words immediately reminded Ding Junai. Her eyes flickered, and she carefully sensed it, then said, "It seems so." "Then can you make it retract?" "What do you mean?" Lin Xian took a deep breath. "I mean, it's very likely a supernatural power." Ding Junai's brows raised at this and she looked at Lin Xian. Supernatural power? I've never heard of it before, there are so many I haven't heard of, Lin Xian said bluntly. Stop talking nonsense. Listen to me. Try it. Lin Xian's rebuke made Ding Junai tremble all over. She looked at him eagerly and nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and carefully felt a strange little flower growing on her head. 1 minute, 2 minutes. The two stood face to face, Lin Xian staring at the flower motionlessly, his mind full of speculation. Sure enough, not long after, the small pink flower suddenly began to stir slightly. Its petals began to retract into bud, then rapidly degenerated into a tiny green seedling, floating so lightly in Ding Junai's hair that it was almost invisible unless you looked closely. How is it? Ding Junai asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. It's retracted. It seems it really is some kind of supernatural power, something you can control. Ding Junai was speechless. She looked down at her hands. Without any signs, how could this supernatural power suddenly appear? With that, they both looked at the hell-black chrysanthemum. Inside the plant cultivation chamber, the black pistol quietly emitted an extremely subtle, almost invisible glow. Lin Xian had just checked with a heterogeneous cube and confirmed that the vehicle had not been invaded by the infectious energy, which meant that this power should be safe for the people on board. My superpowers have also improved just now. Lin Xian didn't know how to describe the mechanical source point, but combined with what happened to Ding Junai, it almost confirmed his suspicions. Although it couldn't be fully analyzed, at least one thing was certain. After absorbing the black energy of the great strange body, this hell-black chrysanthemum seemed to help those on the train to evolve. I wish you all a happy new year and all the best in 2025. I hope you will continue to support me in the new year. Please vote for me. Chapter 213 Warm Day. At 6 a.m., Lin Xian and Ding Junai, both up all night, were watching the hell-black chrysanthemum's energy overflow. The team members on duty were already up. Shukin, Dalu, and the others were preparing to depart. Everyone seemed to have had a good night's sleep and was in high spirits. Ding Junai had already dressed. She and Lin Xian, one in car 3, were watching the hell-black chrysanthemum's changes, while the other was watching the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube in car 1. Perhaps the other team members' transformations weren't as intuitive as his heterogeneous Rubik's Cube's transformation. Non-mechanical energy converted, 200 mechanical source points gained, Ling. Using non-mechanical power for reflection detection, test successful, no fear risk within the train, shielded from dark forces. After gaining 200 mechanical source points for the second time, the heterogeneous Rubik's Cube's transformation finally ceased. Watching this, Lin Xian hurriedly followed the cars, following the faint glow. He reached car 3, only to discover that the shimmering light had disappeared. Ding Junai looked up at him at the same time. It stopped. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, did you guys not sleep all night? At this time, Kiki slowly flew into car 3 from the air with a toothbrush in her mouth. Seeing the two people still busy, she couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? What's wrong with that flower again? Lin Xian and Ding Junai looked at her in unison. Girl, how are you feeling? Lin Xian asked seriously. Huh? Kiki looked puzzled. What do you feel? It's your superpower. Have you noticed any changes? Lin Xian added. Superpower? Kiki frowned, rolled her eyes, and twisted her neck. I don't seem to feel anything. I slept quite well, though. I feel refreshed. Lin Xian and Ding Junai met eyes. Ding Junai raised her glasses and whispered to Lin Xian, I'll check and record everyone on the train first. This situation may occur again. After a few more experiments, there should be changes. What? Kiki asked, somewhat puzzled. What are you talking about? Lin Xian sighed. Nothing much. It's almost dawn. Get ready. We're heading to Hangshan Pass. He didn't want to make a big deal about something so out of place. If this hell-black chrysanthemum could truly help everyone on the train evolve and improve, its value would be immeasurable. Now, it seemed there was a reason why the Federation attached so much importance to this blood calamity plant number 01. With that thought, Lin Xian began to wonder about the other blood-curdling plants. It was said that these plants were likely to grow in polar night zones, so perhaps he'd have a chance to look for them sometime. Kiki curled her lips. Got it, boss. Meanwhile, Chen Sixuan, who had gotten up early, came from the back of the car and finished the inventory she hadn't completed last night. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Chen Sixuan. How is the inventory? It's about the same as you expected yesterday. Chen Sixuan sat down and opened the driving book. There is not much food left, and medicines are also starting to be in short supply. Several comrades suffered minor injuries yesterday. Considering that there are parasites in that town, I took out some antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs. I roughly estimated that if we maintain a basic supply of 2 meals a day, the food should only be enough for about 15 days. Even if we save a little, it will not exceed 20 days. There is nothing we can do with so many people. Lin Xian nodded and said, we found a lot in the cars of the previous fireline team, but not much in Yuzhan. The food problem is a problem for every team. As the team expanded, the basic support was not as abundant as when Lin Xian had 4 or 5 people before. It's okay. Hingshangan is a major transportation hub, so there should be many survivor convoys there. We're well stocked with weapons and blood essence, so we can trade some in advance. The train was already stocked with combat power. As the saying goes, food and supplies equal combat power. To prepare for subsequent crises, he couldn't just maintain a basic diet. Key combat power like the building needed a lot of food. And then there's medical equipment. We'll need to get a medical vehicle or smart medical cabin, or even a doctor. If so many people get injured or sick, we can't just rely on antibiotics and bandages. Yes, that's something we need to pay attention to. Chen Sixuan nodded. She had discussed this with Shuken, and no one on the train had professional medical or nursing knowledge. When faced with a problem, there was basically no other solution except random medication, disinfection, and bandages. They had a quiet and peaceful night, and not only did they sleep soundly, but everyone on the train felt incredibly refreshed upon waking, as if their bodies were brimming with strength. The information center carriage number 2 became the place where Lin Xian and the team communicated and discussed. Before setting off at dawn, Lin Xian called all the backbone members together, and while paying attention to the official information on the radio and the information on the survivors' frequency band, they discussed the next plan. The federal radio station in the Yunjiang Plain area reports that the S-class strange entity that appeared in the Parma grassland has been officially named Creature Number 17, and its current trajectory is southwest. We provide a safe shelter. As long as you are still alive, please feel free to contact us. We are the Steel Guardian Alliance. We accept any survivors who are willing to survive together, regardless of gender, ability or ordinary people. We survive together and obtain supplies. We guarantee 2 biscuits and a 2-liang mouse for dry food every day, and 1 can of food per week. We are stationed at the Longshan District Police Headquarters in Hangshan Guancheng and will set off for the Phoenix Dawn Center in 6 days. We look forward to your arrival. The Akatsuki organization has been recruiting people with abilities for a long time. As long as they have abilities, once they join, they will be brothers for life. Uniform clothing will be issued. As long as they are people with abilities, they will receive a can of food every day. Brothers, come and meet us at the coordinates. The east bank of Shijiu Lake is in the Red Leaf Forest. The Fulusho mobile fleet provides blood essence, soul value detectors, water purifiers, weapons, ammunition, food supplies, medicines, vehicle-mounted equipment, generators, gasoline. We have everything you want. We accept any valuable items in exchange for the location. Wow, only 1 can of food a day for psychics. Is food that scarce now? Kiki asked, somewhat surprised. Well, Shuken said beside her with a complicated expression, this is quite normal. Biscuits and dried rats every day are enough to meet our protein needs. So what was your daily food supply like before? Why did you eat dried rats? Lin Xian asked, frowning. Shuken nodded. Dried rats are actually quite good meat. We also have dried lizard meat, some dried insects, and so on. These creatures are relatively unaffected by the darkness, and we store them whenever we find them. Things like canned food are very valuable, and we usually distribute them once a week, or give them to the wounded. Food and water are always a big problem. Sometimes, it's not uncommon for survivors to fight over a box of canned food. Shuken looked at Lin Xian meaningfully. So, we had such a rich meal last night. I felt like we were on a train to heaven. Happy New Year to everyone, and all the best in 2025. I hope you will continue to support me in the new year. Please give me your monthly votes. Chapter 214 Wandering Blue Star. As soon as she said this, Chen Sixuan, Kiki, Dalu, Sasha, and the others all looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Lin Xian was also a little taken aback. He had indeed been somewhat isolated from the outside world on the Infinity Train. As soon as they left Jiang City, they collected a large amount of supplies from the Oasis convoy. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan carried them for over half an hour. Later, at the outpost, they seized Tang Hai's belongings, which he had painstakingly saved for so long. He had thought that maintaining 2 meals a day was already a hardship and simplicity along the way, but he hadn't expected the other survivors to be gnawing on tree bark and eating rat meat. He looked at Shukin. It turned out that when he had repaired the water purifier for her, she had traded it for a box of canned food. That was already of great value to her, but Lin Xian hadn't taken it seriously. I thought eating 2 meals a day was already very little for us. Lin Xian gave Chen Sixuan a wry smile. So our living conditions on the Infinity are so good. Now, with the A1 class subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier and water circulation system, plus the heterogeneous cube on the train, they can drink clean water anytime, anywhere, and even shower. On the train, they have large beds to sleep in, heating, a sturdy fortress armor for protection, and canned snacks for every meal. Looking at it this way, it's like living in heaven. Lin Xian is even thinking about growing some greens to improve his meat-heavy daily taste. Oh my god, if this gets out, everyone will definitely want to get on our train, Sasha said, her eyes widening. I don't want to eat rat jerky, but if I'm hungry, there's nothing I can do. Lin Xian nodded, feeling a great sense of crisis and a huge opportunity at the same time. Don't worry, Brother Lin won't let you eat rat meat, I just have a plan, Lin Xian said, looking at Kiki. You've been suggesting to me that we build weapons and machines to trade for supplies with other survivors. Now that we've got a radio, I think now's the time to broadcast. Are we really going to broadcast? Kiki hugged her legs and looked at Lin Xian. Aren't you afraid of being targeted now? When Kiki was seriously injured and unconscious, Lin Xian had wanted to find blood essence, but he couldn't contact other survivors. He was forced to go to Yuchi City and trap the strange entity. After a narrow escape, he finally obtained a blood essence, but was captured by the strange radio. If it weren't for his mechanical abilities, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the strange frequency band. Thinking about it now, he still felt a lingering fear. After crossing the high-altitude corridor, the survivors around the world were migrating. Lin Xian had carefully considered using his mechanical abilities to exchange for supplies. He dared to say that the Class A subcritical reverse osmosis water purifier he built would be worth 5 Class A blood essences in exchange for them. But a gentleman is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. Although his mechanical ability is very powerful, it turned out that because his team is small, he dare not take the initiative to contact other armed teams. Now he is surrounded by Kiki, Shukin, Dalu, and Lu Xingjian, who are all strong fighters. The firepower of the whole car is enough to overturn a large strange body. He needs to be brave and naturally play the advantage of his mechanical ability to obtain more resources. Otherwise, when he enters the deep mountains, old forests, swamps and deserts, he will not be able to find supplies, and he can only eat rats with his ability. We should take the initiative when necessary. Besides exchanging supplies, we also need to get attention when we broadcast to the outside world, Lin Xian said to Kiki. Didn't Wei Kexia tell us an emergency code earlier? After we enter Hengshan Pass, we can broadcast using the survivor frequency. Maybe we can contact the Phoenix Order. The S-class entity in the Parma grasslands is currently unsettled. We might need to stay at Hengshan Pass for a day to see what's going on and try to avoid it. What do you think? Chen Sixuan nodded. I'll follow your instructions, Captain Lin. You make the arrangements, Shukin said enthusiastically. The others nodded in agreement. With Lin Xian's mechanical abilities, the train was now equipped with ammunition and firearms, more guns than people. However, guns were essential for the other survivors, so using them to exchange for supplies was a very sensible option. Great, Kiki's eyes lit up. So, what should we say in the broadcast? Just keep it low-key, Lin Xian said. Low-key, Kiki glanced at Lin Xian with interest before picking up the radio receiver. Hello everyone, this is the Infinite Fleet. We will arrive at the Hengshan train station in 3 hours. Our fleet has many guns and bullets. We also provide advanced water purifiers and various mechanical equipment, and can provide mechanical maintenance services. The stop time is 1 day. We accept various foods, snacks, potato chips, chocolates, drinks, and biscuits in exchange. The more the better. A Spark 26 type fully automatic tactical rifle plus 120 rounds of ammunition can be exchanged for a box of biscuits. Chen Sixuan frowned and looked at Kiki when she heard it. Isn't this too cheap? Oh, Sister Chen, didn't you hear that there was a Fulu show fleet selling machinery? If we don't mark a competitive price, how can we grab business? Kiki said with a smile. Shukin was also a little surprised. I think Captain Chen's point is, if you're so cheap, how will they dare to come? A box of biscuits for an automatic rifle and 120 rounds of ammunition seemed like a steal to Shukin. In this apocalyptic world, too cheap could arouse suspicion. Besides, they were only staying for a day, without a permanent shelter. Who knew if they were just a bandit caravan on a fishing expedition? It's okay, Lin Xian smiled, noticing Shukin's concern. This automatic rifle isn't difficult to obtain. Trading it for a box of biscuits is already great. 2 for a box of canned goods isn't a big deal either. Survivors are having a hard time these days. Guns are life-saving tools. Since I can make them, there's no need to exploit them. Shukin's expression faltered slightly. She looked at Lin Xian with eager admiration and nodded. Yes, Lin Xian wasn't simply trying to be a kind-hearted person. It was just that, for him, building a simple rifle wasn't difficult at all. He saw no need to be a doomsday profiteer for those struggling survivors. Kiki crossed his legs and said excitedly, also, according to my assumption, our reputation hasn't spread yet. When we were climbing the channel, so many survivors' convoys regarded Lin Xian as their savior. Even mobile cities like the Silver Star and Longshan No. 1, including the Phoenix Society, recognize us. Maybe it won't be long before our name spreads throughout the world. There will be so many people with special abilities and beauties vying to join your infinity. You will definitely be overwhelmed by the choices. Even 1,000 carriages won't be enough to accommodate them. Kiki became more and more excited as she spoke. Her eyes curved into crescents with a smile. By then, we will have 1,000 carriages, equipped with interstellar thrusters and electromagnetic railguns, and fly directly out of the blue planet, taking human civilization with us, and continuing to accelerate in outer space, flying to Proxima Centauri, breaking away from the orbit of the solar system, and flying towards the target. We will accelerate continuously for 500 years, accelerating to 5/1000 of the speed of light, and then glide at 5/1000 of the speed of light for 1,300 years, and finally take more than 100 years to dock in the orbit of Proxima Centauri, looking for a new planet, arriving at a new human home, and beginning to reproduce and continue the new human civilization. Lin Xian stood up and poked a finger on the girl's smooth forehead. It's 2069. And you're wandering around the blue planet here? Ouch! Kiki covered her head and gritted her teeth. Didn't you say you wanted to soar into the sky? Yellow Xingjian, who had been sipping tea silently in the corner, finally spoke slowly like a master. A man is born between heaven and earth. And he should have such a grand ambition. At this time, Dalu raised his hand and said seriously, Brother Xian, I'm afraid of heights. Oh, stupid. We've already flown into outer space. Are you still afraid of falling to the ground? My brother, Sasha was very excited by Kiki's words, but when she heard Dalu's words, she suddenly felt a little disgusted. Okay, then let's work towards this goal. Lin Xian checked the time and arranged for everyone. It's almost dawn. Let's get ready to go. I wish everyone a happy new year and all the best in 2025. I hope everyone will continue to support us in the new year. Please vote for me. Chapter 215 Perfect Gun Mount. P.S. Many friends have said that a single chapter of 2K words is too short, and it is uncomfortable to break it up. Starting today, we will change it to a long chapter, 3-4K per chapter. Whoosh woo. The Infinity's motor engine began to roar, and the heavy train that had been parked all night began to move forward. The personnel in each car began to get busy. Lin Xian sat in the cockpit, paying attention to the work in each car. Cars 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 and the Gemini nuclear-powered locomotive have been checked and there are no problems. Shukin's voice came from the communicator. There is no problem with dining cars 6 and 7, Chen Sixuan also reported in time. Brother Xian, number 5 and Director Ding, number 3 and number 4 are all fine. The building also said number 2 is also fine. Sasha was full of energy. Lin Xian picked up the communicator. Girl, keep an eye on the survivor band on the radio. There might be a lot of other teams entering Hangshan Pass. Okay, the Infinity train sped along the main orbital track. At 6:30, the sky brightened. Outside the train window, the once dark and eerie forest suddenly transformed into lush, green wilderness. Ahead of the train, an endless expanse of fertile plains burst into view, like a new world. The morning light faded, and the air was filled with a cool, clear air, like a spring morning. I've been running for so long, I'd forgotten how beautiful this world is. If it weren't for those monsters, this world would always be beautiful, Lin Xian sighed. Who wants to wander into space when we can stay here? My original plan for the flying train was just to outrun the sunset. I know, Chen Sixuan pointed to the road map. We'll reach Hangshan Pass in about 3 hours. Do you want to rest? Lin Xian shook his head. He had gotten a few hours of sleep last night. Although he and Ding Junai had been busy all night, the energy released by the hell black chrysanthemum had given him a lot of energy. He had indeed benefited greatly from it. The radio has been sent out. Someone might start to notice us soon. In the cockpit, Lin Xian looked cautiously at the track ahead. The Silver Star in Longshan No. 1 must have passed Hangshan Pass before, but with the outbreak of an S-level anomaly in the Parma grassland, I wonder if they'll change routes. Those doomsday trains have passed through, so our train isn't that rare. Chen Sixuan's words were meant to reassure Lin Xian. We have to stay in Hangshan Pass for at least 1 day. In addition to waiting for news from the Phoenix Society, we also have to see the situation on the Parma grassland. If we get close to the Wei River, we will have to change our route north to Zilan. Otherwise, we will continue to move east, Lin Xian said. Chen Sixuan nodded. Well, after leaving Hangshan Pass, the nearest big city is more than 2,000 kilometers away. It would be good for us to exchange more supplies there. Lin Xian smiled. Exchanging alone is not enough. He glanced into the distance. There are so many of us now, and it's broad daylight. At least we have to divide ourselves into several teams to go out and explore and collect supplies. Otherwise, will so many people just stay in the car to eat? That's right. Chen Sixuan smiled and looked at Lin Xian. As for me, I want to go too. Don't worry, Lin Xian said to Chen Sixuan. Shukin and the others are all good at fighting. Although you have also improved. You can't let a sniper search for supplies all over the streets. Wait for me to make you a set of power armor, so that I can feel more at ease. He knew that Chen Sixuan had made some progress in perception, but he still lacked speed and strength, and his fighting skills were basic. It was okay to be a sniper relying on the fortress on the train, but he was not very reassured if he really asked Chen Sixuan to fight zombies in hand-to-hand combat. Are you afraid I'll die? Chen Sixuan suddenly asked, lowering her head, not looking at Lin Xian. She remembered how, when they just boarded the bus, Lin Xian had told her that everyone had to go find supplies, that men and women shared responsibilities. Back then, he'd spoken like a heartless commander in the apocalypse, but now, it seemed, he'd lost that coldness and cared more about her. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he remained silent, sighing softly. Back in Jiang City, he'd been alone, and anyone's death hadn't mattered to him. He simply wanted to survive, believing everyone aboard must contribute and obey orders. But now, with the number of crew members gradually increasing, he found it difficult to treat them like pawns. At first, he'd thought it was normal for some to die, but that day, when they were leaving Jiazhou City, Shukin's monster truck convoy had just joined them, and Zhuang Jiaheo's family had perished. Although Lin Xian had never met these people before and wasn't familiar with them, and even though he'd given his all to protecting the team, and no one else had said anything, he still felt a pang of self-blame. Because he knew those people were his teammates, and he also knew there could have been better decisions at the time. This incident subtly shifted his mindset. Even though he knew casualties were inevitable on the subsequent trains, Lin Xian now felt an urgent need to use his abilities to protect everyone aboard and increase their chances of survival. Chen Sixuan had become his woman, someone who had accompanied him through countless life or death situations. He could no longer simply view her as someone who provided a certain value. Therefore, Lin Xian planned to combine his mechanical abilities to develop customized equipment for his teammates. For example, if he could create a set of active power armor similar to the one he was wearing, increasing her speed and mobility, allowing her to easily lift that heavy sniper rifle, Chen Sixuan's survivability would be greatly enhanced. Adding intelligent sighting equipment, wouldn't that make him a truly electric sniper goddess? Including people like Kiki, Shasha, Lulu, Shukin, Lu Xingjin, Lu Chang, Miaolu, and even Ding Junai, he was also considering how to cultivate his own team. The overall combat effectiveness of the Infinity was the combat effectiveness of him, Lin Xian. In this apocalypse, fighting alone was clearly not the right path. Lin Xian stood up, smiled at Chen Sixuan, and said, "Of course I'm afraid you'll die. You're my teacher Chen?" He emphasized the word my. With that, Lin Xian headed to the rear carriage to prepare to manufacture items. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Chen Sixuan looked at the scenery on the track ahead, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, joy spreading deep within her heart. Wow! The Infinity sped along the track. Lin Xian left Chen Sixuan in charge of driving the car while he prepared to manufacture the G3L electromagnetic railgun in car number 2. This thing was significantly larger than the 1130 system. The good news was that Lin Xian could manufacture it separately, the main gun system and the extreme capacitor unit. He might encounter numerous convoys once he entered the city, so, mindful of the danger, he took no chances. He activated the preparation plant to convert materials and prepare for manufacturing. Kiki sat in a swivel chair, watching Lin Xian clear the area for the main gun and weld the wire box. She asked, "We're almost into the city. Can you finish it?" No. Lin Xian estimated that the entire electromagnetic gun system would take at least 7 or 8 hours at his current mechanical level, and with less than 3 hours until Hangshan Pass, that was far too much time to complete. "You're still building it if you can't finish it. Aren't you afraid of what might happen once you enter the city?" Kiki asked. Lin Xian pointed to the top of his head. "I plan to build the base and gun mount structure of the main gun system first, and then we will talk about the accelerator and the extreme energy capacitor device inside later." Kiki frowned and said, "You just build an empty frame, can't you?" Lin Xian smiled meaningfully. Kiki's big, Kazalin eyes blinked, and then a sly smile slowly appeared at the corners of her mouth. She looked at Lin Xian and said, "Okay, when did you become so cunning that you actually learned to bluff people?" Lin Xian shrugged helplessly. "Didn't you say that we should make a name for ourselves? We have launched a broadcast to the outside world. If there is a convoy of thugs with bad intentions, 1130 is obviously not enough to deter them. Since they are doing business with the outside world, there must be good wine for guests and hunting rifles for jackwalls. This is both a deterrent and publicity." Jianzhu Weifang's Silver Star was equipped with 4 onboard electromagnetic railguns and a variety of heavy defensive weaponry. With a mobile city of thousands, ordinary thug convoys wouldn't dare attempt to attack. Lin Xian had also come to a conclusion. In the early days, when the team was small, it was better to be timid. Now that the team had grown, the key was to strike first and avoid 100 blows. Kakaka. Lin Xian seized every moment, his hands flashing with light. A large amount of materials began to fly out, combining and forging. Lin Xian could build large weapon systems separately from the different subsystems within the blueprint. The advantage was that he could build them in stages, accumulating small amounts into large quantities. The disadvantage was that it almost completely occupied his free time, turning him into a complete waste of labor. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a large black electromagnetic cannon gradually took shape. Materials from the preparation plant and decomposition center continued to fly out, gradually forming a rather imposing-looking artillery platform, which was exciting to watch. Kiki watched Lin Xian build the electromagnetic cannon, her face brimming with excitement and glee, as if she were already imagining how exhilarating it would be to use it to defeat monsters. "Wow, if only we had this thing when we encountered that giant red bug earlier," Lin Xian smiled. "Back then, I only had a broken sword. I was lucky to have survived, that was all thanks to me." "Humph, you were even trying to kick me out of the car back then." Kiki wrinkled her nose and said, "Now you know I'm precious, right?" Kaka. The Lighthouse Alliance is announcing that the entry threshold to Dawn City has been raised to 3 level 1 blood essences per person. Those eligible for military service will need 1 blood essence. Those with special abilities don't need any blood essence, but must join the federal garrison for training. Those who don't meet the requirements should circumvent it as soon as possible. Many convoys are currently deploying defensive offensives in Jinhe. Due to the herd hunting effect, the risk is extremely high. Please avoid congregating in Jinhe. At this moment, a message from the survivors channel blared over the radio. Upon hearing this, Kiki's face lit up with disdain. "You have to pay an entrance fee to enter the city. Huh? Your capitalist nature is exposed. It sounds like quite a few people are going. With so many people, aren't they afraid of the Dark Mark? After all, this is the capital of Dragon Nation, the current main city of the federal government. It shouldn't be so easy to capture, Lin Xian said solemnly. I just didn't expect it would cost 3 level 1 blood essences to enter the city. Yeah, that's too expensive. It's like one person has to kill 3 crimson centipedes to enter the city. With that kind of talent, who would want to go to that ruined city? 3 level 1 blood essences, that's a lot of money, enough to buy a 10-man caravan nearly 2 weeks worth of food and water, but now it's only enough for one person to enter Dawn City. If you count the people on the infinity, at least 100 blood essences would be needed to enter. To get 100 blood essences, Lin Xian would have to kill 100 white giants or centipedes. It's truly insane. If we want to go to Star City at that time, we may have to get off the train, Lin Xian said, otherwise, we will need so much blood essence to get a whole train into the city, and we will just be taken advantage of. Are you worried that we will get nothing and they will steal the nuclear-powered locomotive and the potted flour? Kiki asked. Lin Xian nodded and said, given the temperament of those people, it's not impossible. Please give me a monthly ticket. Thank you very much. Chapter 216, Business is Booming. Hingshangan is the first transportation hub after crossing the Dazhu Mountains and entering the Yunjiang Plain. It's significantly larger than Jiazhou City. Due to its unique location, it offers access to Zilin to the north, crossing Xingyang No. 4 and No. 5 to Quancheng. Southbound, it leads to Qingshu, Lancheng, and Heidong, bypassing Xingyang No. 7 and No. 8. Heading directly east, it follows the main Xinghun track, running along the Parma grassland, through the Weihe River and Longjiang River, all the way to Jinhe and Xingcheng, the former capital of the Dragon Kingdom, now renamed Dawn City by the federal government. The train raced across the endless plain. As the sky brightened, the mountains vanished in the distance. Along the tracks, zombies, no longer fresh, began to appear, shrunken and rotting, drawn toward the tracks by the noise. As they neared the city, the surrounding buildings grew larger and larger. Kiki, not idle, launched a drone to observe the situation. Other cars, Shuken Building, and others also began to prepare. Zombies had been appearing along the road, and there were sure to be even more inside the city. Coupled with the unknown factors, everyone on board was braced for battle. In the city, tall buildings gradually multiplied, forming a forest of steel and concrete, appearing desolate under the sunlight. Even before the black rain reached the Yunjiang Plain, greenery sprouted from the long deserted city streets. Vines crept up some of the low buildings, and even animals darted through the streets clogged with abandoned cars. Ragged zombies roamed, drawn to the throbbing of the rails and let out low howls. Signs were covered in dust, as if the roads and infrastructure had aged rapidly in the absence of humans, and even the railings had begun to rust. Inside the Infinity train, many team members leaned against the windows, gazing at the unfamiliar city. Unlike the zombie-ridden Yubai city they had been fleeing, Hingshangan felt like an ordinary city on the run, reminding Lin Xian of Jiang City. This place doesn't look very crowded, Kiki observed under the bright sunlight, surveying the urban jungle outside. You want to see the survivors sunbathing on the rooftop, Lin Xian responded. Kiki stretched and said, honestly, after running in the dark for so long, this nice weather is perfect for some sunbathing. Lin Xian didn't comment, but stood up and said, we're almost at Hingshangan Station. Get ready, okay, boss. Clang. Hingshangan train station is a high-altitude platform built in the city, making it a natural shelter. However, judging by the situation, the platform has also fallen. However, strangely, there is not a single zombie, as if they had all been cleared out in advance. The black heavy train quickly passed through the city's elevated track and soon approached a large passenger platform, which housed the Huingsing Passenger Transport Center. Lin Xian went to the cockpit and took a look, his expression suddenly frightened. Inside the platform, there were many survivor vehicles parked, as well as a green doomsday train covered with steel plates, which looked somewhat shabby. The train, with its numerous firing holes and short length, was heavily armored. While not a perfectly standard construction, it appeared quite sturdy. The locomotive was a Huangsing mining machine, equipped with a small nuclear engine. While it was still inferior to the Infinity's Gemini nuclear locomotive, a doomsday train with such sustainable energy was quite impressive. Lin Xian looked around and saw that there seemed to be quite a few people on board. Even before it entered the station, from the driver's cab, he spotted several flashes of light emanating from several high vantage points on the platform. He looked over and saw several people perched atop the platform's steel frame, peering through binoculars. So many people. Could this be a convoy stranded here by the strange entity that appeared in the Parma grasslands? Chen Sixuan, with her exceptional eyesight, spotted the train platform within the station. Dozens of vehicles, large and small, were parked there, including motorcycles, SUVs, jeeps, and vans. Survivors, meanwhile, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, as if waiting for something. Lin Xian grumbled, "Think of it another way. Maybe they're all waiting for us." With the appearance of the Infinity, the crowd began to turn their gazes toward the station entrance. The machine gun turrets on the green Doomsday train also began to turn, as if on guard against the Infinity's arrival. They watched as a heavy black train, swept by a strong wind, entered the platform. A large number of eliminated zombies lay on the tracks and platforms. "Here it comes, it must be this train, it's called the Infinity, right, everyone, be careful. They're selling it so cheaply, it could be a scam, get back, get cover," the survivors erupted in a clamor. As the train entered the platform, they began to retreat behind it, some returning to it. Their long escape had made them extremely cautious, not only in the darkness, but also around the unfamiliar convoy. On the green train, many men and women wore guarded expressions, most holding guns, creating a tense atmosphere. Lin Xian was a bit surprised to hear the whispers. He hadn't expected so many survivor convoys to arrive after just one radio call. A gun and 120 bullets for a box of biscuits seemed like a pretty good deal. But for Lin Xian, it wasn't a loss. Besides the weapons he'd collected from Tanghai, the train also contained a large number of firearms acquired from the Fireline and King Kong convoys. It was practically more ammunition than guns. According to Teacher Chen's inventory, there were at least 100 of them, and if they weren't enough, he could always make them right there on the train. Seeing so many people, Lin Xian was somewhat wary. Besides the bonfire mutual aid gathering Zhang Yun had organized, this was his second time participating in a survivor gathering, and he'd personally initiated it. With a creak, the Infinity slowly came to a stop on the main platform, under the gaze of the dozens of survivor groups. The steel wheels and tracks hummed. Lin Xian walked toward the car window when Chen Sixuan called out to him from behind, "Be careful. I see some of these convoys already stationed at the station, while others seem to have come specifically. That means the message we sent over the radio worked." Lin Xian nodded at her and said, "Don't worry. This is us proactively seeking cooperation. We'll definitely have more interactions with other teams in the future. While being vigilant, you can also try to make contact." Since leaving Jiang City, aside from Zhang Yun's group, he and Chen Sixuan had mostly encountered convoys of thugs who were acting on the spot. It's no wonder Chen Sixuan was so cautious now, and Lin Xian was the same. However, being timid all the time wasn't a solution. Sometimes, actively displaying one's strength was a way to keep others on their side. He also didn't want his mechanical abilities to be confined to internal development. It was essential to be able to use them to generate value, acquiring survival supplies, or even necessary intelligence or equipment. "Yes," Chen Sixuan nodded. Lin Xian lowered the car window, glanced at the numerous cars on the platform, and said loudly, "We are the Infinite Team. Are you all here to exchange supplies?" As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a hat walked out from behind the car and said loudly, "How many guns and bullets do you have? Can you exchange anything other than biscuits?" There were 4 or 5 teams of all sizes in the platform, including the green train, which used the station as a temporary shelter. In addition, there were more than a dozen survivor teams that came from other areas. Each team had only 2 or 3 people. At this time, there were at least 50 or 60 people showing their heads on the platform. It can be seen that there are still many survivor teams near Hangshan Pass. Is it true that a box of biscuits equals a set of guns? The window of the green train's cockpit opened, revealing a shrewd, portly man. He sighed Lin Xian up with a scrutinizing gaze. "Don't try to fool us. There are so many people here. If you don't have weapons, no one will acknowledge you, right?" "Yes, that's right, don't try to fool us," Lin Xian shouted. "Don't worry. We have plenty of weapons. We're mainly looking to trade for supplies. Food, medicine, even blood and essence are fine." Upon hearing this, some survivors began to emerge. "I heard you can repair machinery." "Anything?" a woman carrying a rifle asked. "Are you heading to Star City? Can you bring anyone else on board? We can provide supplies. Can you repair cars? What kind of water purifier is that? Is it up to level 2 purification standards? Do you have the latest soul purification analyzer?" Everyone started asking questions one after another, as if they were treating the infinity as a mobile grocery store. Lin Xian waved his hand, interrupting everyone. He said bluntly, repairs can only be brought here. We need to see the condition. As for water purifiers, we have both standard level 1 and level 2 models. However, we don't have the latest soul destruction level meter, we only have the first generation released by the Phoenix Club. Besides, we're not going to Star City. He wasn't lying. When Lin Xian mentioned Star City, he meant sneaking in quietly, not driving the train in. Even if he ignored the risks inside the train just to give passengers a ride, he still had to get them to their destination. He couldn't just abandon them mid-transit. With that, Lin Xian opened the door and stepped down. Simultaneously, the automatic doors of Carriage 5 opened, and Dalu, Lu Chang, and the others took the lead in carrying their weapons down using the weapon boxes Lin Xian had built. Seeing Dalu's impressive presence, the Growler K-23 electric minigun on his back, and a male team member behind him also carrying one, everyone's gazes narrowed. Their initial shock turned to envy and desire. The fat man on the green train was named Xiao Hong. He was the captain of the train team, which was called Night Phantom. As the name suggests, there were many women on the train. When he saw this scene, his face changed and he quickly called out to his men, "Hurry, hurry, get off the train and take a look." Lin Xian stepped forward, stepped on the weapon box, and said proudly, "Automatic rifles, VOG grenade launchers, M556 light machine guns, shotguns, 12.7mm vehicle-mounted cannons, rocket launchers, I have them all here, and a lot of other equipment as well. It depends on your needs. Just like what we announced on the radio, automatic rifles with 120 rounds of bullets can be exchanged for a box of biscuits or half a box of canned food. Grenade launchers with 12 rounds of howitzers can be exchanged for 2 boxes of biscuits and 1 box of canned food. Light machine guns with 500 rounds of bullets can be exchanged for 4 boxes of biscuits or 2 boxes of canned food. Rocket launchers with 2 boxes of cans, and machine guns with 4 boxes of cans. Judging from the prices Lin Xian had previously traded with other caravans in Guan, weapons were generally more valuable than energy and food. After all, they were essential life-saving tools and the primary need for most ordinary people. 1 level 1 blood essence could be exchanged for 3 Spark 26 fully automatic tactical rifles and ammunition, as well as 5 days worth of food for 10 men. This meant 1 automatic rifle with 120 rounds of ammunition could buy at least a day and a half of food for 10 men, equivalent to a box of 20 cans of canned food or 2 boxes of biscuits. Therefore, Lin Xian's price was essentially a 50% discount. Lin Xian was like a wealthy local tycoon, selling off his belongings. These items were currently of little value to him, so he didn't feel bad about exchanging them. He also knew that as humanity continued to evolve, the value of low-end weapons would decrease, and food would begin to surpass weaponry in importance. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the survivors in the caravan lit up, and they suddenly rushed out. "I have canned food, biscuits, and dried meat. Our convoy needs a lot of weapons." Wow! At this time, the middle-aged man who spoke first directly opened a van behind him, and saw several large boxes of collected supplies inside, various foods, canned food, and dried mice and lizards that had been dried and dried. There was even a large bottle of ground cockroach meat in a glass jar, which was gray-brown in color, and there were a few cockroach wings on the edge of the jar. "We want a vehicle-mounted machine gun and the light machine gun. See if these are enough for you. If not, we still have other stocks in our temporary camp, so you can raise the price." "Hey! What do you mean?" At this time, Xiao Hong from the Night Phantom convoy squeezed in from behind the crowd with a few people. Seeing this scene, he was immediately unhappy. "What do you mean you want them all? Others haven't spoken yet. If he wants to raise the price, I can also raise the price. For that light machine gun, I will exchange it for 3 boxes of canned food." The middle-aged man in the hat was obviously from a large convoy. He was not afraid at all when he saw the fat man, who was a large train convoy. He said arrogantly, "Brother, everything should be based on first come first served. Is there any problem with me bidding first if I see it first?" "Oh, first come first served is fine, but it depends on whether the other party wants to sell it or not. The highest bidder gets it. How about I offer 3 boxes? Xiao Hong felt that his face could not be saved and he got angry immediately. 4 boxes should be fine, right? Plus a can of secret flavored cockroach oil, We can even add 2 bags of bug chips." At this point, the several armed women around Xiao Hong also choked up. Ugh. Kiki and Shasha had been standing behind Lin Xian, excitedly waiting to see what goodies they could exchange. When they heard about the secret-flavored cockroach oil, their faces turned green and they nearly vomited. Shukin and the others were also amazed. They were familiar with these things, but now aboard the Infinity, their living conditions had suddenly improved. Not only could they eat 2 meals a day, but they were also mostly provided with canned or starchy foods, quite a luxury in this apocalypse. Please support me with your monthly pass. Thank you so much. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 Doomsday Monopoly. Stop. On the platform, everyone started arguing over this unprecedented price-performance ratio, even engaging in bidding wars. Just as the debate intensified, Lin Xian called a halt. Everyone fell silent. Lin Xian stood in the middle, his gaze sweeping around him. He declared, "We have more in stock than this. We have more in the car. There's no need to argue. We're all just trying to survive." Lin Xian wasn't there for an auction, and these people were ordinary survivors. He had no desire to exploit them. These conditions were all thanks to his mechanical mind, and he wasn't looking for a one-time deal. Thinking of this, he began to believe that Kiki's ideas were indeed very advanced. If Infinity gained fame, perhaps it could develop into a weapons and resource integration center. Then, whatever resources he needed would be easily available, greatly ensuring the team's survival. Really? Hearing this, Xiao Hong glanced suspiciously at the several weapon boxes in front of Lin Xian, then glanced at the car behind him, his expression suddenly becoming complicated. The Infinity's imposing presence was preposterous. Covered in standard heavy armor, its dozen or so carriages stretched for hundreds of meters, making it several times larger than his Night Phantom. He instinctively wanted to shout, but quickly restrained himself. "What? You don't believe me?" Lin Xian glanced at him, then at the middle-aged man. "You can take the vehicle's cannon and the light machine gun. I have more than one, but I'll need canned goods or biscuits in exchange." "No problem," Xiao Hong declared immediately, quickly calling to a female subordinate nearby. "Quick, bring something in exchange for the gun." The female members of the Night Phantom instantly perked up. Together, they rushed to open one of the green train's supply cars. Inside, neatly stacked with various collected survival supplies, Lin Xian noticed dozens of cans of food, seemingly military supplies from the outer packaging. He noticed this detail because the middle-aged man's van also contained similar cans. "How did you get rations?" Lin Xian asked directly, scanning the area. "You mean?" "We bought them from the Fulu Show convoy," the hatted middle-aged man, named Liaoming, said bluntly. "Most of the survivors here traded their supplies with him, but the price is a bit higher than yours." "How much higher?" Kiki asked, her eyes lighting up. "It's okay. They have a lot of supplies, almost everything. Most of them are standard official survival supplies," said Xiao Hong, the fat man from the Night Phantom, in a stern voice. "It's just that the prices of weapons and bullets have always been relatively high, so many people around here heard your radio and rushed over to see if it's really so worthwhile." The middle-aged man Liaoming picked up an automatic rifle, pulled the bolt, checked it, nodded and said, "The quality of this gun is indeed good. At first I thought you were fishing, or that you had some broken goods. Every gun can be inspected on the spot," Lin Xian said. "The quality is guaranteed, but there are not many goods. Food, canned biscuits and medicines are given priority. If that doesn't work, you can exchange them with blood essence. That's no problem." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said to Chen Sixuan, "Teacher Chen, let's do as we said just now and exchange what needs to be exchanged first." "Yeah." Chen Sixuan nodded and said to everyone, "Come to me if you want to buy guns, I'll register them one by one." At this time, the personnel of countless convoys rushed up and began to scramble to exchange supplies. Hey, I'll go first. "We're locals," Fat Xiao Hong said with a stern look. He gritted his teeth and immediately ordered his men to push forward, fearing they'd be robbed. "Hurry, guys, buy all the good stuff first. We want to exchange for 3 sets of guns, and we also want this detector. I'm not sure if it can be repaired." The other survivors also swarmed over. We want 2 sets of guns, a shotgun, a light machine gun, and ammunition. What are the prices for your level 1 and level 2 water purifiers? Besides food, there were also various medicines, blood essence, and all the unused weapons. Lin Xian was ready to clear out all of them at once. Even a few people from the large vehicle group were interested in the light and heavy machine guns, including the Growler K-23 electric rotary machine gun in Lu Da's possession, and they were ready to take the stock from their vehicles. These heavy weapons could be exchanged for a lot of supplies, the only problem being the high demand for ammunition. As people rushed over, Chen Sixuan became busy. Kiki and Shukan also hurried over to help. Luda, Lu Chang, and Miao Lu all helped carry the weapons and ammunition. Buzz! At that moment, the rapid roar of car engines suddenly shattered the atmosphere of the transaction. Caution forced everyone to pause and glance back with alarm. Outside the platform, a dozen camouflage off-road vehicles and a transport truck raced through the wire gates the survivors had set up to keep out the zombies, and descended directly onto the platform. Seeing this, everyone retreated to their vehicles. Quickly, dozens of armed men disembarked from the dozen or so vehicles, several even sporting machine guns mounted on their roofs. Bang! At that moment, 2 men disembarked from the frontmost, an imposing armored vehicle. The leader was a lean, shrewd man wearing a plaid shirt, a crimson suit, and sunglasses. He looked a bit scoundrel-like. The man stepped out of the car, immediately craned his neck, raised his sunglasses, and walked towards Lin Xian with a domineering expression. The others behind him followed suit, guns drawn, looking menacing. Hey, you're the team that was arguing on the radio about trading a gun for a box of cookies, right? The lean man stepped out from the group of survivors waiting to trade, gazing at Lin Xian with a scrutinizing gaze, his chin raised, his tone slightly impatient. Yes, Lin Xian's expression suddenly turned cold, noticing the other man's hostile aura. So you're the team leader? I am. What do you want? Kiki narrowed her eyes, folding her arms across her chest as she walked over to Lin Xian's side. Want to buy something? Get in line. Lin Xian looked over. This team was incredibly powerful. Dozens of people were armed with high-powered guns, and the cars even had mounted machine guns. Meanwhile, behind this slender, ruffian-looking man stood a woman. With short, red hair and distinct features, she stood nearly 5 feet 4 inches tall. Her tanned skin beneath a tight vest and defined muscles gave off a healthy, powerful presence. If it weren't for the bandages suppressing the ripples on her chest, most people wouldn't even know she was a woman. Most importantly, her right arm was a silver-black, weapons-grade prosthetic. Looking incredibly powerful. Of all the people, the most eye-catching was this woman who looked like a cyborg Contra. Buying something, the man said arrogantly. Good boy, do you know who I am? No, they're the Fulu Show team. Liaoming, the middle-aged man who had just traded weapons with Lin Xian, chimed in. We buy a lot of our stuff from them. Seeing this, Xiao Hong of the Night Phantom team suddenly lost his temper. He signaled to his men, and they began to retreat back to the crowd, fearing trouble. Many of the other team members also had complicated expressions. Most of them had traded with a Fulu Show team before, and seeing this situation, many of them guessed that the infinity sale of weapons at such a low price must have upset the Fulu Show team. Lin Xian and Chen Sixuan exchanged a glance. Oh wow, they met a fellow traveler. Hey, where did you come from? Have you ever heard of our Fulu Show team? Do you know the rules? Do you know that you are casually offering such prices, which means you are destroying the doomsday market? Moreover, you have a few broken guns, but you dare to directly shout prices on the radio, destroying the honest, friendly and harmonious market environment. Can you bear this responsibility? Lin Xian glanced at the group of people behind the man and frowned. Do survivors have to ask for your consent to trade with each other? Hey, the man in sunglasses raised his hand and said, it's normal for survivors to trade with each other for what they need. No one would care even if you took a gun to exchange a piece of biscuit. But you directly advertise on the radio that you have this and that, and mark such a low price, which means you have a large amount of goods to sell. This is not an ordinary transaction, it breaks the rules. Do you understand? Chen Sixuan stepped forward and said coldly, that's unreasonable. Do we have to sell at a high price? The man in sunglasses was immediately annoyed. Are you really stupid, or are you just pretending to be? You're offering a Spark 26 fully automatic tactical rifle with 120 rounds of ammunition for a box of biscuits. How can I sell my gun? Will my brothers have enough to eat? Other survivor teams could have exchanged for a box of canned goods, but after what you've done, they might only get half a box. Tell me, is this your family's fault? Lin Xian placed a hand on Chen Sixuan's shoulder and said, looking ahead, he's saying that we're new here and don't have much? We can trade privately, but we can't mark prices and shout them out over the radio, otherwise, we'd be disrupting the market price. The man in sunglasses looked at Lin Xian, his nose in the air. That's right, so what do you want? Are you trying to threaten us? Kiki was displeased and stepped forward. Dozens of Infinity team members behind him also stopped what they were doing and gathered around him with cold faces. They stood behind Lin Xian, weapons in hand, ready to respond to his orders. The survivors who had come to exchange items retreated at this sight, their expressions somewhat complicated. For them, buying from anyone was irrelevant, but Lin Xian's offer was so attractive that they were tempted. From a profit perspective, they were definitely in favor of the Infinity. However, these people clearly knew the strength of the Fulu Show team, and many could only vent their anger and retreat. At the same time, dozens of people behind the man in sunglasses raised their guns in unison, and the vehicle's machine guns swung around. The sound of loading chambers echoed. The red-haired woman behind him, observing the change in the situation, silently clenched her fist. The independent servo system of her right prosthetic arm activated, and a slight hissing sound echoed from the gears of her wrist knuckles. The surge of electricity caused a shimmer of azure lightning to flicker on the bones of her fist. No. 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 I'm a businessman, not a bandit. Seeing the tense atmosphere, the man in sunglasses sneered and clapped his hands. Wow. The men behind him opened the truck door, revealing a truck bed filled with supplies, neatly stacked. The other survivors' convoys gasped in surprise. Such boldness, absolute boldness. The man in sunglasses clearly relished the spotlight. He addressed Lin Xian arrogantly, since you've bid this price today, here, I'll take all the guns you have at your price. And then, get out of here. The moment these words left his mouth, the faces of the people on the Infinity Fleet suddenly changed. Not only was the remark disrespectful, but the most crucial thing was that he was actually trying to monopolize the supply in front of so many survivors' convoys. It was truly arrogant, and the faces of the survivors' convoys turned pale. Lin Xian almost laughed at this, having never imagined these were a group of principled, apocalyptic profiteers. He nodded and said, "Oh, I see. You're here for wholesale, okay, I haven't asked yet, what's the boss's name?" "The fleet's name is my name. My name is Fulu Show," the man in sunglasses replied calmly. "Is your last name Fu?" Sasha emerged from behind Lin Xian, surprised. "Why do you care if I'm happy?" "No, I mean your last name is Fu. It's a rare surname, my last name is Fu. Fu means mountains, rivers, and seas of happiness. Lu means walking. Shou means longevity." The man in sunglasses felt a little insulted and immediately became anxious. Mountains, rivers, and seas of happiness, is that a problem? The red-haired woman behind him couldn't stand it anymore and spoke in a low voice. "His last name is Hu. Cao Yu Hu, Hulu Show, Hulu Beast, what a strange name." Sasha frowned. Kiki, standing beside him, immediately covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. "Please give me a monthly ticket, thank you very much." Chapter 218 Vehicle-Mounted Military Industrial Base. "What are you laughing at?" Hu Lushao barked, glancing at the train on the tracks and raising his chin towards Lin Xian, a grin revealing a golden tooth. "Okay. You said it was okay? Then you'd better bring everything you have. Don't just trade for one thing and go back for another. I'm being polite to you this time, but I might not be so polite next time." Lin Xian nodded, looking at the truckload of supplies with interest. With a smile on his face, he said, "Then I'll reluctantly help you replenish your stock." He turned around and said, "Dalu, Lu Chang, get in the truck and load this big customer." As soon as Lin Xian's words came out, everyone on the Infinity immediately reacted. Kiki and Chen Sixuan both burst into laughter, and Sasha's face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, the faces of the survivors' caravans who had come to trade fell. Normally, they benefited from trading with fewer supplies, but now they were being cut off. Disappointed and angry, many shook their heads and prepared to leave. Lin Xian watched this scene, and before getting in the car, he called out directly, "Don't go, wait until I finish selling things to Boss Hu, then I will trade with you." As soon as the words fell, not only the survivors who were about to leave were stunned, but even Hu Lushao was stunned for a moment, Thinking that he had heard wrong, "Hey, what do you mean? Do you think that what I brought is not enough to clear out your goods?" Xiao Hongdu of the Yemei convoy was standing behind the crowd. He was also very surprised to hear these words at this time, and several of his subordinates began to whisper. Lin Xian didn't react at all. He pretended to frown and calculated for a while, then said with some embarrassment, "I don't know how much you brought. How about this? I'll prepare for you what you can exchange in your small truck. If it's not enough, you can go back and get some more." Hu Lushao's face turned green after hearing this. He put down his frog-shaped glasses, stared and said loudly, "Good boy, do you think you run a military factory? You are so arrogant. Well, I still have dozens of cars in my camp. Let's see if you can starve me to death today." Lin Xian stopped talking, turned around and signaled to Kiki and Chen Sixuan, and then took Dalu and others back to the train. Chen Sixuan had his team members carry up several boxes of weapons. This box contains 20 Spark 26 fully automatic tactical rifles, in semi-mint condition. "Take a look first." Hu Lushao glanced at him disdainfully and snapped his fingers. Meanwhile, a member of his team unloaded a table, chairs, and tea set from the vehicle and placed them before him. Hu Lushao casually sat down while the other members began inspecting the rifles one by one. Then, the others behind him unloaded the boxes one by one and placed them before Chen Sixuan. Both sides bustled about, watching the boxes of supplies being loaded onto the Infinity. Some of the onlookers had given up and left, while most waited, hoping to snag a bargain. Some even considered waiting until Hu Lushao finished buying before buying from him. After all, the trip wasn't easy, and they couldn't afford to stifle such a basic need for weapons because of price. After all, Hu Lushao's fleet's prices were acceptable to them. The red-haired woman stood silently behind Hu Lushao, like a bodyguard, her gaze fixed on the key personnel on the Infinity. She seemed to sense that there must be a psychic among them. A person of considerable strength. Weapon crates were unloaded from the Infinity one by one. Initially, they contained only partially renovated or aged firearms. Hu Lushao's inspector even picked out some old, unsightly items. But soon, the automatic rifles unloaded from the Infinity began to look brand new, even the weapon crates were new. The inspector's expression grew increasingly strange, as he noticed that the guns were not only new, but even warm to the touch. On the Infinity, Lin Xian, with his left hand engaged in the manufacturing plant and his right in the machinery, rapidly churned out automatic rifles. The Spark 26 fully automatic tactical rifle was extremely easy for him to manufacture, costing little in the materials, though the bullets weren't very fast. Building so many automatic rifles was actually meaningless to Lin Xian. They wouldn't be used on the train, so he could only trade them for supplies. These weapons were adequate against zombies or C-rank monsters with average defense, like fog spiders or three-headed ghosts. Against stronger defenses, he'd need heavier weaponry. However, the enemy was intent on disrupting the operation, so his Infinity, military-industrial base, couldn't afford to be thwarted on its first day. Furthermore, their supplies were clearly plentiful, perfect for him to stock up on for the train. As crates of brand-new automatic rifles were unloaded from the Infinity, watching the people on the other side silently carrying supplies, and Chen Sixuan, the person in charge of the transaction, calmly counting and recording them, Hu Lushao, who was sipping tea, began to sense something was amiss. The weapon crates and brand-new automatic rifles looked like they just left the military factory. The only quirk was that it took a while for each crate to be unloaded, yet the people on the train seemed to be carrying an endless stream of weapon crates. The onlookers were also stunned by this massive trade. They had never seen so many weapons being carried out. Hiding behind the crowd, Xiao Hong, the Night Phantom's leader, was stunned. He hadn't expected so much good stuff to be on that train. His eyes were filled with eagerness. Oh my god! Hu Lushao paused mid-sip of his tea, reached out to press down his sunglasses, and stared intently at the train door. Every time he thought no one would come out of the train door, two more people would emerge carrying a box of weapons, as if someone had just spawned. He quickly turned around and found that the truckload of supplies he had brought was less than a third empty. His expression darkened. Holy crap, Sun Chang, they don't really have a trainload of munitions, do they? Hu Lushao said, his voice low, to the woman behind him. The woman named Sun Chang also sensed that they had underestimated the train's strength and slowly spoke. These weapons are so new, they must have gotten some military supplies. Hu Lushao frowned at this. Oh my god, Is this true? The woman remained silent. Hu Lushao's face darkened, and he gazed at the heavy train with subtlety, muttering a curse under his breath. I believed your lies. However, the image of the weapons crates being moved continued to play before Hu Lushao on an endless loop. Boom. The last crate was placed in front of Hu Lushao's team. The man in charge of inspecting the goods turned around, and the men behind him all threw their hands up in confusion. Their truck had been emptied of supplies, replaced by a pile of crates filled with automatic rifles, neatly stacked in the corner. Is it gone? Chen Sixuan finished counting the last wave of supplies, looked up at them with a frown. Why is there only so little? Hu Lushao was so shocked that the tea in his hand spilled out. He stood up abruptly, his hands holding the teacup shaking. He looked back at his truck, then at another box of guns being lifted off the train, and felt numb. At this time, Lin Xian got off the car, and Kiki followed him and looked at Hu Lushao with a smile. I thought it was a big business, but we haven't even filled half of the car. Trucks and train cars are of course not comparable. The supplies in Hu Lushao's truck were moved to storage car number 7, which only filled up a small 1/3 of the space. Lin Xian approached, his expression nonchalant. Aren't we clearing out the stock? Should I wait for you to get some more? We agreed you can't leave until we've cleared everything. Hey, you guys. Hu Lushao's face flickered, realizing he'd definitely made a big mistake today. Just as he was about to explode, he caught a sharp look. Lin Xian gazed at him with interest, his mechanical heart revving. Suddenly, the train's 2 automatic blast doors opened, the weapon station hatches on cars 2 and 11 retracted, and 2 terrifying death cannons slowly rose from the train. Wow, 10 in a split second, a seemingly ordinary, heavy train suddenly transformed into a mobile battleship. Hu Lushao and his men behind him darkened as the G3 railgun and 1,130 close-in weapon systems bases swung and rose. Everyone's pupils shrank simultaneously. The faces of the survivors in the convoy suddenly changed, and they unconsciously retreated. Facing the dark muzzles of the 2 cannons, Hu Lushao froze in shock, his sunglasses sliding down his nose, revealing 2 terrified eyes. He stuttered, No, big brother, what are you doing? Hu Lushao's heart pounded. He had nearly lost his temper, but the other party seemed to have anticipated his actions and rehearsed them. Oh, nothing. Lin Xian glanced back at the electromagnetic railgun. Don't be afraid. It's just routine maintenance on the train system. Don't be fooled by the large caliber of these cannons, they don't hurt at all. Everyone, seeing this, the woman named Sun Cheng's face changed drastically. This kind of weapon could be used to fight beasts, not to mention monsters. So how could it appear in 2 ordinary passenger cars? Hu Lushao felt like he'd seen something strange. He'd had people keeping a close eye on this train since it entered the city. Although the Infinity was armored, it looked like ordinary civilian passenger cars. In this apocalyptic world, who, unless they had a military-industrial complex, could fit 2 massive weapons into ordinary train cars? Xiao Hong, the Night Phantom's leader, his female crew members, and the hundreds of people on the green train all fell silent. Gasps echoed throughout the train. Their rows of machine guns and cannons seemed puny compared to the 2 heavy weapons raised by the Infinity. As if by accident, the 2 cannons retracted once more. Boss Hu, forget about that. Lin Xian looked at Hu Lushao with a smile. Let's get on with the trade. Yeah, trade? Hu Lushao was cursing in his heart, but his face was all smiles, his earlier arrogance completely gone. He swallowed his saliva as he said to Lin Xian, What's your name, big brother? Lin Xian. Hello, brother Lin. I'm really sorry to have bought so many guns from you at such a low price. How about this? I'll count them, and for every 2 boxes of guns, I'll give you an extra box of dried meat. How about this? Hu Lushao's eyes were shrewd and smooth. He knew he had hit a wall, and his expression changed with astonishing speed. Hey, didn't you say there were still dozens of trucks of stuff to trade? Kiki folded her arms across her chest and suddenly flew up slowly, her hair flowing, her eyes gleaming, and she spoke in a threatening tone. Lu Xingchen had crouched on the roof of the train at some point, his palms ablaze with flames, a defiant smile on his face. I think I heard you just now, too. You said you'd send us packing once we've cleared out our goods. We haven't even finished clearing them yet. Are you going to go back on your word, boss? Upon seeing this, everyone in the station gasped, staring at the 2 men in shock. Even a fool could see that their abilities were of a very high level, and their display was terrifying. No, When did I ever say that? Hu Xiao's face paled. He couldn't help but realize that these were the kind of people he couldn't afford to offend. His instinct for survival erupted, his face thickening tenfold. He turned and shouted to his subordinates behind him, "Did I say that to Brother Lin?" "No, no." They all shook their heads in horror, their sweat breaking out. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding." Hu Xiao approached with a shy smile and lowered his voice to Lin Xian. "I thought you were doing retail, Brother Lin. I never would have guessed you were wholesalers. How about this? I'll sell all your remaining guns for you. Our Fulu show team travels from city to city, trading supplies. We have many bases en routes. Brother Lin, your guns are in such good condition, I guarantee they'll fetch a good price. How about that?" Lin Xian frowned, looking at the thin man with the gold teeth in front of him in surprise. He thought to himself, this guy is quite a talent. Clearly slapped in the face, his life in jeopardy, his first reaction wasn't to beg for mercy or apologize. Instead, he brazenly approached him, even offering to collaborate as if he had spotted a business opportunity, catching Lin Xian off guard. "So you're making all your money from speculation by selling low and selling high?" Lin Xian asked bluntly. Hu Xiao immediately straightened his spine and responded righteously, "No, really not. The price of our Fulu show team is definitely lower than the official exchange price of blood essence. It's just that people die every day in this world. Every survivor team and camp needs different things, so we can make a profit based on the demand. You also know that it is dangerous at night, and it is not less dangerous for us to trade everywhere, so it's actually just hard-earned money." "Hard-earned money?" Lin Xian almost laughed. "You have a monopoly, and this is not enough. Didn't you just say that there are dozens of cars in the camp?" Hu Xiao's face changed slightly, and he looked around. He quickly moved closer and whispered to Lin Xian, "Not dozens of trucks, only about 10, and they're all small. This truck is our largest cargo. If you trade away all the food, the 70 or 80 of us in our convoy will have to fight tonight with our guns. Also, there are more and more zombie monsters these days, and they were getting stronger and stronger. Small caliber automatic rifles are losing value. I bought quite a few before, so when I heard the price you were talking about on the radio, I was worried I wouldn't be able to sell them. That's why." Hu Xiao looked pleading. He had originally planned to take Lin Xian's batch of automatic rifles and then trade them out over time. Otherwise, with the small caliber rifles becoming increasingly worthless, he would definitely lose money. He didn't expect to suffer a huge loss this time, trading them for hundreds of automatic rifles. He was left with no choice but to accept his defeat. So, as clever as he was, he quickly adjusted his strategy and began to shamelessly cling to Lin Xian's influence, figuring that even if the cooperation didn't work out, getting out of it unscathed was good enough. If he continued the trade, he'd be in tears. Please support me with your monthly votes. Thank you so much. Chapter 219 Foundation Organization. How about it, Brother Lin? With so many guns, I'll let the convoy digest them first, and then I'll get the goods directly from you, okay? Lin Xian looked at him meaningfully. Do you know how much goods I have? Hu Xiao's voice stagnated when he heard this, his eyes changed slightly, and he looked at Lin Xian and said, the more the better, the more the better. You have such a powerful convoy, so you can definitely get all kinds of supplies. Lin Xian's eyes swept over Hu Xiao and the woman behind him, and said calmly, then where can I find you if I have the goods? Hu Xiao's brows relaxed when he heard it, and he said immediately, our camp is at Shanghai Gymnasium, how about going in and sitting down now? I'll treat everyone to hot pot. Really? Lin Xian looked at Hu Xiao with a smile on his face, and that look made Hu Xiao feel a little uneasy. No, go ahead. Lin Xian's expression changed, and he refused outright. He could tell this guy was desperate to get away, but he wasn't out to be a bandit. There was no point in getting in trouble with a caravan of tourist supplies. He might even need them later. Okay, great. Brother Lin, you're so generous. Let's get out of here, Hu Xiao said, smiling. He quickly called out to his younger brothers, and the group got into the car and left in disgrace. Buzz watching Hu Xiao's convoy leave, Kiki landed beside Lin Xian at this time. A guy like this, just let him go like that, what else can we do? Lin Xian chuckled, he didn't force us to buy or sell, and we also exchanged a truckload of supplies. What else do we want? Chen Sixuan looked at him, does he really want to cooperate with us? Lin Xian snorted, what do you mean by agent purchase? It means that he helps me sell it. As for the price, we don't care. The actual purpose is to prevent us from using the radio to quote prices to the outside world and stabilize the price in this area. He has so many Spark 26 fully automatic tactical rifles that he can sell them at a high price to recoup some of the costs. But whether we agree or not, his first goal is to get away first. Kiki's brows relaxed when he heard this, and she said, "This guy is quite smart." Lin Xian took a deep breath, but he is right about one thing. The monsters in the dark are getting more and more powerful. People will evolve, and so will monsters. Maybe even zombies will become powerful, and the value of ordinary weapons will become lower and lower. Chen Sixuan nodded. These survivor convoys have also noticed, so they all want heavy weapons. Lin Xian turned to the survivors who were still watching and said, "We still have guns. Do you still want to exchange?" "Exchange?" Xiao Hong was the first to shout out, his eyes wide open at this time. He didn't know why, but when he saw Hu Luxiao being humiliated, he was secretly happy. He thought that the bargain he had finally picked up was going to be ruined, but he didn't expect that the real boss in front of him was the one. Yes, 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 the change in the situation made the group of survivors suddenly come to life. The infinite convoy in front of them turned out to be a hidden boss. The ammunition on the car was enough to equip a regiment, which made the people in the convoy stunned. Then, they reacted and hurried to the infinite to continue the previous transaction. At this time, the middle-aged man named Liao Ming watched Hu Luxiao's convoy leave, then walked over to Lin Xian and said, "Brother, don't believe that guy's nonsense. This guy is very smart, and his goods are not resold at all." "Oh," Lin Xian frowned, "what do you mean?" Liao Ming pointed to a box of military supplies carried out by his younger brother behind him. How could so many standard supplies be picked up from the hands of survivors? When we went to him to buy them before, his men boasted that their Fulu show convoy had cooperated with official organizations, but that's not the case. As he spoke, his expression changed, and he said to Lin Xian and others in a serious manner, "You know Qingshu Town, it's right next to Shiji Lake. There's a 095 Dragon-type transport ship that was forced to land by the federal government a long time ago. It is said that the Gold-Tooth Kid got lucky and got a lot of survival supplies on that transport ship. Only then did he start trading and selling them everywhere, and he also recruited a lot of people. The convoy grew rapidly in an instant. Wow, a dragon transport ship, a massive thing weighing tens of thousands of tons. He's so lucky." Kiki gritted his teeth and said angrily, "What a piece of shit." Lin Xian's focus was different. He immediately asked Liao Ming, "Is that transport ship still there?" "Why?" Liao Ming was stunned. He smiled and said, "That thing has been emptied out by countless people a long time ago. Now Qingshu Town is full of zombies. You still want to take advantage of it?" "Just curious." Lin Xian's expression was half smile, and he had already made up his mind. He was of course interested in the 10,000-ton transport ship. Even if this large machine crashed, he could scan it system by system. This was the most important supply to him. Nuclear-powered turbine processors, levitation engines, engine units, shipborne radars, and shipborne anti-aircraft weapons. Even just for materials, the materials on a flying ship were far superior to those in an ordinary train car. If it weren't for the darkness that pressed on, he would have scavenged some materials from the Iron Guard Brigade's gunboats and fighter planes that crashed on Daluo Mountain when he emerged from underground city number 9. Now thinking about it, it felt rather a shame. Outside Hingshangun train station, several high-speed armored vehicles careened through the lush green streets, constantly crushing various zombies. In one of the vehicles, Hu Luxiao sat in the passenger seat, a look of gritted teeth on his face, while his deputy, Sun Chang, was driving. "Oh my god, what a loss. Just now, we've got giant train groups like the Silver Star and Longshan number 1, and now there's the Infinity. Damn, these train operators are such a fuss." The sturdy Sun Chang drove steadily, saying without turning, "Their prices are very reasonable. How can we lose money, you know shit?" Hu Luxiao's eyes shifted, and he snorted as he glanced at Sun Chang, his tone softening slightly. "Just watch. If we don't sell these ordinary rifles quickly, they'll all be useless as firewood in no time." Sun Chang frowned slightly at this, but remained silent. The convoy sped off, attracting many zombies in pursuit. The Hingshangun area was home to numerous survivor groups. Some had been building shelters in the city for a long time, while others were just passing through, aiming to take the eastern route to Star City or the northern route to Dawn Center. Camps of all sizes were set up in various corners of the city. including supermarkets, warehouses, police stations, prisons, and other high-security locations. Infinity's first radio-initiated trade was quite successful. Various supplies were gradually loaded onto the trains and stacked in the supply cars 7 and 6. The survivors, having exchanged weapons for relatively low prices, were in high spirits. Soon, the remaining teams left one after another, and the Hengshengan platform gradually quieted down. After the graffiti-covered teams had departed, Lin Xian spotted an armored vehicle parked in a corner. A short-haired woman in a black coat stood in front of the vehicle, seemingly unnoticed. She stood there, her gaze quietly fixed on Lin Xian. As Lin Xian glanced over, the woman smiled, as if greeting an acquaintance. Lin Xian frowned, perplexed, as he didn't recognize her. Meanwhile, Chen Sixuan and the others were busy loading supplies and counting inventory on the train. Suspicious, Lin Xian approached. Seeing Lin Xian approach, the woman's face cracked with a faint smile. The woman looked to be in her 30s, with neat and tidy short hair. She was not beautiful, but very attractive, especially her eyes, with dark brown pupils, which gave people a very deep feeling. "Hello, we meet again," the woman said to him in a steady voice. Lin Xian was a little surprised and asked in confusion, "Have we met before, Huazailing?" The woman stretched out her hand and introduced herself, climbing elevator. "Thanks to your traction plan," Lin Xian reacted and stretched out his hand to shake her hand. "Are you from Yubai City too?" Huazailing smiled faintly and looked at Lin Xian. "In that environment, you were busy saving the world and should not have noticed me, but that was really a very genius plan. You are flattered." Lin Xian looked at the armored vehicle behind Huazailing. It was a standard combat-grade armored vehicle. From the outside, it did not look like a survivor's vehicle. The black windows made it difficult to see how many people were in the car. It seemed to be a special car for a high-level organization. Judging from the appearance, the other party was not here to buy a gun from him. "Did you hear the radio and come to me specifically?" Lin Xian asked. Huazailing took out a business card and handed it to Lin Xian. "We are very interested in your mechanical abilities, so the Foundation entrusted me to extend a cooperation invitation to you. I wonder if you are interested." Hearing about the Foundation, Lin Xian took the business card in confusion. It read Sihud Foundation Laboratory, Senior Director, Huazailing Sihud Foundation Laboratory. Lin Xian frowned. "Are you from the Federation?" He remembered that after escaping from the strange radio station, Kiki showed him a document about the Angel Project, which contained a special item investigation department, referring to Sihud. This department is said to specialize in the research of taboo objects. Huazailing smiled faintly. "Strictly speaking, the Sihud Foundation Laboratory is a large research organization established by the Luofei Consortium. Before the dissolution of the federal government, we had a cooperative relationship with the government, but now, we belong to a separate organizational system." "Separate? What do you mean?" "Whether it is the Phoenix Order or the Dawn City, we remain neutral." Seeing that Lin Xian was a little confused, Huazailing looked at him with a smile. "Most people may feel very confused about the current organizational systems of the Federation and the Phoenix Order. This mainly depends on the different concepts of the various factions when facing the survival of civilization. The official organization that is generally recognized by everyone is still the Salvation faction, led by the Phoenix Order. The Phoenix Order has 3 core organizations, namely the 3 major Dawn cities, and the Nightwalker organization that specializes in the research and development of superpowers, the recruitment of superpowers, and dispatching them on global missions. Finally, there is the Interstellar Army. As for the survival faction led by the Dawn Project, in the current environment, there are still many survivors who regard the old federal government as the official one. After the first polar night, the original Angel Project was disbanded and divided into many parts. The Special Item Investigation Department you mentioned is a research group invested and built by our Sihud Foundation, which is responsible for the research of some special night items, and the philosophy of our foundation is to study the existing civilization system and the invasion of darkness from a scientific perspective. Simply put, we are looking for opportunities that can transform human civilization. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this and said, "Are you from the Advent sect?" Huazailing smiled and said, "Captain Lin, don't be nervous. I just said that we are an organization that maintains a neutral nature. The Advent sect you are referring to should be those who fanatically worship the power of darkness and regard the power of apocalypse to destroy the world as the creator god." She tilted her head slightly as she spoke. In the view of our scientists, these people have mental problems. Indeed, there are problems. Lin Xian took a deep breath and looked at Hua Xiaoling. So what are you looking for me to cooperate with? Mechanical creation. Hua Xiaoling said straight to the point. If we talk about the opportunity for the transformation of civilization, for us scientists, the most promising ones are naturally artificial intelligence and high-tech fields. This is also the only remaining will of our civilization. Genetic evolution and superpowers are still a relatively unfamiliar direction for us. Don't you think so? Lin Xian understood that the other party was interested in his mechanical superpowers. This seems to be the only functional superpower in the superpower system that can be linked to human technology. Unfortunately, my superpower is not a superpower. Lin Xian sighed in his heart. What you said makes sense, but you may think my superpowers are too magical. It is indeed magical that the R&D Center can directly create a blueprint of a generation gap, but Lin Xian does not want to publicize it. Even if it is just mechanical manufacturing and swallowing, it is already amazing enough in the eyes of ordinary people. Many people in Yubai City already know about it. At that time, between life and death, he did not choose to hide, but now afterwards, it will definitely attract some people's attention. For example, the Phoenix Society. But what Lin Xian did not expect was that before the Phoenix Society came up, the first one to come up was this Sihud Foundation laboratory. Hua Xiaoling just smiled lightly when she heard what Lin Xian said. Without too much discussion, she said to him calmly. It doesn't matter. We have an all-weather laboratory in Shiju Lake. We have many achievements in the research of darkness, genetic evolution, and superpowers. You are welcome to communicate at any time. You may be very interested in your mechanical superpowers, okay? Lin Xian responded. Hua Xiaoling smiled faintly, then turned around and got on the car. The black armored vehicle left quickly and soon disappeared at the end of the platform. Foundation, Luo Fei Group, Angel Project, Transport Ship Crash. Lin Xian looked at the direction where the armored vehicle left and pondered slightly. Where did this neutral organization suddenly emerge? Brothers, double monthly tickets will be available until the 7th. Please give me monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. Thank you very much. Chapter 220 Team Exploration. Who is that person? After the armored vehicle left, Kiki walked to Lin Xian and asked curiously. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, it's an organization called Sihud Foundation. It seems to be the investor behind the Special Items Research Department in the information you gave me before. Ah, Kiki frowned. Is it from the Federation? Lin Xian shook his head. According to her, they are a neutral organization. They should have noticed us when they were climbing the elevator before. They noticed your mechanical ability. Kiki's eyes swept over Lin Xian, blinking, and she immediately understood. She is extending an olive branch to you and wants to recruit you. Recruit you? Lin Xian smiled directly. Are we bandits? Then recruit us. That's right. Lin Xian asked, do you know if there are any large laboratories or military bases near Shiju Lake? Kiki frowned at his question. As for a military base, based on the information I've obtained before, there doesn't seem to be any. If it's newly established or has a very high level of confidentiality, then I don't know about it. As for some large laboratory, I've never heard of it. Such an institution should be able to be found on civilian maps. That's not necessarily true. Crack. Lin Xian crushed and swallowed a tiny metal bracket in his left hand. The bracket extended several meters from the ground, like a simple metal arm. Hey, what did you do? Kiki noticed Lin Xian's little action and asked immediately. Nothing. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. I just installed a communicator on that car. Kiki's eyes widened when he heard this. You want to use the communicator as a signal locator to track them? But this thing loses signal at a distance, and it's impossible to track and locate with the influence of the dark tide. Simple uses have simple uses. Who told me to use it for tracking and positioning? Lin Xian turned and looked at Kiki. You just need to help me confirm the direction of the car leaving the city, and it is always better to be prepared than not to be prepared. Maybe if this car wants to follow us in the future, we can find out one step ahead. Although Hua Xiaoling said that they were neutral, Lin Xian knew that no matter what faction they were, they would definitely have some kind of interest orientation, so he still had to be on guard first. It was always right to be more careful. But then again, even if he wanted to cooperate, why didn't he choose the Phoenix Society? The night is approaching, and the Foundation laboratory of this kind of private consortium may not even be able to guarantee its own safety, let alone other things. Good for you. Kiki stared at Lin Xian with a scrutinizing look. Why do I feel that you are getting more and more cunning now, like an old fox? Lin Xian frowned at her and sneered. Isn't this what I learned from you? In the doomsday, everyone has to be on guard. Kiki glanced at him unhappily when she heard this. How? You can also pass the blame, man. Back on the train, Chen Sixuan finished counting the supplies that had just been traded in carriage number 7. Seeing Lin Xian coming in, she said happily. Lin Xian, we have exchanged a lot of supplies this time. I did a simple calculation. Even if more than 30 of us eat 3 meals a day, it will be enough to eat for a month. The weapons piled up in carriage number 5 were almost emptied, and a lot of useful supplies were exchanged. Chen Sixuan breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for that Fulu show team, it would be smoother than expected. Hey, Sister Chen, Kiki came over with a smile. This group of people bought us so many weapons, isn't it smoother? Lin Xian was also a little surprised to hear this number. This was the first time he used his supernatural powers to earn supplies, and he didn't expect to reap so much. Sasha, holding a can of pickled cucumbers in exchange, also laughed and said, that idiot would never have thought that her brother Lin is a weapons factory, and he couldn't buy all of it even if he moved all his belongings in. Yet, Kiki looked at the dazzling array of supplies on the shelves, flew over and hugged Lin Xian's shoulders, and said happily, I said, with Lin Xian's special ability, we will never have to worry about food in the future. You take me for a cow? Lin Xian gave her a displeased look. Smart. It takes time, energy and materials for me to make things, and low-end weapons are not that easy to sell. It's not that easy to feed a whole car of people. If the Fulu show team came to buy high firepower weapons, Lin Xian really wouldn't be able to produce them in batches for him for a while, which would be a bit troublesome. Kiki smiled. Then I was wrong. You are not a cow, you are a stud. Sister Kiki, what is a stud? Sasha looked curious. A stud is woo. Kiki, who was about to explain, was suddenly covered by a slap on the mouth. Lin Xian glared at her. Do you know what a stud is? Just explain it. You are teaching a bad child. Kiki broke free from his hand and said to Sasha seriously, a stud horse is responsible for sowing seeds. It's very hard work, like your brother Lin. Oh, then brother Lin is indeed very hard working. Sasha nodded. Chen Sixuan blushed all over, and Lin Xian was a little speechless. He didn't know where this girl came up with these inexplicable words. At this time, Kiki suddenly came up and whispered in Lin Xian's ear, especially some people at night, they are very diligent. Really? It seems that you are too idle at night. Lin Xian responded unwillingly. Then you can come and help in the future. I won't. Kiki blushed when she heard this, and hurriedly took a step back in panic, looking at Lin Xian fiercely. Lin Xian, seeing that Kiki was about to start talking nonsense again, Chen Sixuan interrupted and said to Lin Xian, what are the arrangements for the next step? Do you want to arrange for the team to go out and explore? Yes. Lin Xian suppressed his smile and said, we need to wait for updates on the situation at Parma Grassland before leaving Hangshan Pass. Therefore, we must hurry and gather more supplies for emergencies. A train is like a moving city. For those aboard, supplies aren't just food and water, daily necessities, useful furniture and equipment, clothing, cups, toothbrushes, underwear, and even toilet paper are crucial. Furthermore, Lin Xian needs his team's help in collecting mechanical items, whether for devouring them or scanning blueprints for manufacturing. The more the better. Chen Sixuan nodded. Then I suggest, like we did in Yuchi, that we split up into teams and explore along the route, observing the exits and threats ahead of time. Yes, Lin Xian agreed with Chen Sixuan's suggestion. Lin Xian, Kiki said. Holding her mobile device and using the vehicle's information system to locate the communicator Lin Xian had installed on the armored vehicle, I've seen them heading south, but only within a 10-kilometer radius. We don't know if they've left the city yet. Lin Xian nodded. That place is almost out of the city. It's enough to know the direction. Set the serial number of the communication device as a reminder target. If it approaches us from behind, it will give a reminder. That's easy. After finishing this, Lin Xian began to gather everyone to the information center of carriage number 2 to discuss the team's outing exploration. It's just noon now, and there is plenty of time, so I want to split the troops into 3 groups. One is along the main line of the track. There are several large shopping malls along the way. The second is along the north line of the track. There is an industrial area there. The last is in the south of the city. It is relatively remote, but there are many residential areas. You can try your luck. Me. Kiki raised her hand first and said enthusiastically, I'm going to the shopping mall. I haven't been there for a long time. I want to bring back more things this time. Don't go. Lin Xian looked at her. Come with me to Qingshu Town on the South Line. That's exactly the direction of Shiji Lake. Let's explore in the direction that the Foundation person just left. Oh, Kiki's eyes lit up. Do you want to go and see the crash transport ship? That's what I meant. Then I'll go to the main line. I'm more experienced in searching. Shukin also volunteered. I can go anywhere, Brother Xian, Dalu said directly. Okay, Lin Xian thought for a moment. Shukin, Dalu, Sasha, you take a few more people to search along the main line, and also search those large shopping malls. Take back everything useful. There are many carriages now, and we can fit them all, no problem. Sasha immediately agreed excitedly. A search mission like this in the afternoon sun sounds more comfortable. With the strength of these people, zombies and the like will basically not pose any threat. It can be said that they are just going shopping. However, a city like Hengshangun, a transportation hub, has been searched countless times by survivors from countless routes, and it is probably difficult to find any valuable supplies. Then Brother Ho, you lead the team to take the northern route. The industrial area is relatively open, and your special abilities will be more convenient to use when encountering any situation. Lu Xingchen always likes to sit in the car, make tea and bask in the sun, but when he heard Lin Xian's arrangement, he nodded directly, and then spread his hands. Am I going alone? Kiki glanced at him. Why, are you scared? Ridiculous. Lu Xingchen stood sideways with his hands behind his back, with a cold look, and said deeply, slaying demons and eliminating evil is easy for me, but searching for items, okay, I'll go with you. Sasha frowned and interrupted, Brother Lin, this guy is a directionally challenged person. Last time in the warehouse, he couldn't tell the directions. Let me go with him, cough cough. As soon as these words came out, Lu Xingchen coughed twice, forcibly covering up his embarrassment and said, actually, it's not. My heart is between heaven and earth, and it doesn't matter where I go, that's it. Lin Xian nodded in agreement and looked at Lu Xingchen. It was not surprising that this guy always liked to stand with his back to people and couldn't tell the front from the back. Then you should take a few people with you. Sasha looked at Lu Xingchen with disgust and nodded. Lin Xian looked at Chen Sixuan. Okay, Teacher Chen, you and Miao Lu will be in charge of guarding the car. We have just exchanged so many supplies, and we need to spend some time to sort them out. In addition, he looked out the window. At this time, there were still several camps where survivors were stationed in Hengshangun Station, as well as the green train Night Phantom parked on the track not far away. Although they had just dealt with them, Lin Xian still asked Chen Sixuan to pay more attention. We are going out to explore, you just need to take care of your own business, there is no need to deal with others. Well, I know. Chen Sixuan nodded in response. In fact, before entering Hengshan Pass, Lin Xian's original plan was to send Shukin and Lu Chang to explore the residential area. Shukin and the others are all good at physical evolution and are relatively experienced. They will have an advantage when operating in densely populated areas. There are also several abandoned trains on the Hengshan Pass platform. Compared with going out to search, upgrading the devouring machinery is a higher priority for him, and he also has to find time to complete the extreme energy capacitor of the orbital electromagnetic gun. Now that the team has grown, he can completely hand over the work of going out to search. But after hearing the news about the Dragon-type transport ship, he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to go to Qingshu Town to take a look. Even if he can't complete the devouring of such a large machine, it would be valuable for him to scan some blueprints of some of its subsystems. By the way, go and see the Foundation organization. A large organization like this may have a lot of powerful equipment. In addition to equipping the team with mecha, Lin Xian is also planning to install automated medical cabins. Advanced automated medical cabins can generally treat minor injuries quickly. The train only had basic medicine, iodine disinfectant, and bandages. If a serious injury occurred, there was no treatment at all, and doctors were hard to find. However, automated medical cabins would be a relatively good alternative. After the teams were determined, they began to move. Shukin and Dalu, along with Lu Chang and two other team members, drove an SUV to explore the eastern route. Shasha, Lu Xingchen, and several other team members drove the armored vehicle north to the industrial area. As for the southern route, since the goal was reconnaissance and exploration, Lin Xian and Kiki each took a motorcycle and set off lightly. On the Infinity, Lin Xian left Chen Sixuan to guard the car, which also contained Director Ding, Mialu, and several other skilled personnel. Chen Sixuan led the others to sort the large amount of supplies they had just received from the trade. Let's go. Shuken and Dalu were on their first trip together. They gestured to each other, each driving a car and leading the team out of the station. On Sasha's side, Lu Xingchen was driving. She sat in the passenger seat, clutching her Thunderstorm A1 grenade launcher and her ammunition backpack. The car rushed out of the station exit, exiting the street and heading north. You've got to stick with me this time. Don't get lost on some tattered futon. This is a big city, not a small warehouse, Sasha warned Lu Xingchen ahead of time. Wearing sunglasses, Lu Xingchen gazed at the post-apocalyptic urban forest ahead and said nonchalantly, "A tattered futon? Don't you know that these artistic concepts are crucial to the tea ceremony, Tisk?" Sasha rolled her eyes at him. "Can I drink tea with a thermos? Summer insects can't talk about ice." Lu Xingchen shook his head helplessly and glanced at Sasha. "But later, I can find you something your age would enjoy, like a doll or roller skates, PFFT, PTT, PTT, PTT. I like this." Sasha raised her grenade launcher very domineeringly. "The greater the firepower, the better. It would be best if it can blow your broken futon into ashes with one shot." Lu Xingchen, Buzz on the other side, Lin Xian and Kiki both got on motorcycles. The survivors' convoy that was originally stationed in the station watched as the people from the Infinity went out in waves, and all cast their eyes over. Xiao Hong, the boss on the night charm, saw Lin Xian getting on the car, leaned against the window, and said to him with a puzzled look on his face, "Hey, you have so many supplies, and you still want to explore the city? This city has been searched 180 times. I advise you not to waste your time." Lin Xian glanced at him, said nothing, and rode away on his bike. Kiki rolled his eyes at him with disdain and followed him on his bike. Xiao Hong felt a little bored when he saw that he was being ignored. He curled his lips, glanced back and forth at the several carriages of the Infinity, and then closed the window. "Brothers, double monthly tickets will be given until the 7th. Please give me the monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. Thank you very much." Chapter 221 Dragon Transport Ship. On the Infinity, Chen Sixuan locked all the doors, activated the sentry system's early warning system, and began to organize the supplies and carriages with the remaining personnel. With the early warning system, 1130 could launch an attack on unknown threats at any time with Chen Sixuan's authorization, a truly intelligent system. Kiki had programmed the PX-05 engineering robot with maintenance instructions. As soon as 1130 was activated, it would quickly follow up and resupply its ammunition chain. "Everyone, from the Infinity is the origin. Communication will be lost beyond a certain distance. Everyone, please be mindful of the time and return to the train before 6 p.m. Lin Xian's voice echoed through the intercom. "Roger that," Shuken's voice echoed. "Roger that," Sasha replied, picking up the intercom and waving it at Lu Xingchen. "Do you hear me? If you get lost, I won't come looking for you, so stay close to me." Lu Xingchen smiled, a look of resignation on his face. Okay, everyone, be careful," Chen Sixuan's voice echoed from the Infinity. Lin Xian, hearing the responses from all sides, turned and glanced at Kiki, then stepped on the accelerator and sped off. Seeing that Lin Xian was outriding her, Kiki's competitive spirit peaked. She squeezed the accelerator, the motorcycle engine roaring wildly, and she quickly passed Lin Xian, leaving him with a voluptuous female rider's silhouette. "Are you trying to race?" Lin Xian asked over the communicator. "If you can't keep up, just follow suit." Kiki's voice was thick with wind. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly, nimbly dodging the zombies charging from the roadside, and stepped on the accelerator to catch up. The once wide city streets were filled with abandoned and rusting cars. The two motorcycles nimbly slid through the numerous obstacles, speeding south. He was wearing power armor, carrying a magnetically controlled black gun and an electric knife on his back, and also carrying a fully loaded automatic rifle. He was well prepared. In terms of distance, his scouting direction was the furthest, as it required dozens of kilometers outside the city. According to the map, Qingshu town bordered Shiji Lake, so even the fastest bike ride would take at least an hour. Desperate to get back before dark, he and Kiki ignored the streets and rushed straight ahead. Ugh! The roars of zombies echoed around Lin Xian. He dodged on his motorcycle, occasionally using his airgun to dispatch a few that blocked his path, his vehicle weaving through the open space. Buzz! Kiki was even more brutal. Whether encountering zombies or abandoned cars, she would unleash an invisible shockwave, forcibly clearing a path. As if on command, the obstacles that had previously blocked the road all moved out of her way. After passing countless blocks, the two finally left the outskirts of the city. The highway out of town was clogged with abandoned cars. Fortunately, they were on motorcycles, so they navigated the various ridges and hillsides, swiftly heading towards Qingshu town. Just after driving a few dozen kilometers, Lin Xian saw a vast expanse of deep blue water in the distance, connecting heaven and earth. It was a massive lake. Even before approaching, he could already feel a warm, gentle lake breeze blowing towards him. This was the climate change brought on by the lake effect, indicating the astonishing size of this body of water. At first glance, it almost looked like the ocean. Lin Xian had researched this lake before setting off. It was the largest freshwater lake in the Yunjiang Plain, covering an area of 120,000 square kilometers and reaching a depth of over 1,900 meters at its deepest point. It was a vital freshwater reserve for the Dragon Kingdom. The deep blue waters also revealed its immense depth. Having nearly drowned while swimming in a deep reservoir as a child, Lin Xian had a natural fear of deep water. He thought of the thrill of driving a train on the ocean track, built over thousands of meters deep along a ridgeline. Wow, what a huge lake. Is there a water monster in there? Kiki's voice came over the communicator. By this time, after leaving the city, contact with the other teams was almost impossible. What's there to be afraid of? We're not going into the water. Having experienced Underground City 9 and Rain Town, Lin Xian knew that even in daylight, strange entities could exist in those dark buildings. Water, especially deep water, naturally blocks out sunlight. Many survivors already had considerable experience with the habits of these dark creatures. Kiki responded bluntly, who knows? What if that Foundation organization is hiding beneath the lake? Lin Xian chuckled softly. With such powerful means, it seems like a good idea to cooperate with them. As the motorcycle sped along, Lin Xian, observing the road signs, began to adjust his direction, turning from the highway onto a regular national road. Qingshu town was a small town, and few people would venture there during the apocalypse. The number of abandoned cars on the road began to decrease, and the two gradually picked up speed. After passing through some wooded areas near the lake, Lin Xian looked up and saw a small town. It looked like a tourist town. A crooked, rusty sign on the roadside read, "Welcome to Qingshu town." As the two motorcycles approached, the sight of rickety cars gradually increased. A few zombies sparsely wandered the highway. The cars had been pushed to the sides, creating a passable path. Lin Xian and Kiki stopped the car on an empty hillside. It looks like a lot of people have been here. Kiki stopped the car, gazing at the town. What a shame. It's quite a beautiful town. It's a great place to visit. Hey, look, isn't that a crashed transport ship? Kiki's eyes immediately caught sight of something. Lin Xian's gaze narrowed as he gazed toward the nearby town. He suddenly spotted the outline of a massive spaceship, slung across the streets deep within. It looked quite impressive. The massive transport ship, weighing tens of thousands of tons, lay tilted and toppled between several collapsed buildings. Burn marks were visible on its roof, and the main structure at the front of the bow had fractured. Birds flew overhead, and from a distance, the massive man-made vessel stood out starkly among the town's buildings. It's strange for such a large transport ship to crash here. Could it have encountered some large, unnatural entity? Lin Xian peered into the town through binoculars. He could see many zombies wandering the streets, but no sign of any other survivors. That's possible. Kiki glanced toward Shiju Lake in the distance. I've always said there must be some massive monster in this lake. Those Federation aircraft are just unlucky, getting attacked everywhere. Lin Xian frowned, instinctively feeling a sense of resistance. The lake had turned black. 1,900 meters deep. Beneath the abyss where sunlight couldn't reach, who knew what lay beneath? He thought of the subterranean creatures of Underground City number 9, and a chill ran down his spine. Let's head into town first. Be careful, the southern track wasn't far from here. If the Infinity were to switch to the southern route, it would pass here, but there wouldn't be a stop. The two men remounted their motorcycles. Buildings gradually gathered along the roadside. As they neared the town's main streets, the two motorcycles slowed, their gazes warily fixed. A desolate, deserted tourist town appeared before them. The roadside was lined with shops selling things like Shiju Lake aquatic products and boat rentals. The streets were filthy with discarded clothes and rotting corpses, and the stench of the lake mingled with the wind. Perhaps due to the rising lake water, several streets were completely submerged, stained a dark green. Judging by the depth of the flooding, it looked like it was half a person's height. Lin Xian bypassed the flooded streets and headed towards the crashed transport ship in the town center. Cluster, clump, clump, several wind lances blasted, sending several zombies crashing to the ground. Crossing several streets, a mass of collapsed and shattered buildings began to block the passage. The multi-ton aircraft lay sideways on a pile of buildings. Hundreds of meters of street collapsed, leaving a massive crash gully running west to east, nearly bisecting the town. The bow of the Dragon transport ship was broken and deformed, exposing multiple internal decks to the sunlight. Lin Xian took a closer look, but climbing up the slope from the side of the ship was at least a dozen stories high. Wow, such a large transport ship. It's done, Kiki exclaimed in amazement. Let's head straight to the top. There are more and more zombies around, so try to avoid secluded areas. Lin Xian kept a watchful eye on his surroundings. He knew there might be more than just them, so he erred on the side of caution. Okay, as the two drove into the quiet town, more and more zombies were attracted. Lin Xian took a look and simply raised his hand to create several steel scaffolding. He then cycled through a section of broken reinforced concrete, ascending a slanted, collapsed staircase, and stopped at a slightly hidden spot high above the rubble. Move the bike up, Lin Xian said to Kiki as he parked and headed down the collapsed staircase. He activated his power armor's motion unit and leaped onto the floor below, creating a slanted steel wall that blocked the zombies' upward climb. Many began to fall from the floor. While these zombies weren't a significant threat at the moment, Lin Xian had to deal with them. Kiki grabbed two motorcycles and flew off, heading towards the transport ship, quickly landing on its top deck. Bang! Lin Xian, having set up a barrier, aimed his airgun directly at a rickety advertising light box across the street. Sparks flashed as air struck the metal frame, and the large restaurant light box toppled over, sending shattered fragments flying everywhere, crushing a group of zombies and blocking some of their climb up. Okay, done. Lin Xian finished building the wall, turned, and rushed to the higher ground. His power armor's motion units began to output torque, and he moved with incredible speed. Soon, the massive Dragon transport ship was within sight. The wing sunk so deep into the ground that even the street sewers were exposed. Lin Xian climbed directly along the wing to the top of the transport ship. The path was covered in muddy footprints and blood stains. The bodies of many dead survivors lay scattered everywhere. Some were already decaying, while others looked as if they had been dead for less than a week. It was unclear whether they had been mauled by zombies or killed while scrambling for supplies. However, the transport ship was completely silent. Lin Xian had no idea if anyone was inside, or if there were any other survivors in the town watching. Halfway through his run, Lin Xian glanced at Kiki, who was already flying overhead, observing the surroundings. He then glanced behind him. The ship was now more than 10 stories high. Hey girl, keep an eye on the outside for me. I'll go in and take a look. Be careful then, Kiki said, landing on the deck. Lin Xian tossed her a pair of binoculars. It should be quick for me to explore. Keep an eye on your surroundings. There might be others watching here too. Be careful. Okay, I got it. Go in first. Just call me if anything happens, Kiki said. Lin Xian followed the ship's roof forward until he reached a gaping hole in the transport's bow. He took a look and then jumped in. Boom. The moment he landed, a low humming sound echoed from the cabin deck. Lin Xian flicked his right hand beside his ear, and a beam of light from his HUD-mounted photoelectric device shone into the cabin. Lin Xian, no one, Lin Xian replied. The upper deck of this type of transport ship housed resting quarters for officers and personnel. From the corridor, they were lined with rest quarters, but all the doors were open. Lin Xian stood in the slightly sloping corridor, gazing at the deserted interior with a stern expression. You keep an eye on the outside while I take a look inside, okay? Lin Xian didn't expect much in the way of supplies. This place had clearly been visited by countless waves of survivors, and if, as Liao Ming had said, Hu Lushao and his gang had targeted it first, it must have been completely looted. Even a second search would likely struggle to find anything of use. But Lin Xian was looking for blueprints and engines. These items were unlikely to be removed by survivors, and to him, They were truly precious. It's pitch black in here. I hope some strange entity doesn't show up. Lin Xian's face darkened, but he didn't hesitate. He quickly crossed the upper deck and headed for the engine engineering room at the rear. The transport ship was pitch black, and the air was filled with a stench of decaying bodies. Along the way, he saw numerous bodies in federal garrison uniforms scattered about. Judging by their decomposition, they must have died at the time of the crash. However, when he jumped in from the broken bow, he noticed something odd. What struck him most was the upward-sloping impact zone in front of the bow, yet after landing, the fracture occurred from above. This looked quite strange. Simply put, the transport ship seemed to have impact marks on both its forehead and chin, and the impact on the forehead was even more severe than on the chin, as if the transport ship had directly hit something while flying at high altitude. Then, during the forced landing, the bow of the ship hit the ground, was torn apart by the stress, and the deck structure above was broken. Because the tallest building in this town is only a dozen stories high, and there are no signs of impact with a building in the impact area in front of the bow, it is difficult for Lin Xian not to think of a mid-air collision. Could this unfortunate transport ship have hit atmospheric mica in mid-air? Lin Xian pondered in his heart. But it's impossible for the radar to not react to such a large object. Brothers, double monthly tickets will be available until the 7th. Please give me monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. Thank you very much. Chapter 222 Swallowing Missiles. Lin Xian made his way from the upper deck to the engineering room. The hatch was completely damaged, leaving only a small opening less than a man's height. He walked over and pressed the control panel. The mechanical heart activated, a current pulsing through it. The automatic door suddenly whirred with a sound of a motor and forced itself halfway open. Lin Xian immediately stepped inside. Click. Lin Xian adjusted the flashlight's beam, illuminating the pitch-black engine room. In the center lay the nuclear turbine processor compartment. He pulled out a Geiger counter to check. Fortunately, there were no leaks. Lin Xian stood above the engine room. Below, on either side, two massive floating engines, like two industrial behemoths, silently slumbered. I don't know if this will work. Lin Xian's eyes burned as he watched. Scanning a 10,000-ton Dragon transport was impossible for him, and the hull was damaged, making it impossible to obtain complete blueprints. He wondered if the flight engines were damaged. Without hesitation, Lin Xian descended from the upper deck along the mounting stairs to the engine. With a single hand, he activated the mechanical heart. Hiss. In an instant, he felt a surge of energy being frantically drained. The reach of his mechanical heart continued to expand. Lin Xian attempted to sense the entire structure of the levitational propulsion engine, but as his perception expanded, he realized he had overestimated it. The various systems connected to the levitational propulsion engine grew in number, the number of subsystems numbing to the point of numbing his scalp, and the vast majority were in a state of damage. Scan progress 21%. 20 minutes passed, and before he'd even finished scanning, Lin Xian was already sweating profusely. Shit, Lin Xian let go, abandoning the scanning process. Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. I guess I've overestimated myself. Scanning won't work unless I disassemble the entire engine and slowly devour it, Lin Xian sighed. That being said, disassembling the engine of a 10,000-ton aircraft, even if it were sent to Kehu Heavy Industries' shipbuilding workshop, would require considerable time with specialized engineers and various mechanical equipment. Lin Xian alone was completely unable to accomplish this. Lin Xian immediately turned his gaze towards the nuclear turbine processor compartment. This shipborne nuclear power unit wasn't large, but it was still several times larger than the one on the Gemini 11R nuclear-powered electric locomotive. Never mind, let's try this. Just as Lin Xian was ready to make a wasted trip, he climbed up to the nuclear turbine processor compartment to scan it. He was shocked to find that it was not only leak-free, but also intact. 30 minutes later, successful scan of the Night Star 2 nuclear turbine processor, blueprint. Seeing the harvest on the mechanical heart's light screen, Lin Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although this thing was of no use at the moment, at least he had gained something. He checked the time. It was already 3:16 p.m., less than 4 hours until dark. He estimated that devouring this giant would take at least 4 to 6 hours. If successful, he might gain over 500 mechanical source points and over 200 devouring proficiency points, allowing him to break through level 4 in mechanical devouring. But even if the devouring was complete, it would surely be dark by then. and rushing back at night would inevitably lead to trouble. Let's check out the weapon systems first. Lin Xian didn't push it too far. After all, at Hangshan Pass, besides the locomotives, there were also plenty of cars to devour. Given enough time, he could easily slow down his escape and focus on upgrading. The Dragon Transport, once known as the Hercules of the Sky, had an immense carrying capacity. While its defenses were certainly not as powerful as those of gunboats and fighter jets, it was equipped with shipborne close-in weapon systems and short-range air-to-air missiles, something Lin Xian was more excited about. Just as he was crossing the middle deck and reaching the ship's weapons station, situated atop the central hull, Lin Xian suddenly spotted a familiar face on the transport ship's officer list in a conference hall. He paused, nodded, and walked over to take a look. A smile immediately crossed his face. Hula Xiao, deputy captain of the Yangxiang ship. Oh my god, so this guy's a pilot. No wonder they say he stole the transport supplies. He's so close to home. Liao Ming's rumors weren't groundless. It seemed Hula Xiao must have survived the transport's crash. With that in mind, it made sense that he'd have so many Federation standard supplies. Lin Xian didn't care. He paused for a moment, then continued upwards, soon arriving outside the ship's weapon station. The door was severely deformed by the crash. Lin Xian glanced through the gap at the light inside and hissed. Inside the weapon station were 2 airborne missile launchers, both of which were still loaded with missiles. Wow, 1 Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile and 2 Guardian 86 air defense missiles. As a former military fan, he was quite knowledgeable about these weapons of the Federation. What surprised him at this moment was that these missiles that he had seen on the internet and in pictures were obviously very small, but when they were close to his eyes, they felt surprisingly large. Indeed, the Storm IF-12 missile is 6.86 meters long, 0.36 meters in diameter, weighs 850 kilograms, and has a warhead of 200 kilograms. The Guardian 86 missile is 2.5 meters long, 0.18 meters in diameter, weighs 100 kilograms, and has a warhead of 30 kilograms. Any one of them is much taller than a human being, so they are not that small either. Lin Xian's eyes were burning, and he pressed the communicator to say to Kiki, "Girl, I found some good stuff here." The transport ship's airborne missiles may take some time to retrieve, Kiki replied immediately after hearing this. Missiles? Weren't they moved away by the survivors? Lin Xian sneered at the words. How is that possible? This is a missile, not a rocket launcher. Hoisting a missile requires professional equipment. How could those survivors carry it away with their bare hands? Even if you did, how would you use it without a launch device? Would you carry it on your shoulders and crash it into the strange body? A missile system isn't a single soldier task, nor is it something that can be tinkered with by a large group. It requires the missile body, launcher, search radar, and fire control system, all of which must be maintained regularly. Lin Xian surveyed the weapons station, where even one of the Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile carriers had broken off and tumbled to the ground. He imagined the survivors would be terrified by the sight. It was a blessing that the weapons station hadn't exploded. So how could they possibly carry the missiles back to the convoy? The transport ship's compartments had been thoroughly ransacked, and every useful piece of equipment, supplies, and tool had been taken. The weapons station had been essentially depleted of missiles, but fortunately, these 3 missiles remained, allowing Lin Xian to utilize his mechanical abilities. That's true, Kiki chuckled, unable to contain her excitement. That's great. Let's get these things on our train. If there's another monster, we can just destroy it with a long-range bomb. Forget about carrying it. Lin Xian took a breath and stood outside the weapons bay. We only have 2 motorcycles, and we have to take them with a radar system, launcher, and missiles. Even with Kiki's powers, it wouldn't work. It would involve dismantling the cabin, and the thought of Kiki using her powers to run around with a bunch of missiles was terrifying. Dismantling it wasn't possible, but scanning the blueprints and devouring it was possible. Lin Xian asked Kiki to keep watch outside while he prepared to study the missiles. Devouring missiles sounds exciting. Lin Xian swallowed, his nerves surging. He was afraid the contents would explode accidentally. Even with his quick reflexes, he wouldn't be able to escape. After ensuring there were no other living people inside the transport ship, Lin Xian reached out and created a simple hydraulic press, slowly propping open the deformed hatch. With the right tools readily available, Lin Xian's abilities proved incredibly convenient for exploration. A series of metallic squeezing sounds echoed as the deformed hatch was pushed open. Lin Xian fashioned a bracket to prop it up and then stepped inside. His first glance fell on the white Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile, which had tumbled to the ground, its body slightly deformed. "Brother, listen to me. I'll just touch it. Don't blow it up." Lin Xian hesitated for a moment, then walked over, crouched down, and reached out to touch the cold missile. Scanning, progress 15%, scanning progress 50%. After about 20 minutes, Lin Xian finally completed the entire scan. Scanning completed, Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile blueprint obtained. There were no expected malfunctions, and Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the missile was still quite durable. At this point, he was also feeling a bit excited. If he could install the entire missile launcher and radar system onto the Infinity, that would be incredible. The Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile had a range of at least 500 kilometers, powered by a scramjet engine, and could reach a cruising speed of Mach 6. The only problem was that long-range signals and radar were blocked by the dark tide. In this situation, inertial guidance was the only option against distant targets, and speed was limited at close range. Who cares? Lin Xian sighed, thinking he was overthinking it. There's no need to break air defenses when attacking a strange entity, so why worry about cruising speed? Just smash it in the face. Lin Xian had plenty of time to scan out all the missiles and launchers, so he acted decisively, heading for the large Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile. Scan completed, obtained Storm IF-12 supersonic air-to-ship missile blueprint. Scan completed, obtained Mk-66 roll-on cantilever missile launcher. Scan completed, obtained T-1 fire control radar blueprint. Scan completed. Obtained T-1-2 detection and search radar blueprint. Swallowed successfully, mechanical source points plus 100, swallowing proficiency plus 40, speed plus 5, swallowed successfully, mechanical source points plus 120, swallowing proficiency plus 50, strength plus 6, oh my god. Lin Xian looked at the notification on the mechanical heart screen, a look of surprise on his face. It took him less than an hour to fire 2 missiles, but he'd already earned 220 mechanical source points. He hadn't expected missiles to yield such a high return rate, far higher than a locomotive. It seems we made the right choice this time. It's just that we're a little short on missiles. I'd love to have more. Lin Xian looked at the remaining, slightly deformed Guardian 86 anti-aircraft missile before him and, without giving it a second thought, continued devouring it. Just as the progress screen lit up before Lin Xian, Kiki's voice rang out over the communicator. "Lin Xian, get out." Lin Xian frowned at the words, then immediately stopped what he was doing and rushed outside without hesitation. He quickly burst through the upper deck, launching himself through the transport's broken section with a leap, landing on the top. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian glanced around and saw Kiki flying rapidly toward him from the sky. She then landed on the deck, her eyes widening as she held her mobile device in her hand. "Look, it's the device distance I set that's sending the signal. The communicator you installed on that armored vehicle is just northeast of us." Lin Xian walked over and glanced outside the town. In that direction, all he could see was a dense forest by the lake. Strange, it stands to reason that the communicator is affected by the power of the dark tide and is only effective within a distance of 5 or 6 kilometers, but there seems to be nothing in that direction. "Is it really under the lake?" Kiki exclaimed. "Then it's hidden too deeply." Lin Xian glanced at the mobile terminal in Kiki's hand, and said directly, "Let's go and see what kind of monster this Foundation is." Kiki frowned and looked at the transport ship behind him. "Are you done?" "Almost." Lin Xian clapped his hands. "I have got all the useful things." "Wow, you have even made missiles, so powerful." Kiki looked at admiration, "Then build one for me to play with." Lin Xian was embarrassed. "Why not play with missiles?" Kiki rolled his eyes at him, and then said, Let's go and see that research institute, maybe there are interesting things in it." Lin Xian looked at the time, so he set off decisively. He and Kiki got off the transport ship, rode motorcycles out of the zombie group, and drove out of the town. Buzz! The two drove out of Qingshu town, heading northeast out of town for a while. The signal on Kiki's mobile device grew stronger, indicating that Lin Xian was tracking in the right direction. Strange, there's only a forest ahead. Where's the research institute? Be careful. Lin Xian was also puzzled. His first reaction was that someone might have found his communicator and discarded it on the roadside. Thinking deeper, The only possibility was that the research institute was hidden in the woods. The two slowed down and drove into the woods. It was a pristine old forest, densely packed with branches that obscured the sun. The moment they entered, their vision was obstructed. As the motorcycle entered the woods, a flurry of branches slammed against the front of the motorcycle, making a clanging sound. The road was bumpy and undulating. Lin Xian raised his hand to create a protective iron frame to deflect the branches, while Kiki used her supernatural power to remain unaffected. Soon, the terrain leveled out. Squeak! Lin Xian, on his motorcycle, was the first to emerge from the woods, but suddenly, his motorcycle swerved and stopped. Lin Xian realized that it had actually darkened. Buzz! Kiki followed out right behind him, and when she saw this scene, she exclaimed in surprise. Wow, what's going on? Why is it dark in here? Lin Xian didn't say anything, and looked back at the woods he had just passed by. At this time, he found that the woods were also pitch black. Lin Xian, look! At this time, Kiki suddenly pointed ahead. Lin Xian's eyes immediately followed the direction she pointed, and saw the outline of a small town appear in front of him under the night sky. And that town seemed very familiar to Lin Xian. Isn't this Qingshu town? Lin Xian was shocked. Brothers, double monthly tickets will be available until the 7th. Please vote at the beginning of the month. Thank you very much. Chapter 223 Biochemical Testing Site. Oh, it really is, Kiki realized, her expression changing. No. This isn't Qingshu town. Lin Xian's gaze narrowed. Look, why isn't that transport ship there? If there was one major difference between this place and Qingshu town, it was the disappearance of the crashed 10,000-ton transport ship. Otherwise, the streets, houses, and townscape were identical. What's going on? How can there be two identical towns? Kiki stared at the scene, stunned. Lin Xian had initially thought he'd taken the wrong direction, emerging from the dark forest to find another town ahead. A closer look revealed a clue. Strangest of all, there weren't any zombies in sight. Qingshu town was shrouded in an eerie silence under the darkness. It's getting dark. This is strange. Lin Xian checked his watch. It wasn't even 4 o'clock yet, so how could it be dark? We seem to have arrived in a strange place. Kiki shuddered, a chill in her spine. Is there still a signal on that communicator? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Kiki finally realized and quickly picked up her mobile device. Yes. And it's getting closer. Kiki pointed ahead at Qingshu town. It should be right up ahead. Lin Xian looked at the darkened town, his eyes darkening. Let's go back the way we came. The situation before him was completely different from what he had hoped for, so, out of caution, Lin Xian decided to retreat. It was dark now, and alerting any strange entity would be troublesome. Okay, I'll do as you say. Kiki, completely uninterested in the dark town ahead, turned the motorcycle around upon hearing Lin Xian's words. The two of them resumed their original route on the motorcycle, plunging into the gloomy forest. Buzz! Buzz! The motorcycle weaved through the rugged woods, but the situation grew worse. Lin Xian realized that no matter how hard he drove, the light in the woods was already pitch black, and even getting dimmer. The next moment, two motorcycles finally rushed out, but when the two glanced around, they were shocked to find that they had returned to the place they had just left. Oh my god, what the hell? Kiki immediately lost her composure and looked at Lin Xian. Hey, are we encountering a ghost? Lin Xian's eyes darkened slightly. He looked at the small town in the distance, shrouded in darkness, and said, maybe we have to go over and take a look. There must be something different there than the Qingshu town we just visited. Kiki's face was full of reluctance, but there was nothing she could do at this moment, so she nodded. Okay, I'll follow you. Buzz. Lin Xian slowly drove his motorcycle towards the town. The surroundings were empty and silent, and the sound of the motorcycle engines echoed. The orange lights of the two motorcycles partially cut through the darkness. As they got closer, Lin Xian and Kiki became more and more certain that the town before them was actually real. Along the road, shops and storefronts were identical to those in Qingshu town. Lin Xian paid special attention to some places he remembered, noticing that the tables, chairs, signs, and even the placement of manhole covers were identical. Suddenly, a strange feeling of oppression and disconnection welled up within him. Kiki felt the same way. They had just left Qingshu town, and now they were in another Qingshu town. The mere sound of it seemed bizarre. How could there be another town exactly like it? Kiki frowned, looking around in astonishment. It must have been copied. Lin Xian gradually sensed an unusual presence, and his expression grew serious. "Be careful." Kiki followed behind him on his bike. A sinister aura crept into the back of her neck, causing her to shudder. She whispered, "No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like anyone is here." She pulled out her mobile device, and the program she had programmed sent out a stronger signal. "The communicator you installed must be nearby. Beep. Beep." At that moment, a deafening alarm suddenly rang out from the town, instantly shattering the eerie silence. Lin Xian and Kiki stopped their cars and looked around solemnly. "What's going on?" "It sounds like an alarm," Kiki said seriously. "It sounds weird." The sirens echoed through the streets and alleys of the town, reverberating in dark alleys, the corners of closed shops, and the depths of the pitch-black streets. At this moment, a mechanical female voice suddenly spoke. "Qingshu Town Test Site Number 3, the 90-second biochemical experiment simulation begins." As the voice fell, more fog suddenly erupted from every corner of the town. "Test site?" Lin Xian's face changed. "Are we already in that research institute?" Kiki asked in surprise. "I see. This must be the Foundation's territory, but it's so large, how come it's completely invisible from outside?" Perhaps in response to his words, the next second, a thunderclap suddenly resounded from the sky. Crack! Lightning flashed, and dark clouds rolled in. A sense of impending storm gradually settled over the small town. Lin Xian was alert. Suddenly, something seemed to come from the darkness ahead. "What's going on?" "There's something up ahead," Lin Xian said. Kiki's expression grew tense upon hearing this. She tilted her head, staring intently ahead. In the darkness, something seemed to be slowly moving towards the motorcycle's lights. Ka-ka-gua-up. From the darkness, a faint, strange sound emanated, like the distorting of rotting vocal cords. "Someone's coming." Lin Xian slowly reached for his black gun. He looked over, and it seemed as if someone was stumbling into the motorcycle's light. In the next instant, everyone's gaze shifted. The creature approaching was a conjoined twin, its limbs dislocated and joined together. Its body was pale, and each head was a blood-red hollow, its facial features invisible. Lin Xian frowned. Was it a zombie, a monstrous entity, or even a humanoid? How disgusting. "What the hell is this?" Kiki's scalp tingled at the sight, and her brows knitted together. "Watch out behind you." Lin Xian suddenly turned and shouted. Kiki quickly turned back. From the darkness behind her, another conjoined creature emerged, its movements erratically. This conjoined creature resembled two rotting zombies, skeletal and gray, its sternums and organs ruptured, like two people stitched together. "Go, Buzz!" Lin Xian stepped on the accelerator, and the motorcycle roared into flight, spinning in a circle. Then, he raised his hand and unleashed several blasts of wind, blasting them towards the conjoined creature's head. Puff, puff, puff. The invisible wind gun struck the featureless face directly, with only a few muffled thuds. Blood and flesh splattered across the monster's face, but it seemed to have no effect, only infuriating the twisted conjoined figure. A strange creaking sound was heard, and the twisted conjoined figure suddenly broke into a run, its strange limbs flailing about, carrying a gust of fishy wind as it charged towards Lin Xian's motorcycle. "Can't you die?" Lin Xian said nothing, his power armor unleashing its torque. He raised his hand and hurled the black gun directly. The magnetically controlled engine hummed, and it instantly accelerated like a black shuttle. Bang! In an instant, one of the running conjoined figure's heads was shattered, leaving only skin and tendons still attached to its neck. This only caused the monster to stumble, but it continued to charge towards them, seemingly unfazed. At the same moment, the conjoined figure's twisted arms and torso suddenly began to swell, as if inflated. Thick black smoke billowed from the torn wounds and broken neck. Lin Xian watched, a bad omen brewing. Kiki, good. Kiki decisively seized the conjoined figures, using invisible telekinesis to restrain them, halting their advance. The next moment, the frantically struggling figures suddenly began to twitch violently, their torsos swelling even more. Bang! Instantly, the monster's upper body exploded, sending a thick plume of black smoke gushing out. Simultaneously, a swarm of black beetles erupted in all directions, gurgling like quicksand, like blood. These black beetles made a chilling rustling sound, gathering on the ground in an instant and scurrying rapidly towards Lin Xian. What the hell are these experimental subjects? Lin Xian was horrified. He wondered what experiments the SYNOPSIS Foundation was conducting. Seeing these bizarre creatures, neither zombies nor humanoids, filled him with confusion. With a hum, Lin Xian stepped on the accelerator and veered directly to the right. The motorcycle's wheels ran over several black beetles, sending a burst of dark green liquid and black smoke, emitting a highly corrosive and foul fumes on the ground. Bang! 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 The motorcycle accelerated. Suddenly, the doors of the shops on the roadside opened in unison, and all sorts of strange, twisted humanoid monsters began to emerge. At that moment, the whole town's strangeness seemed to come alive. Buzz! From the shadows of the street ahead, countless twisted conjoined figures began to appear in swarms. They were not fast, but as their numbers grew, these inhuman, ghostly creatures began to appear on every street, creating a terrifying sight. Lin Xian couldn't rush through them directly, so he kept changing directions, trying to enter through unfamiliar streets and alleys. He swerved the cart to the left, dodging the twisted conjoined figures approaching from the front, and spun through a narrow alley. When he emerged, he was shocked to find himself on a wide street, with an old department store standing tall. Across the street stood a shuttered middle school. "I don't think I've been here before," Kiki said to Lin Xian, looking at the unfamiliar scene. "This must be where the transport ship crashed," Lin Xian said immediately. The central area of Qingshu town lay in ruins, the department store having long since collapsed beyond recognition. Lin Xian looked at a few vaguely familiar staircases and suddenly realized that this was the exact location outside, where the ruins lay. "Lin Xian, look, are the lights still on in that school?" Kiki suddenly called out. Lin Xian glanced around and saw a few faint yellow lights still lit up in the school building, looking eerily out of place in the foggy town. "Is there anyone here? Let's go in and take a look first. Where there's light, there's wiring. No matter what kind of mechanical experiment it is, as long as he can access the control system, there's a solution." With a buzz, the motorcycle barreled through the middle school gate. The surroundings suddenly widened. A square, flower beds, a playground, teaching buildings, everything was a familiar school setting for Lin Xian. In the darkness, the vast expanse was empty. The motorcycle seemed to be sailing across a black ocean. He could only let the lights from the teaching building guide him forward. "Hey, those monsters didn't chase us in." Kiki looked back and saw that the conjoined monsters had now frozen outside the school gate, motionless, as if something were separating them. More and more monsters were forming, completely blocking the school entrance, but none of them would enter. "There's definitely something strange here. Maybe the entrance to the research institute is right here." Lin Xian glanced back. The bizarre experimental subjects were constantly gathering around the school gate, blocking it ever more tightly. From a distance, the sight of countless twisted silhouettes standing there in the darkness was chilling. "It looks like there's no one in here, then we might have found the right place," Lin Xian said. With a squeak, the motorcycle stopped under an abandoned teaching building. The ground was littered with books and waste paper, and the wheels made a rustling sound as they passed by. Lin Xian stopped the motorcycle and looked at the dim lights on the teaching building. Without stopping, he grabbed his black gun and electric knife and prepared to go up to investigate. Since it was a testing ground, there must be a fire exit and even surveillance equipment. Lin Xian and Kiki, one in front and one behind, rushed directly into the teaching building through the main gate. At this time, in a bright room, several staff members in scientific research uniforms were carefully observing the research data on the computer screen. One of the female researchers suddenly saw several unfamiliar figures on the monitoring screen. Her face changed immediately and she quickly pressed the intercom in front of her. "Report, unknown intruders have appeared in Area F, performing a vital sign scan. 2 unregistered individuals have been detected, and surveillance information has been uploaded." Elsewhere, the experimenter turned to the security officer behind him and said, "Director Feng, there are 2 unknown intruders. Should we halt the experiment?" Feng Chun frowned, immediately picking up his mobile device and flipping through the surveillance footage. He extracted facial information from a few clearer frames. "Another unlucky bunch. No matter. Let them die. If they're not dead, send them to Unit 2. Yes, wait." As Feng Chun scrolled past the last person, his mobile device suddenly flashed a warning. "Beep, beep, Foundation personnel under observation detected, classification level 1, what?" Feng Chun looked at the young man who had first rushed into the teaching building area on his mobile device, his face darkening. "Level 1 personnel, quick, stop the release of test subjects from Area F. Notify Miss Hua immediately." Bang, bang, bang. Inside the laboratory's monitoring hall, All the staff were instantly in a frenzy. Shut down the weather system, re-inject biological inhibitor number 0912, close the crying classroom, stop releasing the attractive gas in the disaster corridor, click, click. In the corridor, a group of staff hurried past. Hua Xiaoling walked quickly in front, listening to the reports from her subordinates. Miss Hua, it has been confirmed that it is Lin Xian, a target of special attention from the Foundation. He is currently at the Qingshu Town test site. There are 2 of them. Where did they come from? It should be Kong Lin, the experimental subject from institution number 2. Click. Hua Xiaoling stopped and said, how did they come in from there? The assistant's face changed and he shook his head. Hua Xiaoling's eyes flickered slightly. Okay, then Miss Hua, do we need to invite them in? Hua Xiaoling pondered for a moment, then said directly, start regional separation and see if we can isolate Lin Xian alone. Take this opportunity to conduct a characteristic test of his mechanical ability. The assistant frowned when he heard it. Then do we want his other team member? Hua Xiaoling walked forward quickly and said in a calm voice, don't worry about it for now. Yes, brothers, double monthly tickets will be available until the 7th. Please vote for the monthly ticket at the beginning of the month. Thank you very much. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Target cannot be monitored. As Lin Xian entered the teaching building, the smell of building dust hit him. It was pitch black all around. He flicked on his flashlight and surveyed the surroundings. The light had been on the 2nd floor, so he searched for the stairs leading up. This way, he quickly found the stairs and, without a word, started running up. But after a few steps, he felt something was amiss. Kiki. Lin Xian turned around and suddenly realized Kiki was gone. Where's she? Lin Xian ran back, rushing out of the teaching building again. It was pitch black outside, the playground, the square, the corridor, even the motorcycle they were riding, everything was gone. A chill ran down his spine, and he quickly turned back. Inside the teaching building, it was pitch black. Oh my god, they're doing it again. Lin Xian suddenly remembered the strange radio station at 1542. At that time, he had also suddenly vanished from the spot and reappeared in a unique frequency space. He pressed the communicator, and it clicked. Lin Xian, Kiki's voice rang out. Where are you? I'm at the entrance to the teaching building, I can't see you. The wall in front of me seemed to have shifted. Lin Xian frowned. It must be this testing ground. Wait a moment, he looked up at the dark dome, his heart trembling. Since this place was mechanically controlled, it surely wouldn't be a problem for him. At that moment, Lin Xian could only hear his own heartbeat and breathing. He shone his flashlight into the pitch-black door. The white light pierced the darkness, bringing with it a sense of loneliness and terror. Tightening his grip on the electric knife, Lin Xian activated his power armor's collision volume sensing system to bolster his defenses. Collision volume sensing system activated. Pitch black outside, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine. He shone his flashlight into the distance, unable to see the edge. Within the darkness, it seemed as if many unknown entities were slowly approaching the teaching building. Lin Xian reached out and touched the ground, but it was concrete, his mechanical heart unable to reach. His face darkened, and he could only retreat to the single building to search for clues. Surrounded by buildings, he saw only the light he had just seen upstairs, where he should find the circuit control terminal. The flashlight shone on both sides, revealing a vast, endless corridor. Nearby classroom doors were almost all open, desks tilted and scattered. Every environment seemed identical, the only difference being that there were no corpses or zombies. Dong, dong, dong. Lin Xian ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor, following the path to the classroom where the light had been. When he reached the 2nd floor hallway, he discovered the lit room was the first one off the stairs. A dim light shone through the windows, creating the illusion of black and white. The door to the room was ajar, and Lin Xian shone the flashlight inside, revealing it to be a utility room, not a classroom. Inside, the floor was clean and tidy, unlike the chaotic atmosphere of other classrooms. His heart tightened, and he cautiously entered. The flashlight swept across the room, and Lin Xian's hair stood on end. In the center of the utility room, a pile of puppets in white clothing lay. At first glance, it almost looked like a group of people standing there. Inside the room, an old-fashioned incandescent light still flickered faintly. The very light Lin Xian had seen downstairs. This was completely different from what Lin Xian had expected. He had assumed it was some kind of surveillance camera or perhaps an emergency exit. But the presence of this light in such a strange utility room was baffling. Looking at the pile of puppets, Lin Xian felt a strange sense of unease. He walked in, scanning his surroundings. If there were lights, there must be wiring. Lin Xian knew this was a massive testing ground, surely controlled by professional experimental equipment. His plan was simple. He could use his mechanical abilities to glean some clues and then brute force his way through. Lin Xian walked to the wall and began scanning with his mechanical heart, searching for the mechanical structure. Suddenly, the lights flickered, then went out. The entire utility room was plunged into darkness, leaving only the beam of Lin Xian's flashlight. This sudden situation made him nervous. Caw. Then, a subtle sound echoed from the darkness, like the sound of joints dislocating. Lin Xian immediately shone his light towards the pile of puppets, but the white beam revealed nothing unusual. He then widened the aperture and peered into the corner of the storage room. It was then that Lin Xian realized the door he had just entered was closed. He immediately sensed something was amiss and turned it, only to find it locked. "Are you trying to do this, Kaka?" The mechanical heart activated, forcing the door open. The moment the door swung open, a white child's puppet suddenly appeared in the doorway. Lin Xian's eyes froze, and he held the electric knife in front of him. The white puppet remained motionless. Aside from its strange appearance, it looked just like any other puppet in a store. Caw. The subtle sound of joints echoed again. Lin Xian whipped his head around, shining the flashlight in its direction. The next moment, a chill ran down his spine, and his scalp tingled. The puppets that had been placed in the center of the storage room were now standing behind him. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Xian shone his flashlight on the white puppets, and an eerie aura rose. His gaze fixed, and he aimed a blast of his airgun at the nearest white puppet. Bang! The puppet's plastic head exploded, its face mutilated, revealing the metal frame within, but the puppet remained motionless. What is this? A zombie? A human ghost? Lin Xian scanned the puppets. He knew there was something wrong with them, but he didn't know what. So, he unleashed a burst of air from his airgun. Cluster! 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 The puppets before him were shattered into a pile of fragments. Suddenly, a roar erupted in the utility room. Lin Xian blasted the motionless, smiling white puppets, one by one, their heads shattered, necks broken, faces utterly disfigured. A shower of fragments fell to the ground, and the sound echoed throughout the room and corridor. Just as Lin Xian was dispatching the puppets, a small childlike puppet suddenly twisted its joints and climbed up from the darkness where his lightning hadn't reached. Moving target approaching, the power armor's warning chime had barely rang out when Lin Xian suddenly saw a pale face emerge from the shadows to the side. The puppet's mouth suddenly opened, revealing a massive, fang-filled maw. With a jolt, Lin Xian's nerves trembled. Reflexively, he thrust a black gun in his free hand forward, catching the puppet's chest with the tip of the spear, preventing it from severing its neck and sending him stumbling back a few steps. What the hell? Lin Xian reacted, resting the butt of his gun on the ground, halting the puppet's charge. Then, a flash of lightning flashed from the palm of his right hand. A crackling sound, sparks flashed, and a burning smell washed over him. Then, the puppet attacking him suddenly stopped and fell to the ground. Lin Xian frowned at the sight, but after calming himself, he quickly picked up his flashlight and shone it into the puppet's mouth. He was shocked to discover that it contained some kind of mechanical structure. Robot. Lin Xian's face was filled with confusion. He immediately reached out and pressed it. The mechanical scan revealed a magnetically controlled, passive robot, devoid of any power source, but rather a mechanical puppet controlled in series. Using a robot against me? Really impressive? Snap, clack. Suddenly, faint footsteps could be heard in the corridor outside. Intermittent, they gradually approached in the darkness. A ghost knocking on the door, huh? Lin Xian immediately generated a high-powered light. Upon lighting it, the eerie room was illuminated as brightly as a sunlit room. He then stood up, walked over, and grabbed the door frame. His power armor unleashed a torque, and with a clang, the entire door was completely dismantled. He immediately raised his hands, and a flash of light shone from them. With a swish, A large amount of forged metal, resembling tank armor, flew out. In a flash, a massive 40 centimeters thick metal door, as thick as a bank vault, was created, completely sealing the room. Lin Xian had designed no locks or handles for this door. He also constructed a high-voltage discharger and connected it to the door, applying high-voltage electricity. Alright, this door is specifically designed to treat ghost knocks. Feel free to test it. Having done all this, Lin Xian began to scan the room, preparing to follow the light's path to scan the building's electrical structure and find the mechanism. Meanwhile, in the monitoring hall of the research institute, the staff member responsible for the release of test subjects in Area F stared at the screen before him, his hands lifted from the keyboard, his eyes widening. "Hey," a colleague whispered, "it's time for Subject 072 to appear. Hurry, don't waste time, something went wrong." "What's wrong?" "It didn't knock." The staff member pointed at the screen with a look of horror. A hideous monster was scratching at the door frantically, but the steel door that appeared out of thin air didn't budge at all. There wasn't even a doorknob. "It can't even knock. What's going on? Why hasn't the weeping classroom test started yet?" Security Supervisor Feng Chun checked the time on his watch, pressed his headphones, and asked with an unhappy look. "Supervisor, the test entity failed to enter the area," a researcher quickly replied. "What?" Feng Chun walked over and shouted at the large surveillance screen, "Bring up the footage from the General Affairs classroom." That, another researcher in charge of the footage, his face grim, turned back and stammered, "Report, all the internal surveillance has been taken over." Feng Chun's brows furrowed, his expression growing serious. "What did you say?" "I said, we've lost internal surveillance," the researcher said with a strange expression. For a moment, the atmosphere in the research and surveillance hall grew eerie. Then switched to the corridor. Realizing the situation was becoming serious, Feng Chun hurriedly said, "Our superiors have ordered us to obtain data and characteristics useful for mechanical abilities, and to maintain constant attention to the target's safety. We absolutely cannot allow any problems." "Yes, the surveillance footage in the corridor is normal. No life forms have been detected so far." "Then the test target should still be in the General Affairs classroom." In the bright room, Lin Xian, to ensure no further trouble, devoured the shattered magnetic robots into raw materials, leaving only a pile of shattered plastic on the ground. The entire room was incredibly transparent. Lin Xian, standing on a ladder he had constructed, activated his mechanical heart to connect pathways, scanning the mechanical framework outside the room along the lines. "Girl, how are you?" The signal on the communicator began to intermittently pick up. "Lin Xian, I can't find you." "Where are you?" "I'm in that teaching building, on the second floor." "There's no teaching building here," Kiki's voice rang out in a slight panic. Soon, the signal on the communicator died down. Lin Xian frowned, his heart aching with anxiety. He estimated they were not far away. He looked toward the knocking sound coming from the steel gate, thinking it was the dark energy generated by some strange entity blocking the signal. This research institute has really let some incredible monsters in. Lin Xian's thoughts shifted, and his gaze focused as his mechanical heart finally found something. He descended the ladder and walked to the side wall of the room. Reaching out, the mechanical heart took over the power system of a hidden door at the back and forced it open. At that moment, the outline of a door frame slowly appeared on the wall, then receded into the wall, revealing a dark passage behind. Confirmed, the target has appeared in the passage, collecting target's vital signs. Vital signs are normal, no injuries, and the heart rate is normal. In the monitoring hall of the research institute, researchers finally spotted Lin Xian on the monitor. Feng Chun looked at the figure, breathed a sigh of relief, and pressed the headset. "Close the passage, release the raging zombie tidal wave, and collect combat power data." Confirmed. Releasing the raging zombie tidal wave into the passage, the pitch-black passage suddenly lit up brightly. Lin Xian shielded his eyes slightly, then looked up, only to find himself in an extremely long white passage with no end in sight. Ugh! Before he had taken a few steps, Lin Xian felt the floor vibrate slightly, and at the same time, a faint howl echoed from afar. Lin Xian immediately looked behind him. The door he had just forced open had closed again, leaving him with no way out. He raised his gaze, looking at the hidden cameras overhead. "Attention, control the zombie density. Don't overwhelm them all at once. We must ensure the target's survival." "Okay, density is currently level 1. Feng Chun arranged the test intensity and glanced at the surveillance screen. Suddenly, He noticed that the person on the camera had also raised their head and looked in the direction of the camera, as if staring back at him. How come this guy can see us? Feng Chun frowned and immediately instructed, attention, if the surveillance is compromised, be sure to confirm the target's movements and vital signs. But before he could finish his words, the lights on the surveillance screen suddenly dimmed, and the entire system was plunged into darkness. What's going on? Feng Chun shouted. We're checking and confirming. The circuit system is all normal. A researcher, sweating profusely, worked on the computer. At this moment, a series of gunshots rang out from the surveillance system, becoming increasingly frequent. The target has been engaged. Quickly restore the lighting. Bang! Before he could finish, the lights in the surveillance system flickered back on, and everyone's gaze darted in. The hallway was now a bloody mess, littered with the dismembered bodies of a dozen zombies, blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, in front of Lin Xian, a Howler Gatling gun, mounted on a cart, had appeared out of nowhere, steam billowing from the scorching muzzle. Where did he pull that out? Why is there a cart? It's impossible to pull something that large out of the body. Could it be related to some special dimension? Confirm the target's abilities, activation pattern and movements. Is it creating something out of thin air, extracting something, or transforming it? Feng Chun, sweat dripping from his forehead, angrily shouted, keep your eyes focused. Even if he pulled it out from his pants, make sure he's using his left or right hand. Continue preparing for the zombie tidal wave. Supervisor, what level are you assigning this time? Maximum level. Ugh. At the far end of the passage, secret doors on both sides opened simultaneously, and countless zombies poured out frantically. These zombies seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation and mutation, and they ran frantically towards the entrance where Lin Xian was. Boo-woo, the Gatling gun roared wildly. Lin Xian pushed the gun carriage and cart, pushing over the corpse fragments and moving forward into the passage. The dense swarm of zombies ahead was pierced by his rain of metal jets. Ordinary human bodies could not withstand it, especially in a closed passage. The bullets were like hot knives cutting leeks, crushing them without any pressure. Lin Xian wasted no time, pushing the gun carriage, electric knife in hand, and quickly advancing, soon reaching the end of the passage. With a clang, an iron door was opened by Lin Xian. Beyond it, a black passage like a circular pipe appeared, completely different from the bright passage just now. Lin Xian reached out to touch it, and the mechanical heart unfolded. His brow furrowed, and he immediately stepped in and walked quickly forward. Brothers, double monthly tickets will be valid until the 7th. Please give me monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. Thank you very much. Chapter 225 Death Game 1. Snap, clack. Lin Xian's footsteps echoed in the dark corridor. He walked for a moment, watching the light stretch out. It seemed to stretch on forever. And contrary to his expectations, as he continued forward, water began to appear on the floor. The water grew thicker and thicker, and the marble floor began to turn into white tile. Splash, splash. The sound of water echoed. Lin Xian looked at the white tiles beneath his feet, silently feeling as if he had stepped into a swimming pool. As he continued forward, the water gradually grew from a few centimeters to over his ankles. Then, the wall of the corridor had finally disappeared, and he seemed to have reached the end of the corridor. Lin Xian frowned, reached out to remove the light, and continued forward. He found himself in front of a vast expanse of darkness, with layers of water rippling away. Before him was a huge enclosed swimming pool, a vast open space of over 1,000 square meters, its walls covered with clean white tiles. A few meters in front of Lin Xian, the underwater ground suddenly vanished, revealing a handrail from a swimming pool. Behind the handrail, the water, once clear and transparent, now took on an eerie black hue, its depth unseen. A yellow swimming ring swayed gently above the black surface under the light. Lin Xian looked around and saw that, apart from where he stood, there was no access to the shore. The entire pool was lined with high, white-tiled walls. The cold water danced around Lin Xian's ankles, as if carrying a strange force, dragging him down into the depths. What the hell is this place? He had previously explored the corridor and found no complex mechanical structures. But after walking for ages, he found nothing. And then, at the end of the corridor, he discovered a massive swimming pool. It looked like an endless pool leading straight to hell. In the monitoring hall of the research institute, the surveillance personnel all had complex expressions. The ones in the front turned to look at Feng Chun, the security director. Feng Chun's face was solemn, as if he were a little overwhelmed. Director Feng, the target has entered the black pool. Release Black Abyss Creature number 1 immediately. Start flooding the tunnel, Feng Chun said with a stern expression. Huh? Hearing this, the researchers were stunned. Will this happen? Follow orders. Today, we must obtain valuable information about the target. Understood. The researchers, with a solemn expression, began to carry out this cruel order. With a click, Lin Xian directly created an extension bracket at the edge of the tunnel, extending the light to illuminate a wider area. At the same time, he walked to the edge of the silver handrail and tried to peer underwater. Suddenly, a huge black figure flashed beneath the water, its body curling like a snake, pitch black. It stirred an undercurrent beneath the surface, surging against Lin Xian's feet as if to pull him down. Oh my god! Seeing this terrifying scene, Lin Xian instinctively took 2 steps back. The sound of rushing water from his frantic footsteps echoed in the quiet space, creating a strange and eerie feeling. Is there something down there? Lin Xian's face grimaced, his gaze darting around. As time ticked by, he lost track of how to escape. He looked up, and then, several dozen meters above the pool, he spotted a structure resembling a diving platform, with a small, hidden door at the back. Simultaneously, as the water rippled under the light, Lin Xian saw a narrow, submerged path ahead of him. It wasn't so much a path as it was a series of slender pillars, each tiled with white tiles. Each one barely held a foot, and with a meter or so gap between them, they stretched all the way to the edge of the pool's high wall. There, narrow staircases jutted from the wall. It seemed he would need to tread on these underwater pillars to reach the bottomless surface of the pool, reach the wall at the end, and then wind his way up. Without the light, he would essentially be groping in the pitch-black darkness, leaping from pillar to pillar in an unknown direction. Beneath his feet, the pillar extended into the pitch-black pool, its bottom invisible, and something alive seemed to be swimming beneath. Who could come up with such a thing? Lin Xian's heart sank. Honestly, he felt a bit terrified. A vast, impenetrable pool nestled within the claustrophobic space, dark, silent, rippling black water, the unknown underwater creatures sure to send one's sanity plummeting. Suddenly, Lin Xian realized that the black water, once at his ankles, had risen to his calves. It was icy cold, and the passageway was filled with surging water. The water's rising. Elsewhere, the researchers' cameras were focused on nearly every corner, the water's surface, the narrow staircase, the pillars, and the diving platform above. The water's rising speed has been increased to level 3. The target only has 3 minutes to safely reach the wall. At that point, we can activate level 5, vital sign data. The subject's heart rate has increased to 105, and is about to break 110, the researcher monitoring vital signs reported. He must be scared this time. Feng Chun breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes fixed on the tunnel entrance beneath the surveillance screen with interest. After 3 minutes, he could barely stand in the water and had to swim across. The tunnel stretched out like a large water pipe, ending right in the center of a huge, circular pool. Feng Chun stared intently at the direction of the pipe, but after a while, he saw no sign of Lin Xian emerging from the tunnel. He immediately frowned. What's going on? Why hasn't he started moving? The water's already flooding in. I don't know. There's no surveillance camera inside the pipe. Huh? Did he retreat? No, the vital signs monitoring equipment can still detect the target's movements. The target is still in the scene. Feng Chun's face grew anxious again. He checked his watch. 2 minutes left. If we don't leave now, we'll definitely lose the way. A researcher's face was filled with confusion. Is he planning to just wait for the water to flood and then float up? Impossible, Feng Chun said decisively. He won't survive a minute in the black water. Black Abyss 1 will swallow him. There's no escape. In 1 minute, the tunnel will be flooded, a researcher shouted. Feng Chun's face grew serious again. He stared intently at the end of the tunnel. A large amount of black water had already poured in, but there was still no sign of the person. Report, the target's temperature is starting to drop, and his heart rate has returned to 80. Damn it, what the hell? Feng Chun frowned and muttered under his breath. Just then, a researcher suddenly shouted, "He's out." Where's he? At this, many people, including Feng Chun, looked towards the entrance, but saw no sign of anyone. No one there, the researcher, as if seeing a ghost, pointed at the surveillance screen and said, "He's up there." Feng Chun quickly glanced at another screen. His pupils suddenly constricted as he saw a scene more bizarre than he could imagine. A circular hole had suddenly appeared at the top of the tunnel, and a platform had risen from it. Lin Xian stood on the platform, slowly ascending to the edge of the platform above, as if riding an elevator. From another surveillance camera, a calm-looking young man slowly rose in front of the platform, then stepped over and swiftly entered the passageway behind, leaving the black pool. No, Feng Chun, bewildered, watched the scene unfold. Elevator, the expected scene of the target leaping over a deep underwater column and frantically escaping the underwater monster on a narrow ladder against the wall hadn't occurred. At that moment, the elevator that emerged from the passageway completely stumped the researchers. Even if Lin Xian had flown, it would have been understandable to these researchers studying supernatural powers. But where did this elevator come from? Director, the target's mechanical abilities seem to differ from our understanding, a researcher said with a dazed look. Feng Chun was stunned, and after a moment's reaction, he said with a heavy voice, Miss Hua once said that the target had demonstrated the ability to create some metal devices, but this, metal devices and building an elevator and a Gatling gun with bare hands are completely different concepts. Director Feng, the target is about to enter the survival room. Please confirm which mode to use. Feng Chun came to his senses, his eyes flickering. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, since the target possesses the ability to control and create machinery, we should activate Survival Room 3. Even if they crack it, we can still obtain useful information. Yes, the researcher immediately entered the command. Meanwhile, Lin Xian continued along the passageway and soon found a brightly lit room ahead. Whoosh whoosh, the flashlight flickered in the dark passage. Lin Xian ran forward, breathing rapidly. After a while, the passage widened and a bright light began to appear ahead. Lin Xian's eyes fixed on the passage and he quickly sped out. Buzz! As Lin Xian rushed into the vast, bright space, a loud ringing in his ears engulfed him, and his chest ached, causing him to gasp for air. He didn't have time to notice the discomfort as he quickly scanned his surroundings. He saw a vast, bright white room, empty and bare, except for the floor and walls, which glowed white. In the distance, there was a door that looked quite ordinary. Lin Xian instinctively moved forward, only to realize that it had no handle or keyhole. It was simply a door-shaped device. Bang! Bang! At that moment, structures resembling buildings began to rise from beneath the floor on either side. Lin Xian, sword in hand, stood on guard. He discovered that the rising structures were massive chambers filled with a green, transparent liquid, one on each side. As the chambers gradually rose, two strange monsters appeared. One was a dark green starfish-like creature, only about a meter in diameter, but covered in long, needle-like black spikes that filled the entire chamber. Its center was dotted with black eyes, giving it a strange appearance. The other, resembling the giant white monster Lin Xian had encountered in Jiang City, was much smaller, with slender arms and legs. It sank to the bottom of the liquid chamber, huddled between its legs, its head buried beneath its knees. For some reason, this creature, even sitting there with its legs folded, gave off a very menacing aura. Lin Xian frowned at the sight. He knew without a second thought that these two creatures were definitely not meant for him to observe. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the door. The moment Lin Xian touched the door, a red alarm began to blare throughout the room. Wow, 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 countdown begins. 5 minutes remaining. Lin Xian looked back and saw that within the two massive liquid chambers, a green, transparent liquid began to slowly descend, as if on a countdown. He immediately reacted, his mechanical heart activating, scanning the area behind the door. As the scan progressed, Lin Xian's frown deepened. It was indeed a door, but a complex mechanical one, with 12 mechanical locks, each linked to a series of switches. Lin Xian was completely bewildered after the scan. This mechanical structure wasn't designed for ease of operation, but rather for sheer confusion. Lin Xian finally confirmed his suspicions. These were simply a test of his mechanical abilities. The two monsters were merely there to add to the fun. Let me unlock it. Lin Xian's heart sank, and his mechanical heart began to operate. Beep, beep, beep. Alarms blared incessantly. The green liquid in the two liquid test chambers began to steadily decrease. As the liquid dwindled by half, the black stingers of the starfish in the first chamber began to slowly move, their tips scraping against the chamber's edges, making a creaking sound. Countdown. 3 minutes remaining. In the brightly lit room, several researchers stared at the surveillance screen, their eyes fixed on Lin Xian. Reporting on the test progress. Escape door opening progress. 0%. What's going on? Not a single lock has been opened. Wait a minute. Countdown. 1 minute remaining. Reporting. Escape door opening progress. 0%. Huh? What's going on? Has he given up? Quick, notify Miss Hui. Huazai, dressed in a black coat, stood before a gleaming silver door. Behind that door lay the room where Lin Xian was. A subordinate's announcement came through her earpiece. Director Hui, 1 minute remaining, and the escape door opening progress is 0. Should we initiate emergency procedures? Huazai's eyes remained steady, and she remained silent, staring silently at the door ahead. 10 seconds remaining. Escape door opening progress 0%. Impossible to open. Security Director Feng Chun's face changed drastically. Squeak. Inside the glass chamber, the green liquid had almost dried up. The giant starfish, still twitching its spines, emitted a strange chirping sound, while the white, humanoid monster slowly raised its head. Huazai's eyes began to flicker with confusion, and the countdown at the testing ground began. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. At the last second, the silver door in front of Huazai suddenly crumbled to ash. A cloud of ash flew past her. Huazai couldn't help but reach out and catch a piece of ash in her palm. It landed on her hand, then instantly disintegrated into smaller particles, vanishing into thin air. Watching this scene, her eyes filled with surprise. She looked up, and a slightly thin figure appeared before her. We meet again. A sharp blade descended upon Huazai's neck. The razor-sharp electric blade slicing off a few strands of hair before slowly falling to the ground. Snap, snap, snap. In an instant, dozens of armed men behind her raised their guns, aiming them at Lin Xian. The flash of an automatic cannon from within the room also landed on Lin Xian's forehead. Lin Xian's expression remained unwavering, his cold gaze fixed on Huazai. If I don't see my teammates within a minute, you will die? Huazai now looked at Lin Xian, her expression devoid of fear. Instead, a hint of longing and eagerness flickered in her gaze. She slowly raised her hand, prompting everyone behind her to lower their weapons. She then signaled to her assistant, who tapped a command on his mobile device, and another door opened not far behind Lin Xian. Boom! An invisible shockwave erupted, sending a swarm of researchers flying. Kiki emerged, her expression relaxed upon seeing Lin Xian. Lin Xian, Huazai glanced at the wailing researchers nearby, her expression remaining calm. Since I've invited you, your teammates are naturally our guests. Guests? Lin Xian sneered. Is that how you treat guests? Huazai shrugged helplessly. First of all, although you illegally entered the Qingshu Town test site, I admit that we didn't conduct your ability test without your consent. I apologize for that. Normally, our partners wouldn't enter the institute from that location. Her brows furrowed. Of course, I won't install a tracker on my car either. Lin Xian's expression changed upon hearing this. He slowly lowered the electric knife in his hand and said, You're right, but you didn't tell me the specific location when you invited me, so I'll have to use my own methods. Huazai smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. Instead, she asked, Mr. Lin, may I know how you opened the last password door? A password door? I opened the password wall. Lin Xian snorted inwardly. Wouldn't it be easier to just use the mechanical devouring? Do you really think I'm stupid? I only have 5 minutes to figure out the password. While the mechanical door wasn't large, it couldn't be more complex than an engine. For Lin Xian, such a thing was like devouring a train car. It was no problem at all, just adding materials. He wasn't interested in answering Huazai's questions and simply said, Okay, I've broken into your lab, and you've run a bunch of tests on me. Now, can you tell me your purpose? I told you, our goal is to collaborate with you, Huazai said. What if I refuse? Lin Xian asked, predictably. Huazai narrowed her eyes and smiled, pointing to a passageway. Of course, collaboration requires mutual consent. If Mr. Lin doesn't want to work with us, you can leave at any time. We won't restrict your personal freedom. Then, Huazai gestured to Lin Xian, or, if you have time, I could introduce you to our foundation. Lin Xian and Kiki's eyes met. Since they were already there, they decided to get to know each other. So, they followed Huazai into the lab. Huazai took Lin Xian and Kiki into the elevator and headed underground. Lin Xian had completely underestimated the scale of this research institute. Aside from the large test site, the rest of the research facility was buried deep underground. Lin Xian, Kiki whispered as she walked beside him, "Did they bully you just now?" Lin Xian shook his head, somewhat surprised by the research being conducted at the test site, which even involved the presence of strange entities. Such a large test site, why can't it be seen from the outside? Lin Xian asked Huazia, who was leading the way. Huazia said, "That's because our test site is built inside a kind of sky dome, covered with reflective panels. We use optical projection to project the scene from the other side onto the reflective panels, making everything inside invisible to the outside world." Kiki's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Oh my god, your test site is completely invisible," Lin Xian said to Huazia with curiosity. "Your research institute doesn't look like it was built recently. Was it completed before the apocalypse?" This institute included both above-ground and underground projects, including a small town and sky dome. Such a massive undertaking would be appalling if it were built in just a few months. At Underground City Number 9, there were numerous signs of construction all around, but here, there were none at all. Huazia said bluntly, "This was originally a large-scale war and biological testing base built by the Foundation in collaboration with multiple countries. Because it was government-backed, its early construction was highly confidential and never known to the outside world. Before the polar night arrives, the Institute's defense level is relatively safe. If you'd like, you can rest here for a while. We'll provide any help you need. I suggest you be fully prepared, because you'll be crossing the edge of the star abyss, and there will be many unknown disasters you can't predict." "Why do you sound like you know a lot about the night?" Lin Xian frowned. "What exactly does your foundation do?" Kiki also spoke up. "Yes, you conduct these experiments, these monsters." "What's the purpose?" Huazia suddenly stopped and turned to Lin Xian and Kiki meaningfully. "To save humanity." Lin Xian and Kiki fell silent upon hearing this. "I want to ask you too, do you think the coming of darkness is destruction or opportunity for mankind?" "Opportunity," Lin Xian frowned. "Everyone in this world is almost dead. Where's the opportunity?" Huazia said as they walked. "Since Mr. Lin has mechanical abilities, he must be very familiar with machinery. There is a common sense in the field of machinery, that is, for machines with the same efficiency, the simpler the mechanical structure, the better its stability and failure rate. The same law applies to sociology and even civilization. If the internal management structure of an organization or a civilization becomes more and more complex and the communication cost becomes higher and higher, the organizational efficiency will also decrease, and the corresponding under the same civilization level. The civilization with simpler organizational structure and higher efficiency will definitely be the best civilization at present, and civilization with complex structure will definitely be eliminated. So the scientific community generally believes that higher dimensional civilization must have higher production efficiency. Compared with our human civilization, it is already a dimensionality reduction blow." Kiki was confused when he heard this. "What on earth do you want to say?" Huazia took the two of them to a room at the end of the corridor. After pressing the password, the door opened. After walking in, they found a row of seats in the room, and in front of it was a large one-way floor-to-ceiling window. The window was dark at this time, and the situation outside was unclear. "Our research institute happens to have a test in this regard. If you are interested, you can learn about it, and maybe you will understand what I mean." "Another test?" Lin Xian looked at Huazia. "What do you want to do this time?" Huazia smiled faintly. "Don't worry. This test has nothing to do with you two, you are all the audience." Huazia motioned for the two of them to sit down, and then seemed to remember something again, and said to Lin Xian, "By the way, this test has another purpose. If Mr. Lin is interested, I will inform you in detail later." After speaking, she turned around and clapped her hands. The lights in the room went out, and the black floor-to-ceiling window in front of them flickered for a moment before becoming transparent. Lin Xian and Kiki then saw that outside the window was a large, empty room. Nearer them, 8 cubicles appeared. The lights in these 8 cubicles lit up in a coordinated pattern, resembling a secret police interrogation room. Each cubicle had black glass on either side, a wall behind it, and a clear, floor-to-ceiling glass window in front. The cubicles were all furnished identically, metal stools and tables. 8 people, dressed in various outfits, their hands shackled in silver, lay unconscious in their respective positions, some prone, others supine. Beyond the glass wall lay a vast, dark void, the faint light from within unable to penetrate its depths, appearing eerily profound. As the lights in each cubicle lit up, some people's eyes fluttered with light sensitivity, sensing something strange and slowly regaining consciousness. Lin Xian and Kiki watched this scene, their faces suddenly changing. "What's going on?" Kiki exclaimed in surprise. "An interesting scientific experiment," Hua Ziyerling said calmly. Lin Xian's brows furrowed, his gaze sweeping past Hua Ziyerling beside him before returning to the room ahead. In room 7, closest to him, was a young man with disheveled hair. He seemed to have woken up first, looking around in bewilderment. His horrified eyes revealed that the situation had completely taken him by surprise. "Damn it," the young man muttered. He glanced at the shackles in his hands, his expression changing dramatically. He began to struggle in terror. But the next moment, there was a jolt of electricity. Beep, the shackles suddenly snapped, snapping like a living thing, biting into his wrists. Simultaneously, a massive surge of electricity shot through him. Pain, numbness, a suicidal feeling. The young man gritted his teeth, nearly fainting on the spot, as if from some kind of punishment. After a burst of intense pain, the current suddenly ceased. He gasped for breath, seeming to realize he was being restrained. At this moment, the people in the other rooms also regained consciousness. With a faint sound, the glass partitions between the rooms suddenly became transparent. Everyone was startled, looking around in confusion and fear at their companions. The shackles on their hands caused one woman to scream. Let me go," a man shouted. Qiamin. Qiamin." Just as everyone else was confused as to why they were there, a man in his 30s seemed to have spotted someone familiar. He craned his neck and shouted towards the third room to his right. "Huh? Husband." A beautiful young woman heard the voice and quickly responded. The two were a couple. "Damn it. What is this place?" In room 2, a middle-aged man, seemingly well-dressed, yelled hysterically. The eerie scene left everyone somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, a large light flickered on, and an eerie sound instantly silenced everyone in the room. Looking forward, they saw a vast room beyond the glass wall. There was no floor, and below was a bottomless abyss. At that moment, the empty room flickered, and a massive red head slowly descended. It wore a strange black hat, like some kind of holographic projection. At the same time, a deep, monster-like voice echoed again, "Hello, I'm honored to announce that you're the special experimenters for Institution 2 tonight. I'm sure you've all noticed your current situation. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let me introduce myself. I'm the Hatter, the host of this game." The scene before them was truly eerie. The massive red head was chilling. The middle-aged man in room 2, clearly a hot-tempered individual, reacted immediately and angrily slammed his hand on the table. "No. I don't want to participate. Let me out. I give up. I give up." A sudden, high-energy electrical current echoed, followed by a scream of agony. The middle-aged man's shackles radiated a powerful current, causing his muscles to tense and he howled in pain. Boom. At that moment, in room 6, next to the young man, a bald, overweight man suddenly shouted. The skin on his hands began to turn gray granite, and he yanked violently, attempting to break the shackles. Lin Xian and Kiki, who were inside, stared in awe. This man was actually a superpowered being. Just when everyone thought he'd easily break free from the thin shackles, the overweight man encountered the same situation as the middle-aged man. The shackles tightened like thin snakes, shattering the granite skin piece by piece. Puff. Instantly, blood gushed out, skin exploded, and a scream rang out. Meanwhile, the massive red head watched silently from the front, a sinister smile on its face. Everyone was stunned by the scene, looking at the shackles on their hands. A sense of unease began to spread. "Don't try to break free. This thing has a mechanism." In room 4, a thin young man in tattered outdoor clothing, his chapped lips suggesting severe dehydration, spoke. As if pleased with his silence, the redhead continued speaking. "If you're ready, the game can begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone panicked. "What game? What game? What the hell do you want us to do? What is this place? Some kind of laboratory? Are you human or a ghost?" Lin Xian noticed that the young man in room 7, standing in front of him, remained silent, his gaze constantly observing the surroundings and the people around him. He seemed much calmer than the others. At the same time, he began to observe the people in the 8 rooms. The man in room 1, who tried to get up and greet the woman in room 3, wore square glasses and looked to be in his 30s, with a somewhat refined demeanor. The middle-aged man in room 2 was strange. Despite the apocalypse, he looked dignified and radiant, not at all like someone fleeing. A woman in room 3, presumably married to the man with the glasses in room 1, looked terrified, her gaze constantly scanning the surroundings as she trembled. The frail young man in room 4 looked young, but his appearance was shabby, clearly struggling to survive in the apocalypse. Room 5 held a blonde woman, relatively calm and possessing a distinguished presence. Room 6 housed the psychic whose skin could transform into rock, a bald, fat man in his 40s, his face now shrouded in agony. The young man in front of Lin Xian was in room 7. To his right, in room 8, was a young-looking woman with disheveled hair and a grimy appearance. She had been keeping her head down, but upon hearing the voices around her, she slowly raised her head. Lin Xian was struck by the remarkable delicacy of her features. Despite her dusty appearance, she possessed a beautiful presence. He glanced at her smiling, seemingly understanding that in this apocalyptic world, this research institute had assembled a group of people to conduct some kind of experimental game. "What do you mean by showing us this?" Lin Xian asked directly. "Don't be nervous," Hua Xiaoling said calmly. "This is just one of our research institute's projects. You just need to be quiet observers." Lin Xian and Kiki both sensed a subtle aura in each other's eyes. Watching the survivors playing the experimental game outside the window was truly strange. Down below, in the testing hall, it seems everyone has a common question. The projected redhead suddenly vanished. A light flickered in the innermost recesses of the abyssal room, revealing a massive glass display case. Inside lay a mountain of supplies, including food, water, weapons, and even daily necessities. Everyone's eyes shrank at the sight, their thoughts pausing. There's enough supplies here to sustain one person for 10 years. This will be the reward for the winner of the game. The redhead reappeared. What about those who didn't win? Someone asked in panic. The others, shaken from their shock by the mountain of supplies, stared nervously ahead. The red shadow seemed alive, seemingly able to gaze at them. According to the rules of the game, eliminated players will be executed immediately. Everyone's faces dropped as soon as these words were spoken. Are you kidding? No. 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 I don't want to play this game. I want to quit. Let me quit. The young man in room 4 panicked upon hearing this, shouting in terror. A shuddering sound of electricity echoed again. The young man trembled all over, adopting a strange, spastic posture. Instantly, a burned, reeking mist emanated from him. The current stopped, and the young man, who had been so energetic just moments before, collapsed in agony onto a chair, foaming at the mouth. He stared at the redhead in horror, gasping for air and daring not to speak. Everyone was horrified by the scene. It seemed that any thought of resistance would be punished. Everyone fell silent, no one daring to speak, fearing they would be the next to be punished. Oh, it seems everyone's a smart guy. This makes me even more excited. The redhead smiled and let out a sinister voice. Now, I declare the first round of the game to be, jump. Its words struck a chord with everyone, and the redhead vanished again. Boom. At that moment, the floor of the huge room ahead slowly rose. It was a square of black metal, with what appeared to be a mechanical structure underneath. All they could hear was a clanging sound, as the squares of ground alternately rose and fell, revealing vast holes. Everyone understood immediately. It was like the scenes in early video games. If you missed a step, you'd fall to your death. Please allow me to introduce this game to everyone. It's called Jump, as the name suggests. You jump to a landing point, one square at a time, until you've crossed a room, which is considered a success. Lin Xian was somewhat surprised to hear this. He had been observing carefully. Although the areas where the floor disappeared seemed to be irregular, the time between support and disappearance was consistent. It changed approximately every 5 seconds, and the areas where the floor disappeared were generally smaller than the areas with the floor. In other words, as long as they seize this 5-second gap to jump, it should be very simple. The 8 people below, including Kiki, almost shared Lin Xian's thoughts. Perhaps this game was an extremely demanding test of mental strength and on-the-spot reaction, but it did not seem difficult. However, the redhead's next words completely stunned everyone. Next is an additional explanation. Participants in this game are voluntary and the number is limited to 1. Once entering the room, they will be blindfolded for the entire time. The remaining 7 rooms will give participants prompts for jumping in an unknown order. What kind of weird game is this? Wait, blindfolded? Doesn't it mean that if someone outside the venue gives the wrong prompt, that participant will be killed? The bespectacled man in room 1 spoke in panic. Yes, if you pass the level successfully, all 8 of you will be alive and free. If you fail, the material rewards will go to the murderer, and the murderer will also be alive and free, and the others will proceed to the next game. The red-headed man's voice was like an ice-cold needle, piercing everyone's heart. This game was completely different from what everyone imagined. What? So simple? If we succeed, we can all leave, the man in room 1 said immediately. It doesn't sound that difficult. Seeing her husband speak, the woman in room 3 also bravely said, what is more important than life? As long as we work together, we will all be free soon. Wait, can the 8 of us communicate and discuss? At this time, the woman in room 5, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Her voice was cold, and she seemed calmer than the others. I mean, before starting the game. Of course, the redhead replied. You have 30 minutes to discuss each round. After the game begins, the room will be sealed and soundproofed. If no one joins after 30 minutes, everyone will be declared lost. The redhead's voice boomed, resonating in everyone's hearts. On the screen, they watched a countdown rapidly tick by. 27 hours, and 36 minutes, 27 hours, and 35 minutes. Oh my god, the woman in room 3 immediately covered her mouth and screamed, trembling all over as she watched the countdown. I think we should waste time, the middle-aged man in room 2 said sternly, his face sullen, as he gazed sternly at all the rooms to his right. Who's willing to step forward? Wait, the bespectacled man in room 1 feigned composure. This game definitely requires our cooperation. So, if any of us have special abilities or special skills, please introduce yourselves. Maybe we can find another solution. He said this in a very obscure way, but everyone understood what he meant. He asked those with special abilities to step forward. But after he finished speaking, he heard no response, so he took the lead and said, My name is Han Dong. Before the polar night, I was a math teacher. I don't have special abilities. Seeing her husband speak, the woman in room 3 quickly said, My name is Kiao Minimum. I'm just a salesperson and don't have any special abilities. Han Dong and I are married. I don't think there's any need to introduce myself, the woman in room 5 said. Her words immediately caught everyone's attention. Her face was cold and serious as she spoke directly. This game looks simple, but there are actually 2 problems, the victim and the betrayer. The victim carries the risk of betrayal, while the others face no risk. Conversely, the betrayer gains the initiative. By killing someone, they can guarantee their own survival and also gain a large amount of supplies. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. While it might seem that all survival depends on a temporary unity, no one can rest assured. In the apocalypse, these people have a deeper understanding of human nature, and the desire to make a commitment is incredibly difficult. Time passed by minute by minute. The young man in room 4 looked around and was too nervous to sit still, so he said directly, Then introduce yourself. My name is Fang Xionian. I'm just a student. I don't have any special powers, but my body has evolved and I'm quite agile. You all don't have special powers? Humph, you all pretend to be innocent. The bald fat man in room 6 looked disdainful, with the cold light flashing in his eyes. My name is Wang Anjian, and I have special powers, Xiaobo, enhanced special powers, the middle-aged man in a suit and tie in room 2 said in a calm voice. The young man in room 7 also said nervously at this time, My name is Chen Jia, I'm just an ordinary machine gunner in a car team, and I don't have special powers. The girl in room 8 raised her head in fear at this time. My name is Wang Duo. I was a student before, and now I'm a prostitute in a large car team. When everyone heard this, their eyes changed all of a sudden. The bald, overweight Wang Anjian glanced at her nonchalantly and sarcastically said, She's quite pretty indeed. If she were in my fleet, I'd stay and play with her. His words made Wang Duo wince, trembling uncomfortably. She kept her head down, showing no anger or response, only silent fear. It was clear that her fate after the apocalypse was not good. After everyone else finished introducing themselves, everyone's eyes fell on the blonde woman in room 5. Her expression shifted, and she finally said in a deep voice, Tan Meng, a wing-type psychic. At these words, everyone's expressions changed, and their gazes turned to her with a complex mixture. No wonder she didn't want to introduce herself. It turned out she had the ability to fly and stay aloft. If that were the case, this jumping game would be a piece of cake for her. Tan Meng's face darkened. Feeling everyone's gazes, he lowered his brows and said, "Don't look at me. I won't jump. But I can promise I won't be a traitor, but you can fly. Even if you fall, you won't," Qiaomin from room 3 said anxiously. HMPH, Zhao Bo from room 2 snorted disdainfully. "This testing ground brought us here. Don't they consider the special nature of people with special abilities?" His words instantly brought the room to a state of silence. The self-introductions took about 10 minutes, but the discussion still yielded no results. "Okay, we're done. Who wants to join?" Zhao Bo from room 2 announced with a condescending air. Returning to the main topic, everyone fell silent again. The countdown clock had 16 minutes remaining. At this moment, Feng Xiaonian from room 4 timidly said, "I want to share my thoughts." Everyone looked in his direction. "We can all raise numbers simultaneously. Whoever raises a unique number will go first. Of course, we all agree in advance that we must all work together, not betray each other, and survive together." As Feng Xiaonian spoke, the others began to ponder. This seemed both a most appropriate and a most helpless solution. The 8 people looked at each other with varying expressions, but now they seemed to have reached a consensus. "Okay, since everyone agrees, let's begin." Feng Xiaonian then clenched his fists and glanced to the sides. "I'll count to 3, and everyone will show their numbers." A heavy sigh settled in the air. 3, 2, 1, everyone counted, looking at the others. At this moment, only Tan Meng, from room 5, raised a single one. She was successfully selected, and everyone's eyes turned to her. Tan Meng's face paled, and her raised hands began to tremble unconsciously. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she suddenly said anxiously, "No, I don't want to participate. No one can force me." At these words, Wang Yanjian in room 6 scoffed. "Sure enough, it's useless. Let's all just wait for death together." Everyone's expressions varied, and silence fell again. As they watched the countdown tick by, a suffocating feeling began to overtake them. There were only 3 minutes left. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, a faint voice suddenly rang out. "I can go." In the upper room, Lin Xian frowned and glanced to the right, for the faint voice came from Wang Duo in room 8. Kiki's expression also tightened, and she couldn't help but secretly grasp Lin Xian's hand. Below, Wang Yanjian in room 6 gave her a strange look, then suddenly chuckled. "Okay, I support you. I'll definitely give you the right answer." His words were so sarcastic that no one believed he was truly so kind. Wang Yanjian didn't care about a woman reduced to a plaything in the apocalypse. He was even secretly delighted that someone was willing to be the first to step forward and take the risk. "Really? Are you really going?" Qiaomin, seeing someone else going, quickly and decisively declared, I support you. I definitely will." Han Dong shouted, "And me too." Feng Xiaonian also quickly declared his support. "I absolutely support you," Tan Meng in room 5 said excitedly. Zhao Bo in room 2 raised his hand. "No matter who betrays me, I'll kill them the next time I'm out." His words were cold and commanding, but no one seemed to take them seriously. Chen Jia in room 7 looked at the frail girl next to him in surprise. His face pale, he nodded repeatedly, his lips dry as he said, I support you." Everyone suddenly became enthusiastic. Besides being amazed that someone had taken the initiative to step forward, they were also ecstatic for their chance at survival. Wang Duo sat there, her eyes expressionless, a kind of indifference. After she spoke those words, he even sensed a sense of relief. 0 hours, after a long silence, the countdown ended. The giant redhead reappeared, scanning the crowd with a sinister smile. "Excellent. It seems we've chosen our first challenger tonight." With these words, the other 7 people's hearts finally settled. The redhead let out a strange, deep voice. "Next, the game begins." Click. At this moment, the partitions in all the rooms became pitch black again, completely isolating all surrounding sound. A small screen floated up on the metal table in front of the 8 people, with 3 buttons on it, forward, left, and right. One indicator light was gray. This meant that if the light was on, the corresponding room would need to give Wang Duo instructions. Follow the trajectory of the floor. Only 5 seconds. Give the correct instructions, and Wang Duo survives. Give the wrong instructions, and Wang Duo dies. Today's 6 updates have been completed. Please give me your monthly votes. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all, see you in the next video.